Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, as I'm sure you guys all know by now, the Texas Senate runoff was held on Tuesday, and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton beat out the incumbent Senator John Cornyn. This was they held a primary. Neither of them got over 50%, so they had this runoff, and this was not even close. I don't know if you guys did see this or not, but Paxton ran away with it. I mean, he just slaughtered Cornyn, as you can see here. So he scored almost 64% of the vote. He will now move on to the general election in November. He's going to be running against Democrat James Tallarico. Well, some very interesting polling was just released, and it is not looking good for Paxton, which means it's not looking good for Republicans in the Senate because they have a few seats like this that are now in a really tenuous position because of the candidates that they are choosing to run. So check this out. This is part of it. So as you can see here, they asked, and these are just Texas voters, if the U.S. Senate was held today, or I guess they're not even saying if it was held today, but they're saying this fall, who are you going to vote for? Now, Ted Brown, he is a libertarian, as you can see here. James Tallarico, it is winning by quite a bit. So just to give you some background on this poll, this was a Texas-specific survey. This was conducted by a company called Public Policy Polling. The Wall Street Journal, right-wing conservative Wall Street Journal, referred to this pollster as one of the most accurate. And you can see here, Tallarico is pulling ahead by 7 points. Here is the reason why. So they asked, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of each of them? And as you can see, James Tallarico, I mean, it's not a majority, it's a plurality that has a favorable opinion of him, but it's 11 points higher than Paxton. Paxton only has a 30% favorability rating, 56% unfavorable. So, and Tallarico's unfavorable is far lower, 21 points lower than Paxton. So congressional Republicans are furious. They're so pissed off about this because it was widely believed that if John Cornyn had won, he would have beaten Tallarico, that he could have easily. I mean, number one, he's an incumbent, they usually have an edge. And then two, he's more moderate. He's not, one of these crazy MAGA people like Paxton. So now they're going to have to spend millions and millions of dollars on a race that should have been a layup. So here's the thing, though. I mean, it still is Texas, right? And Paxton is fully aligned with the MAGA movement. There's a lot of MAGA in Texas. If this was a countrywide race, it wouldn't even be close. But because it's Texas, it's still a race. And he fits right in. Like, he fits totally into the MAGA culture. He repeatedly cheated on his wife until she finally divorced him. I think that was just last year. Beyond his infidelity, he is unbelievably corrupt. I'll get to that in a minute. I have a few things I want to share with you guys on that. But first, I want to show you what a couple of Republican voters, these are not just Texans, these are Republican voters who went to the polls on Tuesday, and this is what they told a CNN reporter at the polls. So take a look and a listen to this.
Take a listen to two voters who said they were swayed by the president's endorsement for Paxton, but for very different reasons. Take a listen.
When Trump backed Paxton, well, I went with Paxton. I listened to Trump. I like Trump. I like Trump a lot.
I made one vote, and that was for Cornyn.
And why is that?
Primarily because he's not supported by Trump. I think he's ruined my Republican Party.
So, first ladies in the cult She is part of the MAGA Kool-Aid cult. The other guy is just a conservative who is still logical and, actually believes in the things that the Republicans claim that they used to believe in. So, I mean, you have to wonder how many more Republicans are like that man who aren't MAGA, who are either, I mean, who knows what that guy's going to do now in the general election, but he'll probably just sit it out. Right? I mean, if he's that much against Paxton, if he's that much against Trump, even though he's conservative, he might not be able to bring himself to vote for Tallarico, but he might just decide, screw it, I'm just not going to vote at all. And here is why people are so pissed off, why people hate Paxton so much. So he is so corrupt that members of his own party voted to impeach him in 2023. I don't have to tell you guys how unbelievable, how unusual that is in the day and age of the MAGA Republican Party, right? They do not do things like that. And yes, that is Paxton that you see here on your screen. If you have not seen him, he's not winking. He has a little wonky eye. I mean, I'm going to be nice, but I just have to wonder about the woman who cheated with him, or maybe it was multiple women. I don't know. But how do you look at that and go, God, I know he's married, but I just have to have him. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway, so here's the thing. Here is what's going down with this guy. I mean, when you are too corrupt for Texas Republicans, Texas, y'all, when you are too corrupt for them, you are evil to the core, and he is. So he was alleged to be involved in like a pay-to-play scheme or pay-to-play schemes. Paxton was facing allegations of bribery and abuse of office. And this was related to a guy, I mentioned this years ago because that's how long ago it all went down. But this was related to a guy that he was friends with. This guy, his name is Nate Paul. He is a real estate developer. And the corruption was so blatant, it was so egregious that even Paxton's own personally appointed staff resigned because of this, and they became whistleblowers. So here's an article that you can look at about this. Like it says, all 7 of them left Paxton's office. And what they said was that Paxton was purposely looking the other way, refused to charge Nate Paul, like buried allegations against him of crimes because of their relationship and because he was donating to Paxton. These allegations went nowhere because evidently, when you're an attorney general, they let you do it, to use Trump's phrasing. Basically, because Paxton was the attorney general or is the attorney general, like nothing ever came of it. And even before all of that came to light, Paxton had already been indicted for other crimes. So he was accused of and admitted eventually to securities fraud. So the Texas Tribune reported that Paxton, quote, was accused of persuading investors to buy a stock in a technology firm without disclosing that he would be compensated for it. This is an attorney general, you guys. This is a guy who swore to uphold the law. So he was indicted on 3 felony counts all the way back in 2015. He then used his power as the attorney general to drag this case out for years. Finally, years later, 9 years later, 2024, he negotiated an agreement with the prosecutor, and they agreed that they would drop the charges in exchange for a pretrial diversion program. So he was required to do community service. He had to take like legal ethics courses. He had to pay restitution to the investors. He had to give them, it was like almost $275,000 that he had to pay. So there was that. Then he tried to help Trump overturn the very legitimate proven election in 2020. He did a bunch of other shady shit related to the elections. And then this next one is the most vile of all. Okay, so Paxton, his office tried to let a child predator off the hook with a 1-day sentence. I am not making this up, you guys. You can go look it up. Here's the article. This was from the Texas Tribune. So this just went down last month. Paxton's office announced that, oh, we've reached a plea deal with a man who repeatedly violated, yes, in that way, a young boy. This boy was in, I believe, 3rd grade. So he was like 8 or 9 years old when a grown man, an attorney, was doing you know what to him. And yes, I mean that. So this deal would allow the man to spend only 1 day in jail. Basically, it was time served. He would not be required to register as a sex offender. And the judge looked at this deal and the judge was like, yeah, no, that's not going to fly. That's in no way, shape, or form legitimate. So the judge said it's going to be a 60-day jail sentence. And then they ended up letting him out early. So this predator is now on the loose and people have no idea that he's a danger to their children because he's not on the sex registry list. Unfucking believable. And the Texas Tribune reported that there were 2 other cases where Paxton's office, in one, he gave another child predator a slap on the wrist. And then there was an attempted murder. It was like a murder for hire case. They both got slaps on the wrist. So this is a state where they will go after and viciously prosecute women for aborting their babies, like aborting a rapist baby, or, getting a life-saving DNC for a non-viable fetus. They will, charge them with murder. But apparently you can go do whatever you want to children and you get a get out of jail free card. As we always say on the left, they only care about fetuses. Once you're out of the womb, MAGA Republicans do not give a damn about you. So anyway, guys, hopefully Tallarico kicks his ass. I'm praying, but again, it's Texas, so we'll see. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with everyone you know, so they will tell other people all of Paxton's dirty deeds and disgusting behavior and about these cases. Please support the show if you possibly can with a donation or become a monthly donor. We do a monthly hangout on Zoom. It's coming up the first Saturday of the month. And please, like I said, tell everybody about the video, tell them about the show if you can. Truly appreciate it. Subscribe. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have secondhand embarrassment for Donald Trump right now. I don't know if you guys all heard about this, but Trump's so-called great state, what is it? American State Fair, Great American State Fair. I don't even know. He's saying it's for the 250th anniversary of the United States. It is falling apart. It is absolutely just disintegrating before his eyes. Musical artists are dropping out left and right because they've realized they were lied to. Martina McBride, the Commodores, I think it was, I forget. There were several other artists. So Morris Day and the Time, which, I mean, I have to say, I do love me some Morris Day and the Time. So I am so glad to hear that they dropped out. They figured it out. All I have to say, hallelujah. So anyway, I can still do the bird. I can still jam to Jungle Love. Anyway, There were a bunch of artists that bailed last week, and it's because they were told this is a celebration of America. What it actually is, what happened was, it's actually a waste of taxpayer money to celebrate Trump. That's what it's all about. That's what it's always about. So all of these artists start pulling out. Trump then goes and posts this cringy lie on his failing social media site. So take a look at this. He said, I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performance on Wednesday. So I'm thinking about bringing the #1 attraction, capitalized by the way, anywhere in the world, capitalized again, the man who gets much larger audience than Elvis in his prime. And he does so without a guitar. The man who loves our country capitalized also for no apparent reason, more than anyone else. And the man who some say is the greatest president in history, the GOAT. Do they? Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid third-rate artists and give a major speech. I'm sorry, but your people hired them. Rallying the country forward, again, country capitalized for some unknown reason, like I have done ever since being president 2 years ago, two capitalized. The United States was dead. Now we have the hottest in quotes, which I don't think he understands what quotes are for. I do not think it means what you think it means. Anyway, now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I don't want so-called artists, again, in quotes, that get paid far too much money who aren't happy. I only want to be surrounded by happy people, smart people, successful people, capitalized again, and people that know how to win. So by copy of this truth, I am ordering my representatives to look at the feasibility of doing an America is Back rally. Well, rally capitalized, but not the whole word. On Wednesday, Washington, D.C., same time, same location, only great patriots, capitalized again, invited. It will be a wild and beautiful celebration of America, President Donald J. Trump. So remember the last time that he said it was going to be wild, right? Remember what happened then? Let's hope. We could only hope they turn on him and do it again. But anyway, he's so delusional. He is so delusional. Like, you're fat Elvis. You are fat Elvis, Donald Trump, Donald Jerkoff Trump. Again, if you didn't know, that's what the J stands for. And yes, I know I keep changing it, but whatever. It's my prerogative, Bobby Brown. So as my brother once told one of our cousins, you have no idea how embarrassed you should be right now. So that was on Saturday. He puts out this ridiculous statement on Saturday. He's just going to turn this into one of his long-winded, lie-filled speeches because, you know, the only artists, it seems, that, and there's some confusion about this. They're the only artist that I know of that has publicly said, yes, I'm still going to be there, is Vanilla Ice. I mean, he's talking about third-rate artists. The guy had one hit, right? He's a one-hit wonder. And here's what he said. You guys are not going to believe this. So Vanilla Ice spoke with TMZ news outlet, and he said, I don't even vote, so I don't even care. You play for your fans, and I'll go play for Putin, and I'll play in Iran. If you want, it don't matter. He'll play for Putin. He'll play for Iran. He's saying this out loud, and he's going to go play at the America Festival. Anyway, so now Republican lawmakers, or at least one of them, are begging. They're begging for musical artists to perform at the event. I'm not joking. You have to listen to this. Let me turn on my sound. So this is Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. He posted this just yesterday on Sunday.
Hey, Mr. President, Tim Burchett. I, like you, am a little ticked off and disappointed that some of these, I guess, so-called musicians have decided to that they have some problem with celebrating our 250th anniversary of the founding of this great country, to think that patriotism is going to offend somebody. And we all know that these New York or Los Angeles or Hollywood PR firms wrote these statements. It's pathetic. Anyway, what we ought to do is, my suggestion would be, get your friend and my friend John Rich, great musician, to lead it off. He's got some great patriotic tunes he's written and he sings, and I mean, it's just awesome. And let him MC the dadgum thing and have all these folks come in. There's plenty of acts in Nashville, people that are trying to get on, get on a big stage like this. This is the world stage, be the largest stage in the world. Everybody in the country will be watching this dadgum thing. And let some of those musicians get out and sing a few songs. All we'd have to do is pay for their dadgum airfare, most of them, just to get them up there, and they'd love it. And then, of course, have Kid Rock. Nobody's more patriotic in the rock and roll world than he is, and he's awesome. And then I know you got his number. Heck, I've been with him when he's called you. And then the finale would be cool to have Lee Greenwood come out and sing. He's got a bunch of great songs, but of course, the ending would be God Bless the USA, and have all the other acts come out and sing along with him. And maybe they could do a single verse, Kid Rock or John Rich or something could do one of the verses. And I think that would be awesome. Have all those great stars up on stage. And anyway, if y'all got any ideas of some groups that would, from your area, that would be willing to play, how about tagging them in this story, and let's see if we can make this thing happen.
Okay, I can't let that go on any longer. Here's the thing, like, you are trying to destroy the budding careers of new artists, is what you're saying, Tim Burchett. Yeah, go put your head on the chopping block for Donald Trump and destroy your career before it even takes off by aligning yourself with this shit show of a government. And then he mentions Kid Rock. Are you freaking kidding me? Kid Rock again? This is the only person they can get. Kid Rock is, I was thinking about this, he's like the used tampons of musical artists at this time. Like, wrap him up, wrap him in a tissue, throw him in the trash already. He's stinking up the joint. Like, he's used up. And then John Rich is a one-hit wonder like Kid Rock. Okay. He responded on Twitter and he's like, oh yeah, I'm down. Okay, let's do it. Oh, okay, great. I mean, this is so pathetic. Like, they're begging garage bands basically to come play at this thing. But, they've got John Rich. So, about 12 people in attendance will know Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, and he can play that for the umpteenth time. And then check this out. They're having to recruit military members to attend the UFC fight that they're having during this event. I'm sure you guys know they're building a ring outside on the lawn of the White House, like all white trash does. And then here's what the Washington Post wrote about this. So they said, the Pentagon is moving to recruit hundreds of troops to appear as spectators at President Donald Trump's UFC cage fighting event at the White House, and requiring those who attend to pay for their travel and meet height and weight requirements, according to people familiar with the matter and internal memos reviewed by the Washington Post. So they are, as they say here, soliciting members. They're telling them to pay for their own travel. Okay. Gee, what's going on right now in our country and around the world? Anything that we might, like attribute to higher prices? So they expect men and women on a military member's salary, first of all, to cough up the money for travel at a time when airfare and gasoline is insanely expensive. And no thanks, to the Democrats, is thanks to Trump and his needless illegal war. And then on top of that, they're like, oh, you have to meet height and weight requirements. So you're going to tell military members, you have to fit the part. You have to fit the weight requirements and height requirements. You can't be short, can't be overweight. But Donald Trump is going to be sitting there looking right at you. Oh my God. And then even Joe, I love to spit shine Trump's undercarriage on the Daily Rogan. He called even this UFC event number one, a security nightmare because it's all outdoors. And then he called it kind of a gimmick. That was a direct quote. Like I say, elect a turd, expect a shit show. So there you go, guys. I'll let you know what I hear. But in the meantime, we can still do the bird. All right. I love you all. Please like, share, subscribe. I will talk with you soon. Take care. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have kind of a rant, but some information to share with you today because California is on the verge of making a monumental mistake once again. And this really just underscores the issues within the party. It underscores how liberal Democrats still don't get it. They still do not understand, have not properly diagnosed why Donald Trump won 2 times. And because of this issue, because liberals still don't get it, it has opened the door to a potential Republican governor in the absolutely sky blue or sapphire blue state of California. So here's why I'm saying this. California is on the verge of nominating Javier Becerra. What the polls show is that Becerra is basically he's in a 3-way race at this point. Becerra, who's a Democrat, he's at 23% approval. Hilton is at 20. He is the Republican in the race. And then Tom Steyer is at 15. Those are the top 3 candidates. Now in California, what we have here is what they call a jungle primary. What that means is the top 2 vote getters advance on after the primary, they advance to the final election in November, to the general election. So it could be 2 Democrats, it could be 2 Republicans, it could be one of each. The fact that so many people who were going to vote for, who we now know is an alleged scumbag, who got out of the race. His name is escaping me at the moment. Eric Swalwell, excuse me. A lot of those people then moved over to Becerra. The reason being is that Becerra and Eric Swalwell are moderates. They're corporate Democrats. Okay. They work for the corporate donors. They are not progressives. They say they are. They pretend to be, but they are what I call faux-gressives. They put on an act. They say all the right things, kind of, sort of, which I'll get to in a minute. But then they do basically nothing better than what the Republicans do. Outside of, oh, I'm going to fly a rainbow flag outside of my office, kneel in kente cloth. Like, it's all of the culture war stuff. But when it comes to the policies that are actually going to improve people's lives, they just don't do it because their corporate owners will not allow it. This is how we end up with Donald Trump and Donald Trump-like figures, because, and I'm telling you guys, you have to trust me on this. I hear it in every focus group. Every single focus group says there's at least a few, if not every single participant, and these are all swing voters who went from Trump to Biden and then from Biden to Trump. They all say, what's the difference? What is the difference? My life didn't improve under a Democrat. They're not feeling it. They're not seeing the benefits in voting for Democrats because we keep electing these moderates. So I'll give you a few examples and why I am now going to cast my ballot for Tom Steyer. And if you are in California, I urge you to do the same. I was a Katie Porter supporter. However, she has fallen way behind. She has no chance of winning at this point. Also, I saw a video where someone was asking her about what happened in Gaza and the genocide, and if she would say that it was a genocide. She would not even stop to answer their question. Not that she didn't stop and agree with it, that it's a genocide. She would not even stop and give them the time of day. That was a huge turnoff for me. So I am throwing my weight behind Tom Steyer. I'm going to vote for him in the primary. I hope that you all do the same. Tom Steyer has proposed an AI, not a moratorium, but a financial program that will help people who lose their jobs as a result of AI. This is a major, major issue that people are sleeping on. People do not understand how AI is going to upend the job market and destroy it. How average Americans are going to have nothing. Even white collar workers, especially white collar workers. This is a major threat in our country and around the world. He is the only candidate who has proposed that we have some sort of protection for workers who are displaced by AI taking their job. And I want to read you, this is from Wired News Outlet. Here's what they wrote. They said that Steyer has introduced a, quote, token tax, which would tax big tech companies a fraction of a cent for every unit of data processed for AI. The funding generated by that tax would go to what Steyer has called the Golden State Sovereign Wealth Fund, with some of that money being earmarked for jobs building housing, so construction work, healthcare, and modernizing California's energy infrastructure. The aim of the initiative, this is from Steyer's own website, this part, it says the aim of the initiative will be to strengthen the foundation of the state's economy, invest in our communities, and create beautiful, vibrant public spaces. So they said that this is to support these efforts, that Steyer is going to heavily invest in training and apprenticeship programs throughout the state of California. So that is one area where he is way ahead of every other candidate. He also has proposed a statewide health plan. Okay, this is massive for everyone. But, you take someone like me who's self-employed and, we don't have health insurance through my husband's employer. This is huge. Okay, this would literally save us $2,000 a month. I mean, yes, there could be an increase in tax, but it's not going to be $2,000 a month. I guarantee you. So he wants to ensure healthcare for everyone in the state. He has made this a core tenet of his campaign. He is backed by progressive Ro Khanna. I believe he was endorsed by Bernie Sanders as well. So, I mean, this is necessary. This is absolutely necessary. You look at Becerra's website, and he's all about moderation, incrementalism. And let me explain something, okay? And I don't want to throw this person under the bus, but I had a comment the other day under one of my videos. And this person said, I don't have a problem with incrementalism. I don't understand, everything can't happen or I don't know how they said it, but, basically like everything can't happen overnight. I'm fine with little changes at a time. That is a very privileged position to take. Let me just say that. Okay. And again, I don't mean to throw this person under the bus or insult them, but if you are fine with little changes nibbling around the edge, then you are probably either comfortable or wealthy. You probably don't have a care in the world, because I can tell you right this moment as I'm speaking, there is a mother who is on her knees sobbing, begging God to save her child who is dying of cancer, who cannot afford health insurance. So to say, oh, I'm fine with everything going slowly, great, that's great for you. But there are millions of people in this country, tens of millions of people in this country who cannot wait. They are dying. Their child is dying. Their spouse is dying. Their parent is dying. They have some sort of need and they cannot afford to fix it. And that is amoral. I'm sorry. It is beyond immoral. It is amoral to not provide people with health insurance so that they can save their own life or the life of one of their loved ones. And this nibbling around the edges bullshit is not going to cut it. And Becerra specifically says on his website that, you know, as much as I would love to do universal health care, we have to start small and then build out. No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. I'm done with that shit. I am done with these corporate-owned moderate jackasses. Look at what's going on in New York. Okay? Everybody was waiting to see, oh my God, is Zoran Mamdani going to blow it? Is he going to follow through? You know, how could he possibly do the things he's promising? He is one of the most popular Democrats in the entire country. He has like a 60% approval rating because everyone loves what he is doing. And he's not doing it on the back of workers. He's not doing it on the back of average, hardworking, working class Americans. He is doing it in part by taxing the rich who get away with murder, who offshore, who send their money offshore, who hide their wealth, who play games with their taxes, who use loopholes to get out of paying for anything, and then claim that they're the patriots, they love America, but yet they don't want to help anybody in America. They don't want to make the country better. So speaking of which, speaking of wealthy people and how they get away with shit, Tom Steyer, as a billionaire, is the only candidate in this race who is supporting a wealth tax on California billionaires. So here's an article about that. This is a one-time tax. It is minimal compared, you know, for them. I mean, it would be obscene for us, but for billionaires, it's like a drop in the bucket. They're all whining and crying, threatening to leave the state. Good fucking riddance. If you want to go, they won't, by the way. They didn't. They threatened that with Zoran Mamdani in New York, and they haven't left. So Tom Steyer is behind this. This tax will help our country. It will allow for a lot of these things that he wants to do to help everyone. And, you know, one thing that really pisses me off with all of these billionaires is you didn't get to be a billionaire because you were out there busting your ass 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until you became a billionaire. You yes, you maybe came up with a business idea. You maybe took the risk, but you know what? Building that business took other people. You had to have help doing that. And then all you do is hoard it. And I personally know very wealthy people who are at this moment doing exactly that. Like building the most obscene things at their homes, but don't provide health insurance for their employees. Don't provide a 401k match for their employees. It's fucking sickening. So anyway, Tom Steyer is behind this. These are some of the reasons why I'm backing him. Like I said, Katie Porter does not have a chance to win. So I encourage everybody, if you have not turned in your primary ballot yet, absolutely do so, vote. And I encourage you to vote for Tom Steyer. He will change things in a way that people will never look at the Republicans again. They will look at what he does. If he follows through and he makes all of this happen, just like Zohran Mamdani has done in New York, young voters especially will go, why would I ever vote for Republicans again? Look at what they did during Donald Trump's second term. They destroyed the United States. And Democrats, progressive Democrats like Tom Steyer and Zohran Mamdani, are making my life better. They're actively working to improve my life. I will never go back to voting for Republicans again. If that is what you want as a voter, if you are a Democrat, if you are a liberal especially, and that is what you want for someone like Trump or another, Trump family member or JD Vance to never win again, you will vote for a progressive. So I hope you guys heed this warning. I really hope that Javier Becerra doesn't win, because guess what? All you're doing is showing all of these voters that, yeah, we're going to keep nominating and voting for the same thing over and over and over again, and your life is not going to improve. And so why don't you go look for somebody else on the other side? So anyway, guys, there you go. Vote wisely. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So guess what? There is internal Republican polling that was leaked to Mehdi Hasan's news outlet. And it turns out that Americans are really pissed off about Donald Trump's nearly $1.8 billion insurrection fund. And I don't just mean leftist. I mean even some of his own voters. So take a look at this. This was the article that came out. This is wildly unpopular. Actually, right as I was jumping on to start recording today, there is another article that came out, which I didn't get a chance to grab a screenshot for you, but it said that even some Trump aides and some of his officials in his administration, they are now talking about trying to kill this because it is so wildly unpopular. And Republican operatives and lawmakers are freaking out. They are now freaking out because this is the last thing that they needed, on top of the economy crashing, on top of the Iran war, all of the other things Donald Trump has done to screw up the midterms, the Epstein files, all of it. Someone described it as a well-connected Republican consultant told Zateo News, which is Mehdi Hasan's outlet, quote, "This could really fuck us." Yes, it could. Yes, it really could. And there was a former Trump official who knows about this polling, who is, I don't know if they've seen the internal polling or they just heard about it, but here's what they said. They said, far too many Americans now view President Trump as corrupt. And that is going to be a significant hurdle for Republicans this year at a time when the voters want to be hearing about how you are making life easier and cheaper for them, or how you're making the country safe, not about a fucking ballroom. And then they went on to say, this fund business just adds to that perception. And Donald Trump isn't the one whose name is on the ballot this year. So he's not going to be the one who really loses from his decisions or rhetoric. They're just now figuring this out. And Trump is so ignorant that he just admitted that this was his call. That he decided this. He decided to set up this fund, even though he was in an interview. I can't remember who was in an interview or it was like a presser. And he was like, oh no, I had nothing to do with it. I think it was just like a press gaggle. And he said, oh, I didn't know anything about that. That was all the Justice Department. They worked out all the details. I had no knowledge. So just a couple days after he said that, he then goes ahead and he posts this on his failing social media site. He said, I gave up a lot of money in allowing the just announced anti-weaponization fund to go forward. I could have settled my case, including the illegal release of my tax returns and the equally illegal break-in of Mar-a-Lago for an absolute fortune. Instead, I am helping others who were so badly abused by an evil, corrupt, and weaponized Biden administration receive at long last justice. President DJT. So full of shit this man is. I'm surprised his eyes aren't brown. First of all, they were going to lose the case. I shared that with you guys the other day. Number one, he's suing his own Justice Department. I mean, on its face, it's just absurd. But then you add to it the fact that he filed it too late. He filed it outside of the parameters of what's allowed under the law. And they knew they were going to lose. That's why they settled it. But, on top of that, you want to help people that you say were victims of the weaponized justice system? Use your own money. If you care so much, Donald Trump, use your own freaking money, not our tax dollars. You're making money hand over fist. I mean, every day there's some new report about how he's doing insider trading and making a fortune. So another day, another Trump lie. What's new, right? And then Trump's Justice Department has now, I'm sure you guys have maybe heard this, they've now deleted all documents related to Trump's terrorists who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. So I believe that he's doing this because he doesn't want anyone to know what these people did when he hands them millions of dollars each of our tax dollars. I think that's why they're doing it. Now, luckily, as we all know, the internet is forever, and many of us, yours truly included, have documented everything. So I have a few thoughts on all of this, of course. First of all, I think everyone is having the wrong debate about this. I keep seeing TV hosts, I keep seeing pundits. They keep talking about how, there shouldn't be any payments to violent January 6 offenders. They shouldn't receive our tax dollars. I agree with that, but I don't think anyone who was there that day who would be, I guess, someone who would be, receiving these dollars, anyone who was prosecuted, I should say, I'll put it that way, anybody who was prosecuted for being there and committing a crime that day should receive any of their money, of our money, because anyone who was there that day, everyone who was there that day contributed to the mob. But for the size of the group, the police would not have been assaulted, or even if they were, they would have been able to subdue the perpetrators more easily. They would have been able to arrest people that day. As it was, they could not do that because of the size of the mob. And people were literally threatening them. They tried to arrest a couple people and a mob would surround them and they were in fear for their lives and they had to let these people go. And also, imagine if this was we're going to set up a fund for the Manson family. Okay. They were prosecuted. They were victimized by the Justice Department. And so we're going to set up a fund for the Manson family. But, Charles Manson, he didn't carry out any of these murders. So, we're going to give him money because, he shouldn't have been prosecuted because he didn't actually commit the crimes. I mean, that's what it's like saying that these nonviolent offenders should get money. Yeah, he didn't commit the crimes. Charles Manson didn't commit the crimes, but he planned it. He came up with the whole idea. He instructed them to do it. So that's what it would be like to give our money to Stuart Rhodes or Enrique Tarrio right? The leader of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Bigots. They were convicted of seditious conspiracy because they were found guilty essentially of masterminding the whole thing and directing their people to attack. And the only reason, let's remember this, the only reason that Enrique Tarrio was not there was because he was arrested on his way to DC for another crime that he committed. And when they arrested him, he had a shit ton of ammunition in his car, which actually I grabbed a screenshot to show you in case you guys hadn't heard about this. I can't imagine that you hadn't, but he was arrested for burning a Black Lives Matter flag at a black church in DC, like weeks before. And then they found this ammunition in his vehicle, these large capacity magazines. So my question has always been, who was bringing the weapons? If he had the ammo, who had the weapons for that ammo? And I don't know if you guys are on Twitter, but it's ridiculous. There's a bunch of the January 6 criminals and some of their family members. They're over there just whining like the spoiled brats that they are. Oh, my life was destroyed. My family was destroyed. You committed crimes. Your loved ones committed crimes. These people they live in a perpetual state of victimhood. These are the same people who will shrug or tell you they don't care when you point out that, children and families of undocumented immigrants are being hurt by Donald Trump's unnecessary and cruel deportation policies. Law-abiding citizens are being hurt and their families. And they go, oh, well, they shouldn't have broken the law. They came here illegally. There are consequences for committing crimes. Oh, but when you commit a crime, when one of your family members commits a crime, and then they're held accountable for their crimes, you cry like little bitches. You expect to be paid millions of dollars, MAGA. You want our tax dollars. Jesus Christ, like they're the biggest freaking hypocrites. I wonder if they'll complain when Kilmar Obrega Garcia demands millions of dollars from this fund. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but he was illegally deported. Totally immoral deportation, prosecution to an El Salvador torture prison. So take a look. Here's why I bring this up. The court just dismissed his case, and they said this was a vindictive prosecution. That was what the judge said. So surely he is entitled to some of the $1.8 billion, right, MAGA? And don't call me Shirley. Anyway, last thing I want to share with you guys is something that just broke. I think it was yesterday or day before. So take a look at this. This has to do with this fund. So 35 former federal judges have now filed a document with the court. They're asking for the court to reopen this lawsuit that Donald Trump filed, which led to this slush fund. And check this out. So according to their filing, neither Trump nor the Justice Department ever submitted the settlement documents outlining this entire deal, this $1.8 billion, to the court. So future disbarred attorney Todd Blanche, which is how I will refer to him from now on, because it's only a matter of time before he is disbarred and loses everything that he owns. He just announced this settlement to the public without the judge reviewing anything. They said that the judge even noted this. So the judge said that Trump, and I'll bring this up for you guys, quote, neither submitted any settlement documents nor filed any documents ensuring that the settlement was appropriate where there was an outstanding question as to whether an actual case or controversy existed. The court was deceived. This is what the judges wrote. The court was deceived despite plaintiffs not having mentioned any settlement in their notice. The Department of Justice publicly announced a settlement of this action shortly after plaintiffs filed their dismissal. So what they're saying is Donald Trump filed, and Todd Blanche on his behalf, like I said, is going to lose his license over this. He files a dismissal with the court and basically just goes, yeah, there was a settlement and it's all done, over with, but we're not going to tell you what it is. So let's just get the case out of here. Let's just drop it. And then they went on to say this. They said, the purported settlement that the parties never placed before this court raises profound questions about the parties' candor toward the court and manipulation of the judicial system, which threatens to undermine confidence in the administration of justice. As former judges, movants have an interest in bringing to the court's attention these concerns and the availability of relief under Rule 60 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which allows the court to set aside the judgment and reopen the case. So a judge has now said, I am going to pause this settlement, this so-called settlement that Donald Trump has had with himself. I mean, all of this is just so grotesque. It is likely illegal. But yeah, so as of right now, this $1.8 billion insurrection fund, it is paused. A judge has said, we're not going to start paying anything out. You're not approved to move forward with this. I've got to review everything. We'll see. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, please subscribe if you have not. Please donate if you possibly can. Really, really helps to keep the show going. Greatly appreciate everybody who's been supporting the show, who donates monthly, who donates one time. It all really helps. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So guess what? Donald Trump is basically about to give Iran everything that they want, everything on their wish list, and it will leave the U.S. in a worse position than when he started this whole asinine war. Honestly, though, it's probably the best option that he has. So here's an article talking about it. I think this was the New York Times or the Washington Post today. Here's what we know about this deal so far that Trump is considering. So he is talking about giving them a shit ton of money. I'm not talking, few million. I'm talking like as much as maybe even $1 trillion. I'm not kidding. Take a look at this. So it says, perhaps the most surprising and apparently recent addition to the agreement is a reference to an investment fund for Iran. The Iranian official and one diplomat put it at $300 billion, but other officials involved in mediation would not confirm the amount. The Iranian official described it as a reconstruction program that would be promised to Iran in the event a final agreement was signed. Earlier in the negotiations, Tehran had demanded reparations for bombardment damage that some Iranian officials estimated at $300 billion to $1 trillion. So all of these people who are pissed off about Barack Obama giving money to Iran when he set up the JCPOA, the agreement with them to, stop their nuclear program, to agree to monitoring of that program, of their enrichment and of their uranium, which was working, which was totally fine. Nobody killed, no Americans died, 200 little girls weren't bombed because of it. Done all through negotiations and diplomacy. And yet, everybody in the MAGA right is up and, Obama gave them money. Obama gave them their own money. That was their money that we took. That was their money that we froze in assets. We were just giving them back their money to get that agreement on the table. And guess what? The Strait of Hormuz never closed, never tanked the entire global economy. So yeah, much better deal, which Donald Trump destroyed. Donald Trump ripped up and ended in his first term like a stupid jackass. like the stupid jackass that he is. Donald Jackass Trump. That's what the J stands for. I bet you guys didn't know that. Anyway, so we are now looking at a worse deal than what Obama had after he destroyed the economy and, 13 Americans, military members are dead. Thousands of people in Iran are dead, including hundreds of little girls. Thousands of people in Lebanon, which frickin' Israel, Netanyahu continues to bomb them to this day. He continues to kill more Lebanese people, claiming that he's going after terrorists. I mean, it's insanity. But anyway, so he's talking about setting up this fund to give them money. And like they said, it would provide economic relief to Iran. Here's another part of the article. It says, should the discussed agreement come to fruition, it could provide Iran with phases of economic relief and give Mr. Trump an off-ramp to a war that has proved deeply unpopular in the United States. It could reopen the Strait of Hormuz and ease the global energy crisis caused by the war, though experts say it could take a month or longer to get ships moving through the critical waterway. The agreement would leave key issues, though, like the fate of Iran's nuclear program, to future negotiations. Mr. Trump has vowed to prevent Iran from possessing a nuclear weapon and demanded that it agree to dispose of its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. So he is right now caught between two warring factions. He's caught between the total hawks, the warmongers like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin, who want to do nothing but bomb them and go full on, war and send in troops to get slaughtered. And then he also knows that this is like politically untenable and destroying his popularity, destroying, what he thinks is going to be his legacy, destroying the Republican Party's chances in the midterms and pissing people off. So he doesn't know what to do. And he got himself into this position. As I've said before, he just painted himself into a corner, and everybody keeps going, oh, he's now bored. He's bored with the war. That's what it is. No, he's not bored with the war. Donald Trump is a spoiled brat who has gotten his way every single day of his life for the last 80 years. He is not used to this. He's not used to not getting his way. This is like the little spoiled child whose parents let them win at every single game that they play with them. And then all of a sudden one day they're like, we need to kind of teach him that he's not going to win every time. And so the kid goes ballistic and flips over the board, flips over the Monopoly board and is like, and throws a tantrum. That's what Donald Trump is doing right now. That's what I'm going to bomb the hell out of them. I'm going to send them back to the Stone Age. I'm into this. I'm into that. He doesn't know what to do. He's just flailing. Like I've said before, he's like one of those things at the, car lots, just flailing in the wind. So anyway, this is where we're at. We are now talking about, on top of the $1 to $2 billion a day that this war is purportedly costing us as taxpayers, we are now talking about giving them somewhere between $300 million and $1 trillion. Good job, MAGA. This is what you voted in. This is what you voted for. But waste, fraud, abuse. Doge, we're going to get rid of all of that. We're going to bring down the debt. We're going to get paid from the Doge dividend. We're going to get tariff relief. Shut up. My God, you guys are like the biggest fucking idiots. You will fall for anything. We could literally sell you Donald Trump has sold you anything. He sold you freaking fake coins like that don't exist. Like, oh my God, what they've done to our country. It's just, it's unfathomable. Anyway, here's the next part. This was actually Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff's choice or their idea to pay them and give them this fund. So here's this part. It says 2 diplomats briefed on the latest draft called it an international investment fund, which the United States would help facilitate in the event of a final deal. Plans for such a fund would be further discussed during the negotiations period, the diplomat said. This proposal appears to be an iteration of an earlier idea floated by Mr. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. Both are real estate investors, and some mediators said they had suggested promoting real estate projects in Tehran and an investment fund in the event a deal was reached. So these assholes, these greedy bastards, are trying to do this to their benefit so they can start real estate investment projects in Iran. This is all they do. All they do is grift off of us. So they're going to use our tax dollars to strike a deal with Iran over something that didn't have to happen in the first place, that Donald Trump stupidly started with this war. And then they're going to get a green light potentially to go build hotels or resorts or whatever the hell they want to do. Just like what they're doing in Gaza, just like they're doing in all other Middle Eastern countries. And word is, all of these Middle Eastern countries like Saudi that gave Jared Kushner the $2 billion in the first Trump administration, they are furious with him right now. They feel like they have gotten nothing for their money. On the contrary, they have gotten their asses handed to them because now all tourism is down to the area, like the UAE. They're losing all kinds of money. They have, they've been bombed. All of the U.S. military bases they have over there have been bombed. Their other places in their countries have been bombed because of this war. Gas price, they're making some money off of the gas prices being high, but other than that, they're just losing. Their economies are tanking as well. So they feel like not only did we not have a voice in the Trump administration, which is why we paid off Donald Trump's son-in-law to begin with. And let's face it, that's exactly what it was. It was a bribe because Jared Kushner had no experience in what he was proposing. But they've also now are taking it in the shorts because of Donald Trump's war. So this is what happens when you align yourself with complete and utter morons. Good job. Good job. Anyway, guys, I will let you know when I hear more. But yeah, Donald Trump is just spending like a drunken sailor with our money. Not his, our money. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I come bearing really crappy news. I know. What a surprise, right? The economy looks like it's in a death spiral, and we are back to bombing Iran, of course. We did that. What was it, over the weekend? Unless this crappy deal gets worked out, which is going to cost us all a fortune, then I don't know. It's just, this is bound to get worse. Actually, either way, it's going to get worse. I just heard news today that Professor Robert Pape, who's like the expert in all of this, he has been talking to other experts, other people in the business, in oil in particular, and they have said that in the next 2 weeks, we are going to see a price hike like we have never seen before. So we'll see if that comes to pass. But I have news on the economy, jobs, graduates and teens are, their job market for them is almost non-existent. First, though, I want to share a couple data points with you guys from a Gallup poll. So this all came out last Friday. It shows that Americans are just completely despondent about the state of the economy, with good reason. So you can see here the economic confidence is down at negative 45 points. That's a drop of 7 points just since last month. And to put this into perspective, it was negative 58, so not much deeper back in 2022. You guys will recall that was as the country was rebounding from COVID. And then during the 2008 economic collapse, it was at negative 72. So we're getting there. We're almost back to those points. Here's how Americans rate the current economy. Not good. Not good. So the dark green line is excellent or good. As you can see, that is the lowest one, only 16%. So a combined, and then I should mention the dotted yellowish gold colored kind of line is only fair. So if you combine those two, you can see it is, or excuse me, if you combine the only fair and poor, which is the orange dash line, it's pathetic. It is, what is that? 83% say the economy is only fair or poor. Only 16% rated as excellent or good. And even Republicans are now starting to break with Trump and actually admit publicly that the economy sucks. So take a look at this next one. This is the Economic Confidence Index. This is broken down by voter registration. So obviously red indicates Republicans, blue indicates Democrats, and then the dashed line indicates independents. So even though Trump is still above water with Republican voters, that figure is dropping. It's dropping as well as independents and Democrats. I mean, Democrats didn't have much farther to drop, but Gallup said that over the last 4 months, Republican economic confidence has dropped 33 points. 33 points in just a couple months, and it dropped by 29 points among independents. Totally disastrous news for the Republicans in the midterms if they don't distance themselves from Trump. If they don't try to distance themselves from his moronic policies and decisions and everything that's going on, they're doomed. Absolutely doomed. So they are, like, as I've said before, they're between a rock and, or dumber than a rock and a hard place. And check this out. This kind of drives it home. So the University of Michigan released their consumer confidence report, and the numbers are just tanking. So consumer confidence has dropped 14.2%. That's that first line. If you look all the way over to the right, year over year, and ratings on the current economic conditions fell off a cliff. As you can see here, they're negative 22.2%. So again, that is the year over the year. That is May 2025 versus this year, this month. So here is what's driving this. This was an article from the Wall Street Journal. They published this last week. It's titled, for anybody who can't make it out or who isn't looking, it says, "This summer's teen job market is the toughest in decades. Many seasonal jobs at summer camps and small businesses have evaporated this year." So they said that this summer is shaping up to be the worst for teen employment since 1948. That's when the federal government first started tracking it. So it could be even further back, but that's the first time they started tracking it. And they cited higher prices specifically as the reason, because they explain that small businesses and restaurants, which, you know, that's where teenagers typically start off, they get their first jobs, they're not hiring. So normally they would hire for the summer season because you see an influx, you know, you see people vacationing, you see people, you know, out with their children and so forth and staying out later because it's lighter outside. They're not doing that this year. And they have specifically said it is because employers in the entertainment and leisure sector are planning to fill 70% fewer roles than last year. 70% fewer jobs. And this is just a continuation of the downward trend from last summer, from Trump's first summer in office of his second term. So there's a firm that I've mentioned before. They're called Challenger Gray and Christmas. They're a job placement firm, so they very much track the job market, what's going on very closely. They told the Journal that available teen jobs were already down by 25% last summer as compared to under the Biden administration, as compared to 2022 through 2024. So we lost 1/4 of the summer jobs in 1 year under Trump. And then this year, the second year under Trump, is going to be the lowest summer hiring season in almost 80 years. Thanks, Trump. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, considering how many young people, especially first-time voters, 18-year-olds, went for Trump. Anyway, and then the Washington Post, they conducted an analysis of gas prices, and they looked at specifically how they're impacting Americans differently. So they looked at, is this hitting the lower income bracket harder, the upper income bracket? Well, you guys are not going to be shocked to find it is absolutely hitting the lower income bracket more. So they explained why that, gas prices hit the lower income households harder because, and this is specifically families and individuals earning $40,000 or less. What they're seeing is their expenses increase, as you can see in the red dotted line there, by 4% versus people who are making over 100,000, they're spending less than 1% additional. Here's the reason why. They said lower income workers tend to live farther from their jobs in areas with little or no public transit and are more likely to drive older, less fuel efficient vehicles. Many are not able to work from home. When prices rise, they have fewer ways to reduce their exposure. Cutting back on driving means cutting back on getting to work, to doctors, to family. Makes perfect sense, right? I mean, if you're in a lower income bracket, you're less likely to have a fuel efficient car or an electric vehicle. And I mean, I just take, for example, my area in Southern California. Residents in lower income brackets often have to move further inland. They have to move where the houses and the rents are less expensive. So they move to places like Riverside County or San Bernardino County, as opposed to LA, Orange, or San Diego County. And then, they often are commuting to where more of the jobs are, or more of the better paying jobs, which are in those other areas, which are in Orange, LA, and San Diego County. So their housing may be cheaper, but now they're spending an exorbitant amount of their income on gas. And a lot of younger people, especially, they have established jobs maybe in LA or Orange County, and they're living at home when they start those jobs. And so they're saving money for a down payment while they're living at home, or, they're saving for a rental deposit. But then by the time they save up that money, they're still priced out of the area. So they still have to move further away if they want to have their own place. So I'm sure people are probably irate hearing that, this deal that we're giving Iran is giving away the farm, giving them everything they want. And we're going to be potentially giving them hundreds of billions of dollars on top of everything that we just wasted on this war. But honestly, it's probably the best thing, because it will at least put an end to this downward spiral that we're on. And months from now, we will see some relief, but it's not going to happen overnight. Not like a lot of Trump voters think that it will. So anyway, guys, wish I had better news, but there you go. So thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you guys that I can't even believe is real, but it is absolutely 100% real. We are living in a truly dystopian, crazy, upside down world where the only country that matters anymore is Israel. That's it. They control everything. Here's what's going down. So there are 2 American citizens, 2 American journalists who have now been banned for probably maybe for life from entering the UK because they criticized Israel. I am not joking. I'm not making this up. So take a look. One of the 2 people was Cenk Uygur. He is, as you guys know, the host or co-host of the Young Turks, the founder of Young Turks. So here's his post. He said, I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight to London to attend SXSW London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Then Hassan Piker, who is one of the largest streamers in the world, largest streamer over on Twitch, and also Cenk's nephew, who used to be on the Young Turks, started his own streaming platform, channel. He posts this. He says, the UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. So we can criticize our government. We can criticize any other government in the entire world, any other country in the entire world. But if we criticize Israel, we are banned from going to Britain? Are you freaking kidding me? They are now on my shit list. And I know I have some viewers from that part of the world, so I apologize. Nothing against you, but your government is owned and controlled by Israel, by a genocidal maniac named Benjamin Netanyahu. And we all know where this comes from. We all know what this boils down to. This has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. This, I would bet money that this has to do with those videos that he took with all those hidden cameras and all the people who are controlled by him. So, it's just insane. And I want you guys to see and hear what we're not allowed to criticize. So Zateo news outlet, which was started by Mehdi Hassan, when he left MSNBC, he started his own thing, Zateo News. His news outlet posted this article, which talks about, it provides the stories of 11 different people. These are not Palestinians. These are people from Western countries who went to try to help Palestinians, try to help the people in Gaza. And they were taken hostage by the Israeli military, by the IDF, and they were tortured. And as you see there, raped by IDF soldiers. This is happening all the freaking time. This is not an anomaly. This is not like, oh, once in a while, it's a one-off. No, I want you to look at this. This woman, Juliette Lamont from Australia, gives her story about what happened. And then there's a man that you see below there. He was another story, gave his story on camera about how they kicked him in the genitals so hard he was coughing up blood. This is what we're not allowed to criticize, or we get called, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You must hate Jewish people. Go ahead and say it to me, because it bounces off. Doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, that's the problem too, is I am vehemently against any form of bigotry. And everyone who knows me knows that. Longtime viewers of the show know that. Doesn't matter. Race, color, religion, nationality, gender. I don't care. If you are a bigot, I freaking hate you. And you will make a comment in front of me one time. One time. That is what my Haitian best friend always says. Everybody knows you make a racist comment in front of Gina one time. She has said that many times. And it's true. It's my red line. So to say that we are anti-Semitic because we don't want to see people assaulted it is absurd. It is the most lazy argument you could possibly give. And then in the meantime, check this out. Donald Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, is making bank, and he's giving a shit ton of money to right-wing media companies and influencers to try to brainwash MAGA into thinking that Israel, or keep them thinking that Israel is the victim, they're the good guys. So check this out. This was an article in The Intercept. So it says a company run by former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale, hired by the Israeli government to push pro-Israel views on a major conservative media network, has directed $13 million from Israel to several Republican digital strategy firms and allies, according to a previously unreported document filed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Parscale was hired in part to influence major right-wing Christian media company Salem Media Group, where he is also an executive. His firm spent hundreds of thousands on ads with a Salem subsidiary. As part of the contract, Parscale's firm also sent millions to other firms run by some of his closest political allies. So they're literally pumping millions of dollars into these right-wing media companies to push Israeli propaganda. And then the article also goes on to say this. The document shows that Parscale directed over $500,000 for ads to Salem Media representatives, a subsidiary of Salem Media. Although Parscale was hired to integrate pro-Israel messaging into Salem Media shows, which feature conservative commentators such as Hugh Hewitt, Larry Elder, and Scott Jennings. These payments to the conservative media conglomerate on behalf of Israel were not previously known. So for those who don't know, Hugh Hewitt, huge Trump pumper, just cannot stop spit shining his undercarriage. Same with Larry Elder and Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings, you guys also probably know. He is the smug SOB that sits over on CNN and just lies night after night after night after night, and they just allow it and keep inviting him back. So this is why he's so against anybody who is anti-Israel or more so anti-Bibi Netanyahu, anti-genocide. I mean, the guy is making money hand over fist to push or Israeli propaganda. I mean, I don't know how many more people we need to hear it from. We heard it from Ashley St. Clair, Elon Musk's baby mama, one of them. And then it gets even worse, guys, because our government is now secretly working to tie us to the Israeli military in a way that we can never break free, and in a way that we will stand up for them and sacrifice our other real allies who don't drag us into war. So this article was posted over the weekend. It says Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and Israeli militaries. So I want you to watch this video. This is from AIPAC Tracker. For those who don't know, they track how much money is going to every member of Congress. So you can go and you can just type in a member of Congress, House or Senate, or a candidate. You can type in their names, and they will have a readout, they will have a graphic for you showing how much money they've received from the AIPAC lobbyists. So now you know if they're bought and paid for and why they're pushing Israeli propaganda. So one of their people, one of the AIPAC tracker people, explains here how this intertwining of our military with the Israeli military is horrific and if it goes through, it can't be undone, and we're screwed. So take a listen.
Know about a new development moving through Congress. It sounds technical, but it's a major shift in U.S. defense policy. A new section of law, Section 224 in the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, incorporates the text of Rep. Ronnie Jackson's U.S.-Israel Futures Act. If passed, it would fundamentally change the way the U.S. military partners with Israel. Here's what it actually means. First, it creates a new executive agent inside the Department of Defense whose only job is U.S.-Israel defense integration across multiple domains and capabilities. That means one official dedicated to tying together both countries' military systems from missiles to cyber to drones. Second, it explicitly prioritizes the U.S.-Israel defense relationship above all other bilateral defense cooperation relationships, above NATO allies, above Japan, above every other country. Third, it guarantees Israel continuing access to the most sensitive areas of U.S. military technology. Even as a growing debate happens in Washington about whether to off-ramp Israel from U.S. military grant assistance, this law would lock in access no matter what. Here's the bottom line effect. This wouldn't just be cooperation. This would increase Israel's leverage over U.S. policymaking at America's expense. That gives Israel permanent, elevated leverage over U.S. policymaking, limiting our flexibility and other alliances, and our ability to make independent national security decisions. If this becomes law, it's not a small change. It's a lasting, foundational rewrite of U.S. defense policy, one that would be deeply harmful to the United States. Stay informed. This one matters. Get involved by joining A New Policy's Congressional Action Network at anewpolicy.org/advocacy.
So understand what he's saying here. If it comes down to it, and let's say Israel gets, wild idea, hey, let's go attack one of the NATO allies. We're now beholden to Israel. We can't go and protect one of our NATO allies because no, our loyalty now would be 100% with Israel. What the fuck is going on? We have to look at this. We have to be realistic about this and say they have control. They have something on our leaders. There's no reason why our country would do something like this. Give up our autonomy. Give up all of our military secrets to this country who keeps dragging us into war and is acting like a terrorist in the Middle East, committing genocides, just murdering people all over the Middle East. And this is who we're tying our wagon to? Like, if you don't see a problem with this, then I just don't even know what to say at this point. And like I said, the only thing that explains this, the only thing is Jeffrey Epstein. Because like I said, if you were looking at your child and they had friends who were really bad for them and got them in trouble all the time, got them into fights and got them arrested anytime they were together, or, just wreaked havoc in their life and always, took them down the wrong path, you would say you're not hanging out with that person anymore. But yet we're like, oh yeah, let's just keep hanging out with these people. We're just going to keep doing this. They're our best friends. We're going to marry them now. I mean, anyway, yeah, we have to put an end to this and keep an eye on the Democrats who go along with this, because they are bought and paid for too. This is not a partisan thing. This is right and left in Congress. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share this episode so people know what's going on and how dangerous this is for our country. I mean, we have, probably 60 to 75% of the country at this point who does not want us to continue with our relationship with Israel, and yet we're getting more intertwined with them. We're getting in bed more with them. Now we're taking off our socks and underwear and getting in bed. So anyway, like I said, please share it. Subscribe if you have not. Check to make sure you are still subscribed. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
If the Democratic Party was a competently run political organization, Dr. Adam Humawy would already be a household name because they would be uplifting this man as an example of what they want the party to be. But it's likely this is the first time you're hearing his name, as he has just won a Democratic primary in New Jersey and is set to take the seat in the fall because of how heavily Democratic that district is. So in this video, I want to just share with you who Dr. Adam Humawy is, show you a couple of clips, tell you a bit about him, because this is when you have a candidate who is so exceptional in what they have done with their life, to not utilize that kind of energy, that person, and bring him into the fold and uplift him on a national level, just to show people this is what we want to fight for. Again, it shows you that this Democratic Party is ripe for a takeover when you have the kind of leadership that the party currently does. But to get to first his race here. So he won in New Jersey's 12th district with 20,437 votes, 28.1% of the vote. So again, as I said, this is a heavy Democratic district. Kamala Harris won it by, I think, 23 points in 2024. So it's expected that he's going to go into the fall election against the Republican candidate and easily win. But let me give you a little more information about him. So as the Intercept reports here, Adam Humawy, doctor who volunteered in Gaza, poised to become pro-Palestine representative from New Jersey. And I just want to touch on this briefly here. Humawy won despite media reports that sought to tarnish the progressive candidate as an Islamic extremist. Of course they did, because racism is what drives so much of the political discourse, particularly, of course, on the right. But it also drove that against Mamdani. They called him an extremist. And look what he's done so far as the New York City mayor. He's closed a $12 billion deficit in 132 days, fixed 100,000 plus potholes, protected gig workers, fined corrupt landlords millions, raised snow workers' pay to $30 an hour, and drove violent crime to historic lows. This man, every single time I log on, I feel like every week at least, there's a new story about something else Mamdani has done positively to benefit the average New Yorker. It's been nothing but positivity since he has come in. His support has only increased since he's become mayor, which isn't always the case. In fact, usually isn't the case. When there's a political leader, they usually ride a high from the election into government, and then people become a little more familiar with who they are, and they're usually disappointed. With Mamdani, that has not been the case. But anyways, on that point, Dr. Adam Humawy noted his long service in the U.S. military, as well as his experience as a first responder during the September 11th attacks. Quote, any Muslim is going to be called a terrorist at some point, and these tropes are outdated and worn. Unfortunately, they continue to be used right now. These are not serious arguments, and they're getting old. So, all right, we can just put that aside. It's ridiculous. But I'm getting to what this man has done. Working as a combat surgeon in Iraq in 2004, Humawy helped save the life of Senator Tammy Duckworth when her helicopter was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, which led to the loss of both her legs. In 2024, he also went to Gaza to provide medical aid to Palestinians wounded by Israeli forces and was temporarily trapped there after Israel closed the Rafah border crossing. When the crossing was reopened, Humawy was among a small group who refused to leave on demands that more medical workers be let in. So I'll get to, I'll touch on this in a second as well, but I just want to expand a bit on his story here. Here he is talking to Sateo.
What is something that you wish you could put into words to someone who hasn't been able to see Palestine before for their own eyes?
I would say is whatever you are watching, about what's happening there on social media, and you see horrible photos about, the killing and the destruction. And it is much worse than that. I mean, it is to be in there, like physically, to have the smells, the full senses, the hearing, to have the crying children, the families outside with them, and to see this every single day. You just can't even describe it well enough. Think about whatever picture you take with your iPhone, trying to get that sunset, and that little, that shadow that you get, and you say, well, that's much more, beautiful. It's the contrast. So it's whatever you're seeing on your camera, it's much more horrible in person.
And despite how terrible it was, how horrible being there, that experience is, this man put his life on the line to stay there and ensure that more doctors were going to come in and help the patients there before he was even allowing himself to leave. So this is reporting from back then when this was going on. This is back in 2024. Ryan Grimm reporting this. So this is 2 years ago, May 2024. Grimm writing, just want to underscore the level of heroism underway here. Senator Tammy Duckworth has been working to evacuate Dr. Adam Hamouy, who saved her life after a helicopter crash. From the hospital the IDF is besieging and bombing, but he and his colleagues have insisted they not leave unless the IDF allows it a new rotation. Otherwise, the patients will all die and the IDF will overrun the hospital and leave it in ruins, as they have done to every other hospital in Gaza. 5 staff were evacuated today, but Hamouy refused to go, leaving his body on the line to defend and treat his patients. He's effectively saying if they're going to kill everyone in the hospital, they'll have to kill him too. It's hard for me to even know what to say. To have this level of heroism, to be this person, and now this individual wants to get involved in the political process to try and affect change that way. The Democratic Party should be rejoicing, should be absolutely, coast to coast, praising this man, uplifting him as the exact kind of person that they want to model themselves after. So, of course, worth pointing out, Tammy Duckworth did play a part in getting Hamouy out of there. Beyond relieved that Dr. Hamouy and his entire team safely left Gaza today. Again, this is back a couple years ago. That he will be able to see his family again soon. Grateful to President Biden for his coordination and attention as we work toward secure this evacuation. We must get more aid and innocence to Gaza. So Duckworth, of course, endorsed Hamouy's race, as did Bernie Sanders, who, after winning, says congratulations to Dr. Adam Hamouy on his landslide victory tonight in the New Jersey's 12th district. Dr. Hamouy will be a strong progressive voice in the House, and as a physician, he understands our healthcare system is broken and we need Medicare for all. That gets me just to pointing out some of the policies that he supports. So, of course, Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, and opposing military aid to Israel. Now, he's also backed, worth mentioning, by the Sunrise Movement, the Congressional Progressive Caucus PAC, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Now, here is part of his victory speech.
As a doctor, I see my patients struggling in the richest country in the history of the world just to be able to afford their health care. I met people every day drowning in medical debt because the billionaires and the insurance companies decided that we need to make profits over taking care of the sick. I became a doctor to take care of people and to save lives. But I end up spending half my time just fighting the insurance companies to be able to provide care. I knew that the system was broken, rigged, and that it was serving only a few and not the many. And when I came back from Gaza, I went to the halls of Congress to share what I saw. But what I found is many doors that were closed in my face people didn't even want to listen. And I realized that these doors weren't just closed to me. They were closed to everyone, for everything. That's right. Unless you were one of the oligarch lobbyists with a check in your hand. Yes. So 6 months ago, we launched this campaign. Almost no one thought that we were viable. No one thought we had a shot. Even those who called themselves progressives laughed us out of the room. And they said that we didn't ask permission to run.
Now, I spent a bit of this video discussing how the Democratic Party should be uplifting this man. But the reality is this isn't simply a strategic failure. Their interests are at odds. I should be clear here. The Democratic leadership interests are at odds with people like Dr. Adam Hamawi. Because this is somebody who is rejecting AIPAC money, rejecting corporate money, somebody who actually stands up for the interests of people against oligarchs. And that doesn't comport with how the Democratic Party apparatus, the leadership of it, runs. Which again, goes to why this has to be a takeover of the party led by people like Dr. Adam Hamawi. And last thing I want to touch on here is just the fact that this is yet another win for Hassan Piker, as Hassan was down in New Jersey endorsing Adam Hamawi recently. Here is what he's had to say.
And they're not afraid of me. They're not afraid of Dr. Adam Hamawi. They're afraid of all of us. Yeah. And it's not just the Republicans either. We know the right wing is reactionary. We know that we're staring down the barrel of fascism. Yes, we know they're incompetent. We know they're tyrants. But it's the do-nothing Democrats as well. They're afraid of your expression. They're afraid of your voice. They're afraid of your vote, your activism. Because they're afraid, fundamentally, of democracy, the democratic process.
This is going to be a fascinating midterm. Hamawi isn't the only candidate that has won their primary this cycle on a grassroots campaign and against corporate money, AIPAC money, and billionaires. There are more than ever in terms of Democrats that have won their primary and are expected to at least either win or compete in close races in the fall against Republicans. The Democratic Party is going to look much different come next year. And I just think it's worth maintaining a sliver of hope in very dark times, because it's important to remind ourselves that there are incredible people out there that do good things and want to continue doing good things. And I think they deserve our support and a shout out.
The public is ours. It is precious and it ought to be beautiful.
Well, I don't like to get ahead of myself, but let's get ahead of myself, as Avi Lewis's federal NDP are finally seeing some movement in the polls in a very positive direction. In fact, a massive spike, one of the largest we have seen since the last election. So in this video, I'm going to break down a couple of recent polls, give you some analysis from both myself, but also from the experts who are issuing the polls. I'm also going to get to a clip from Avi Lewis's recent speech at QP Ontario that I think gives you a good idea of what he is discussing or what he is criticizing when it comes to the Carney government, but also what he is offering as the leader of the NDP. So let's first start with the big news. This massive spike from Liaison Strategies, their poll here. Federal tracker, Liberals lead by 9 as NDP jumps. Liberals still lead nationally, but the NDP has jumped to 16%, while Mark Carney's approval slips to 57%. So, the big thing worth noting here. NDP jumping incredibly to 16% now. Yes, it's still 16%. It's not, they're not up here with the Liberals and the Conservatives. You can't expect that in a single poll to make that kind of jump. But, I mean, out of all the spikes here we have seen since the last election, this, it's even bigger than Carney's jump in early July. So, we are potentially seeing something more. Now, again, this is one poll. I'll get to another poll showing a similar trend, but we're going to have to see in the coming weeks and months how this continues, if it simply levels off at some point to where the natural NDP support tends to be. But at the very least, I think it's clear more people who were Liberal voters are paying attention to what Mark Carney is now doing, clearly operating more as a conservative, kind of like a Stephen Harper conservative, as I've discussed in previous videos on this topic, doing things like a deal for a pipeline with Danielle Smith that was not in the campaign when he was running, eliminating climate initiatives, also not in the campaign when he was running. So he clearly ran more as somebody who was trying to appeal more to a progressive audience, and is now just a center-right at best conservative. So, and we'll get to more of that when Avi Lewis is when I play Avi Lewis's speech. But you can combine the critiques and the worry about what Mark Carney is doing and who he actually is with Avi Lewis as the leader of the NDP, speaking to a real angst that people have with what the economy is or isn't doing for them. So you have those two combinations, a fantastic leader in Avi Lewis, and Mark Carney and his move to the right, I think, is combining where you have the left vote leaving, or at least beginning to leave, the Liberal Party and going back to where they naturally were with the NDP. Now, will Avi Lewis be able to grow support past where they were initially, I think, is a bigger question. But this gets to some analysis here. So this is just or some context. Polling Canada shared this on Twitter. So NDP have now moved plus 10 from where they were in the last election. So as you see here, the biggest growth out of any party since the last election is the NDP. Meanwhile, Liberals down 3 since the election, and Conservatives down by 9. And again, to be clear, that was Liaison. This is Nanos. Similar analysis here since the election. NDP up 7 in their polls. Meanwhile, Liberals down 4 and Conservatives down 8. So some analysis here from Liaison's David Valentine, writing that NDP movement matters. Avi Lewis is still not fully known to Canadians, but he's becoming better known, and his favorable number is consistently higher than his unfavorable number. So good trend there as well. He also writes the age split is also important. This is amazing. Among voters aged 18 to 34, the Liberals are at 31%. The NDP are at 30%. That is crazy to have essentially a split here with 18 to 34-year-olds with the Liberals, who right now are still enjoying a lot of popularity, a lot of support because of the wave that Mark Carney rode on, and not to mention, of course, Donald Trump being the threat, and just people just, I would argue, lowering our standards for what we should expect out of our politics when you have Trump down to the south. Because if it's very, and this applies to many issues, I've discussed this in the past before when it comes to how Canadians think about politics, because the bar is so low in the US when it comes to their political leaders, when it comes to Trump, obviously, but when it comes to things like healthcare as well, we don't expect as much here. Our bar is lowered because of how low the bar is in the US. And I think that is the case here. Now, younger voters, I believe, are a little more engaged, a little more aware, also a little more eager to move, or more aware of when things are happening, when trends are happening, when people are, Avi Lewis is giving a speech, they're going to be the first to see that. Whereas who knows if that's even going to appear in terms of where the older voter gets their news, whether that's through Facebook. For God's sake, don't get your news off Facebook. So much fake trash on Facebook. But, news networks, whatever they read, if they read anything. So, it also depends a lot on who's paying attention, right? Like, a lot of voters really don't pay close attention to politics unless there's an election called. And that's when we really begin to see where things are going to move. I mean, just look at the last election. Like, conservatives we're going to have a clear majority up until the election was called. It was no longer Trudeau, it was Mark Carney. So Liberals had this fresh coat of paint. Combine that with obviously Donald Trump, and you had a massive shift in where things were, where Liberals jumped up as Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre dropped. So, polling right now, I'm kind of undercutting this whole video, almost doesn't matter, because what really matters is how things shift once an election is called, and we are years away from that, unless Liberals lose their majority, at which case, who knows at that point. But as things stand, we are years away from an election. But worth just pointing out, I'm not sure if I finished reading this, Conservatives are at 28% with that demographic, and among older voters, Liberals remain well ahead. So that is why Liberals maintain their high support. Now, analysis here from 338canada.ca, NDP bounce coming. It's too early to call it a trend, but new tracker numbers suggest Avi Lewis's NDP may finally be gaining ground at the expense of the Liberals. So, As they write here, as Philip Fournier writes, so is the NDP really making a comeback? It is still too early to tell, but if it were, one would expect the party to rebound first in places where the NDP, one, has historically performed well, and two, suffered its steepest losses under Jagmeet Singh, namely Ontario and British Columbia. And that is exactly what we are seeing. So they have jumped up in British Columbia, up 8. Meanwhile, Liberals down 7. So clearly the NDP are benefiting. As I was saying, a lot of that left-leaning vote from the Liberals is now moving back to the NDP. And Ontario as well, up 6 points as Liberals down 5. Now let me get to a few clips here from Ivy Lewis's speech in front of CUPE Ontario. This is fantastic. It gives you a good overview, a good summary of what he is criticizing when it comes to the current government and also what he is fighting for as the leader of the NDP.
The Prime Minister is musing about privatizing airports and ports, going all in on corporate generative AI, announcing subsidized data centers from Toronto to Vancouver for TELUS, Bell, and other big players, proposing $500 billion of investment in a decade on weapons and war to increase our arms exports by 50%, dismantling every single climate measure in the entire country in order to get Danielle Smith her pipeline. And oh yeah, is doing a review of the Canada Labour Code that could attack the very right to strike in this country. That's what's going on. 6 banks in this country made $70 billion in profit last year. Big oil is riding a tidal wave of cash, an expected $90 billion in profit, wartime profit, this year alone. Meanwhile, 1 in 4 Canadian parents is skipping a meal or cutting back on portions to put food on the table for their kids. Friends, there is a name for this situation that we are living in. It is called market failure. The market is failing to provide the basics of a dignified life at a price that Canadians can afford on the never-endingly low salaries that we make. And when the market fails, we expect the government to step up and actually govern. And that's what the NDP is proposing. We are proposing public options in every sector where the private markets are failing. Public ownership is the tool we need to turn this economy around. We're calling for a public option for groceries to lower the cost of food by 30 to 45%. A public options for cell phones and the internet to break up the telecom monopoly. A public solution to the housing mess that the market has created. That means a public developer hiring public construction companies to build non-market housing, cooperative housing, supportive housing, and rental housing geared to income. The public is ours. It is precious, and it ought to be beautiful. And lest you believe the Globe and Mail, let alone the National Post headlines, let me remind you that these are not radical ideas. BC and Manitoba still have public auto insurance. Saskatchewan still has its public telephone company. Hell, Alberta has a public bank and a public option for food. I want to tell you that the U.S. Armed Forces Commissary, yeah, that little socialist affinity group, has been selling public groceries to 8 million service members and their families for decades. This country is awash in wealth, and you know it's workers who created it. It is time to balance the scales in this country, to build an economy based on care, care for the earth, and care for one another. Because when we fight back, we win.
So the combination here of Ivy Lewis understanding the issue with Mark Carney's politics, how it's not delivering for your average person, in combination with what he is offering under the NDP, very clear, specific examples of investing back into the public, something that the NDP moved away from in recent years and clearly has now gone back to. So is this enough to bring people over and begin to get them a little more engaged in what is going on and potentially, you know, it's not necessarily just about the NDP federal support. It's also about unions and activists and their engagement in this process as well. And Ivy Lewis has been reaching out to various groups, whether it's, you know, unions, whether it's various activist groups, to include them in the conversation and ensure that there really is a voice for them on the national stage. So, look, It's no secret. I love what Avi Lewis has done with the party so far. I like this trend. That's why I'm jumping on it. Seeing one poll or two polls, I am happy to see that there is some potential here. But I also have to be honest. We don't know where this is going. It could flatten off next week. It could, go back down. Like, things move, things shift. A lot of it depends on the news cycle, what's being covered, what's being talked about. So all that matters. But it is worth pointing out that there is a leader at the federal level that is speaking to these issues and actually cares about the average person.
I got banned from the UK, not for criticizing the UK, but for criticizing Israel.
Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked.
All right, it's really hard to find something as ridiculous as this happening in modern day society, but here we are, as the UK government has, I would argue, inadvertently admitted how anti-Semitic they are by conflating criticisms of the Israeli government with all Jewish people by banning left-wing commentators Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, their reactions, including on video, as well as comments from Hassan and Cenk before, related to what they are being criticized for, which is being anti-Semitic. But clearly, if you actually are familiar with their content, it is a ridiculous claim. But I'll get to all that in a bit. Let me first start. NBC headline here. UK blocks visits by left-wing commentators Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker. Britain's Interior Ministry said travel authorization for, quote, these individuals had been cancelled as, quote, their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. All right. So they're clearly being very unspecific here because they do not cite any actual quotes or anything for why they are banned. Just very general. Presence may not be conducive to public good, as a way to sort of just wipe away any criticisms that they would get for the ban by not being descriptive on why they're actually being banned. But Cenk's reply here on Twitter saying, I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight to London to attend South by Southwest London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. I'll get to a video of Cenk in a bit discussing his experience with the ban. Hassan, quote tweeting that, of course, in case you don't know, Hassan is Cenk's nephew, but they both do, commentary on separate places. But Hassan writing here, the UK has revoked my visa as well. All at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel. So, more details here. Piker had been expected to deliver a talk at South by Southwest titled How the American Left Learned to Speak the Internet. The Uygur session was titled Techno-Feudalism is Here. Who are the Lords? There were no mention of Israel in their sections on the website for South by Southwest London, which describes itself as a festival of business, technology, and creativity. So apparently, their appearances there had nothing at all even to do with criticizing Israel, though the speak at the Oxford Union, apparently that was going to be more of a discussion and potentially debate with a right-wing commentator over Israel's genocide. But the national writing here, the Labour government has refused to comment amid a growing backlash to its decision to ban two left-wing U.S. speakers, Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur, from entering the UK. Again, being very non-committal or unspecific about what the details of that ban or for why that ban is in place actually are. Jeremy Corbyn, former Labour leader, now independent MP in the UK, writing, banning Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker from entering the UK is an absurd and cowardly decision from an increasingly authoritarian government. Let us call this what it is, an attack on the freedom to criticize Israel, as well as the UK government's own complicity in genocide. And Green Party leader Zach Polanski, who is worth mentioning in this context, he's also Jewish, writing as well, this is a really grim decision alongside Cenk. People often talk about dangerous road we go down under a reform government. This is another clear warning. We're down there already. A Labour government doing everything possible to silence criticism of the Israeli government. Now, this gets me to a speech that Hassan gave, I believe this was a couple of years ago, at the Oxford Union. So as this Hassan account tweets out last year, Hassan Piker spoke at the Oxford Union and highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and the dangerous conflation between criticism of Israel and all Jewish people. He was invited to speak again, but pro-Israel groups successfully persuaded the UK government to ban him from entering the country. Here is what he said a year ago.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester.
Does that sound like an anti-Semite to you? So, look, this point I think is obvious. It should be obvious on its face. It shouldn't have to be explained. The only reason it has to be explained is because how these topics are molded by pro-Israel voices as a way to defend anything the Israeli government does, genocide, apartheid, whatever it is, and mask those realities by saying any criticism of that is somehow anti-Semitic, when it's ridiculous. Clearly, criticizing a government is not the same as criticizing all Jewish people. This shouldn't have to be explained. But Hassan is making it very clear that he stands up for Jewish people while still being able to criticize a government. Not hard to understand. Here is Cenk Uygur, similar clips here, showing his comments, being able to separate Jewish people from the state of Israel.
Recently, a media outlet did a hit job on us, and because we were criticizing Israel and we support others who criticize Israel, they said, well, that's it, you're anti-Semitic. In fact, Jew haters, okay. Now, my proposition is that they're liars, and they never clarified to people that we actually speak out against anti-Semitism all the time, and we say do not conflate Jews and Israel. That is a government, and our Jewish American brothers and sisters are one of us.
I do not blame the entire Jewish population for the war crimes that are committed by the Israeli government, because I'm not an idiot. I can tell the difference between the two.
As we've said on the Young Turks now literally thousands of times, it is not about Jews. If you conflate the two, that is going to cause not just terrible anti-Semitism, but it's irrational and it's wrong. But that does not represent all Jewish people at all. Please, please do not believe them when they say such outrageous things that drive up anti-Semitism. Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Nobody called my friends, Jewish friends and family, and said, hey, you guys want to buy TikTok to do Israeli propaganda? Hey, would you like to kill more Palestinians? They didn't do that.
Do not conflate the Jewish people with the far-right terrorist regime that's currently governing Israel.
This is never about Jew, Muslim, Christian, any of that. Some of the best fighters, some of the best protesters are Jewish. They had Passover dinner inside the camps. Bernie Sanders is the best fighter we have for peace for all civilians. This is not against Jews. If you think it's about Jews, you lost the thread and you're not one of us. That's the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. We're trying to protect people no matter what their religion or race is.
So, Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker, these are the people apparently banned now from the UK over anti-Semitism, when they clearly have stood up against anti-Semitism, stood up for Jewish people, and have simply criticized the state of Israel for apartheid and genocide. Please find me the anti-Semitism. This is why the UK government can't quote anything, can't actually bring anything to light from either of these people, because there's nothing there. There's nothing to actually work with. They are simply banning them because they criticize the Israeli government. It is absolutely insane. So here are the reactions now, both from, I'll get to Cenk Uygur here first. He did about a 40-minute live stream after he found out that he was banned while in line to go on the airplane. And I cut it down a bit. Again, I'll link to the full thing below the video in case you want to watch the whole thing. Of course, there's more details in his live stream piece. But here's what he said.
Hi, guys. I just got banned from the United Kingdom. Not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I just got back from the airport and I was going to get on a flight to go to London. And they said, I'm sorry, sir, there's a problem. I said, what's the problem? They said, you've been banned from the United Kingdom. What horrific criticism of the British government did I have? They said, oh, no, he didn't criticize the British government. I got banned from the UK, not for criticizing the UK, but for criticizing Israel. when I was at the airport and they told me, and they're like, sorry, sir, you're not allowed to board the flight. You cannot travel to Great Britain. It felt a little bit of a gut punch, and I'm surprised by that because it's kind of hard to shake me, right? But I think it's because I had a visceral reaction to having my freedom taken away. So I'm going to ask you guys throughout the video, what are we doing here? This is crazy. So now in Western governments, we're allowed to criticize Western governments. We're allowed to criticize our own government. We're allowed to criticize anything we like, except the government of Israel. I mean, if you're banning people for criticizing Israel, you'll have to ban literally billions of people across the world. That's not an exaggeration. That's literal. If you're, and 60% of Americans are critical of Israel, should none of us travel to the UK, or is our visas going to get pulled? Imagine being shunned from a whole country and for fighting against the genocide. They're like, how dare you? Now, by the way, I was set to debate someone who supports Israel, who I would argue is pro-genocide, and I'm sure he wouldn't argue that. That's why we were going to have a debate. And he's allowed into the country. Being in favor of Israel's genocide and endless wars, totally fine, great. Oh, slaughtering 23,000 Palestinian kids. You like that, you support that. No problem, no problem. Come on in. You're welcome in Britain at all times. We can see Gaza, right? We know what happened. We have eyes. You all pretending that Israel's the victims? It makes you sound insane. We're never going to stop telling the truth. We're not saying anything outrageous. We're the ones saying no violence. We're the ones saying peace. We're the ones saying treat everyone equally. We're the ones saying let's get to justice. Where's the crime in that? You guys are the ones saying, no, you're not allowed to criticize a genocide. You have to accept this barbarism. You have to accept this terrorism, and you have to fund it. No. We're not the crazy ones. You and the establishment, you're the crazy ones.
So just hit on a couple points there that Cenk brought up during his discussion. One is we can see with our own eyes what happened in Gaza. Of course, there are many various articles breaking this down, but in terms of just being able to visualize it, this is from Al Jazeera. They have breakdowns of several areas where this is the before. This is March 2025. Here is the after, September that same year. Another area, March 2025, September. And yeah, does this look like an Israeli government that is simply trying to stop the terrorists? Or is it the reality that they are destroying an entire place? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So again, my audience, I don't have to explain this. You all already know this. The majority of people know this. So that gets to, Cenk's point. Are you going to ban everybody? Are you going to ban billions of people who are able to recognize that Israel committed genocide, or is it somehow offensive to point that out? Now, he also mentioned in his longer video how one of the points that was apparently brought up, and again, this is from inside sources, this is according to I believe the Times of London, who I guess have a back channel to why this decision was made, was because Cenk pointed out how the Israeli government funded Congress in terms of donations during the last election, which is just true. Like you're banning the man over stating actual facts. So the Guardian, which by the way it's a UK outlet, revealed Congress backers of Gaza war received most from pro-Israel donors. So there's so many details in this piece, but let me just highlight a couple here. About 82% of Congress members were more supportive of Israel and just 9% more supportive of Palestine during this period where all this money was being poured in. The volume and breadth of the donor spending is considerable. Over $58 million went to current Congress members, and all but 33 received donations. This is all from the pro-Israel lobby. What do you think? What kind of impact do you think that money has? I mean, you see it here. So, and by the way, there's more breakdowns of the various graphs here showing the Congress members who received more money on average from the pro-Israel donors issued statements that were more supportive of Israel than Palestine. The money has an impact, obviously. Why would they be giving the money otherwise? This is not anti-Semitic to point out how whether it's a government, whether it's big pharma, whatever interest it is, when they have lots of money being poured into elections, yeah, that's going to impact the candidate and the policy that candidate fights for. Now, here is Hassan's reaction. And again, I cut the sound as well, but I'll link to it below the video, the full reaction. But here's a bit of what he said.
Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union. And now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham. And all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline. Weren't you let in already once under Starmer? Yes. I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, and all of the stuff that they're complaining about, I said and freely entered the country. Like all the stuff I said prior, the things that they're like complaining about were things that I had said already, and they didn't have any issues with my travel into the UK. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend. Once again, where I warned the Western governments and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest.
All right. But I'm sure the free speech right-wingers came out to defend Hassan and Cenk, right? Here's Michael Knowles, who, again, right-wing lunatic, was apparently one of the people that were going to be debating Hassan and or Cenk at Oxford Union this week. Writing, I was already looking forward to debating at the Oxford Union this week, but now I'm positively delighted. So it's not surprising that Michael Knowles is happy that Hassan and Cenk aren't showing up, because last time he debated a leftist, he got absolutely destroyed. Here is Kyle Kalinske.
By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatened in Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my problem
your
is that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump. By the way.
Just incredible stuff. Like when these people on the right are faced to actually have a real discussion about the shit that they support, they fall apart. So again, no wonder Michael Knowles is excited about not having to talk to Cenk or Hassan. Worth mentioning as well, the Tabernacle pointed this out. Here's Michael Knowles praising fascist dictator Franco. Hitler sent Franco troops for the Civil War. Franco gave Hitler a list of all Spain's Jews and sent thousands of Spanish soldiers to fight the Allies and do the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. Is this anti-Semitism? Of course, Michael Knowles is still allowed to enter the UK for actual anti-Semitism, because again, the ban isn't about being who is or isn't anti-Semitic. The ban is about who is criticizing the Israeli government as they commit genocide.
Commitments that we made to Canadians mentioned climate change 28 times. It did not mention pipeline once.
Well, imagine being a Greenpeace activist at one point in your life, deciding to get involved in politics, joining the Liberal Party, and now you find yourself in a version of the Liberal Party that is currently decimating their own climate change targets that you at one point helped to set up. That is the state that Stephen Guilbeault finds himself in, a current Liberal MP who is now resigning because of what Mark Carney has done to the party. So in this video, I'm going to get to what he is saying, because he is not holding back. Stephen Guilbeault is being very clear about why he is leaving, as well as some reactions to him leaving from others. And I'm also going to get to just an incredible example of activism that Guilbeault himself engaged in, one of the more high-profile examples that, back again when he was within Greenpeace Canada. But first here, headline from CBC News. Guilbeault says Canada, quote unquote, backsliding on climate action as he resigns as MP. So he was, of course, the environment minister under Justin Trudeau. Clearly not the case under Mark Carney. For various reasons. But this gets to his statement here on why he decided to leave. Let me just read one paragraph here. This decision is the result of careful consideration. After almost 7 years as a member of parliament and minister, I've come to the conclusion that it is time for me to pursue my fight for environmental protection and the fight against climate change in a different way. You don't say. Clearly things weren't going too well. This was really triggered by this. Carney, Smith reaching an energy agreement that could see a pipeline construction start in 2027. Building a new pipeline in the year 2027. This is insane. But this was, I don't know. I don't know word. Like, this was not in the plan for the Carney campaign. A lot of Liberal voters, I'm seeing increasing numbers, become a little perplexed, surprised maybe, at the direction Mark Carney is going. Now, Mark Carney, being a former central banker, this is a man who was never on the left side of the spectrum. That said, he has clearly, in terms of his policies, he has moved to the right. Again, we'll get to what Stephen Guilbeault is saying in a second here, but he points out there was no mention at all of building new pipelines in his platform back when he was running, and yet that's what they are doing. So that is a clear move to the right. Even if you don't think even if you don't think Mark Carney himself has ever moved, because he is who he is, in terms of how he projected himself, he has absolutely moved to becoming essentially a conservative prime minister. This is what is currently running the country. So Guilbeault, back in 2001, this is incredible. He, along with another climate activist, British activist, Chris Holden, at that age, so at that time he was 23, Guilbeault was 31, they climbed the CN Tower. So on July 16th at 4 a.m, Guilbeault and Holden started climbing using the building's steel maintenance cables. Upon reaching the observation deck 340 meters up, they unfurled a banner that read, "Canada and Bush, Climate Killers." It then started to rain. In fact, it started to pour. Officials scrambled to erect scaffolding to save the man who had become exhausted in the oppressive conditions. Guilbeault and Holden were 1/3 of the way down when they were successfully brought inside the building. It's said that the stunt cost the CN Tower Corporation an estimated $50,000. Guilbeault was sentenced to 1 year's probation in order to pay a portion of the costs. He remained Greenpeace's Quebec spokesperson until June 8th, 2007, at which time he announced his resignation. So Guilbeault held a prominent position within Greenpeace Canada. Here are some more images of this incredible feat. Here he is being taken away. So I just find it amazing to see this kind of move from Greenpeace activist to Liberal MP. Like, you could argue he betrayed his own principles years ago when he made that move, because even under Trudeau, they bought a pipeline. It's not as if the Trudeau government was some sort of Greenpeace government. It wasn't. Regardless, it's gotten even worse now. Case in point, 14 Liberal MPs penned letter to Carney raising concerns over environmental backslide. And the only one to actually name themselves and leave is Stephen Guilbeault. As pointed out here by Real Albanian Pat, if 2 to 3 MPs out of the 14 MPs who signed the letter quit the government, the Liberals would end up with the minority government again. So it's one thing to voice concerns privately. It's another to actually do something. Because if you're going to voice your concern and then ultimately just give in anyways and remain a Liberal MP and not even be willing to name yourself and at least be publicly opposed to what is happening, then what's even the point? Because Carney clearly isn't changing what he is doing. So if you're not seeing a change, if you're one of those Liberal MPs and your private letter is not actually moving Carney, maybe it's time to actually tell us who you are and add some real weight to your words. But here's Guilbeault speaking with CTV News. This is just, he is not holding back.
Did you think this would be the case under a government led by Mark Carney? And I ask that, you know, with no malice, but, you know, many people who signed up to run for him identified him as someone who had a particular view on climate change and a focus on it, given his previous work. They have conveyed to us, even Elizabeth May, who you know had entertained the idea of working with the government on many important files, said to me last night she thought it was a very different Mark Carney. Like, who is this Mark Carney? Do you share that sentiment? Did you think this would be a year later your experience?
So I knew Mark before I knew Prime Minister Carney. We have worked together in the past. If you look at our campaign platform during the last election, that platform, so commitments that we made to Canadians, mentioned climate change 28 times. It did not mention pipeline once. So I think rightfully so, some people, whether they're Liberal caucus members, whether they're Canadians at large, are wondering what is happening.
Yeah, so this speaks to the real bait and switch. During the campaign, pipelines was not a platform promise from the Liberals. Climate change was an issue that was discussed in a way that took the science seriously. And now, of course, we see the reality of what is actually going on. So you can understand that, especially voters who are paying more attention, why they're losing or why they have decided to stop supporting the Liberal Party. I will, you know, it's worth mentioning, Mark Carney and Liberals are enjoying strong support, but I would argue most people aren't paying attention to the day-to-day of what is actually happening with the government. They feel comfortable having somebody who is not a crazy person in charge of the country. Trump, this is one of the biggest issues with living next door to the US is that people's standards are lowered. We lower our standard for healthcare because of how much of a healthcare disaster it is in the US with the private market. And we lower our standard, this is just two of many examples, we lower our standard for our leaders because, hey, at least he's not Donald Trump. So it's good we have somebody who can form complete sentences. And, you know, he had a very impressive job as a central banker. So he's a guy that I can trust. It lowers our standards for what we should expect here. And we should not allow ourselves to fall into that. It shouldn't simply be, well, he's better than a piece of trash. No, we should really, as Canadians, expect a lot more from our leaders and from government policy and from what we should expect from something like healthcare. But that's of course, separate discussion. I do want to share this from Stephen Best. This is a activist who shared this on Twitter. I just think it's a great perspective worth sharing. He writes here, Prime Minister Mark Carney is not a climate heating denier. He knows about climate heating and the devastation it's causing. He's far, far worse than a denier. He knows his policies are making climate change worse. He just doesn't give a damn. He believes making the rich richer, even in just the short term, is the greatest good, and nothing should be permitted to get in the way of the moneyed getting more money. Facts, science, and evidence can persuade some deniers about climate heating. There's nothing that can persuade an extremist evangelical capitalist like Carney that there is any value greater than amassing money, not even death and devastation. Going on to write, Carney is actively gaslighting Canadians on the climate heating crisis. He's deliberately acting as if climate heating is not a serious issue, and he's implicitly denigrating people who understand and express the seriousness of it, the harm it is causing, the future disasters we can expect. Carney wants people to believe his policies are not subject to the laws of physics, chemistry, and biology, that somehow there will be no wildfires, droughts, deadly heat waves, and community-destroying storms. It is just worth acknowledging, you know, Mark Carney has a book, Values, where he brings up climate change and the importance of taking it seriously. And now, again, we see what's happening. That gets me to, I will link to my videos below in case you missed them. This was a few weeks ago. Mark Carney shows us his true colors. This is based off of the economic update from a few weeks ago and some of the details within that, as well as this one from last week. Mark Carney's approval is dropping as he moves to the right. So check those out if you haven't. But I do want to end on a couple of reactions here. Avi Lewis, NDP leader, saying one of the Liberals' biggest climate champions feels he must leave the Liberal caucus in order to fight climate change. It says everything you need to know about the government's sense of urgency on this file. There is none. In what is forecast to be one of the hottest years on record, Mark Carney has abandoned climate action at our collective expense. Last reaction I want to share here is from Elizabeth May, Green Party leader. Here's what she had to say.
And we see a constant effort to roll back environmental protections and climate action. No wonder Stephen Guilbeault is leaving this place. I am heartbroken that he is, because he is a strong voice, as we all know, and a person of great integrity and courage. I am heartbroken, and I see that today the Prime Minister's comment on Stephen Guilbeault's departure is things change. Well, I wonder who Mark Carney is. I wonder if, and I think my friend Stephen Guilbeault is probably wondering, when did Carney change? When did the Liberal platform become the Conservative platform? When did they decide that they weren't committed to the Paris targets? Because it's manifestly clear now that they can't reach them on the current trajectory. We could reach them if we were committed to doing so, and those targets aren't just about politics or targets. They're about survival of humanity and civilization on this planet.
So it's important to point out, Elizabeth May and Avi Lewis, these are two people who are nowhere near any kind of power. They're not going to be prime minister in the next few years. These are not people that have to worry about losing voters. These are people that have principles and are speaking to the issues. And they are giving you the reality. Whereas Pierre Poilievre, we'll get to his comments now. They're so silly because nobody can possibly believe him. Here is what he says about Guilbeault leaving.
Though, like, there are these examples that were so egregious to Mr. Guilbeault that he felt the need to step down. So what do you make of that?
Well, I would say that Mr. Guilbeault should cheer up because, frankly, all of the radical anti-development net zero policies that he and Mr. Carney both supported over the last 10 years that are found in Mr. Carney's book are still actually implemented.
Nobody believes this. You have Mark Carney attracting over several Conservative MPs while losing someone like Stephen Guilbeault. The idea that Mark Carney is just like Justin Trudeau, who, by the way, Trudeau bought a pipeline. That, like, the idea that Conservatives have that Trudeau was some left-wing radical is so ridiculous. The man bought a pipeline, which actually gets to my last clip here that I want to share. This is Guilbeault talking about how you can't appease the far-right radicals by working with them because they simply do not care.
There are a lot of people in this country, particularly in the western part of the country, who are not upset to hear you're leaving government. Again, I say that with respect. I say that looking at the text board today on my radio program, right? Like they are not upset because they felt polarized by what you did as minister and the former prime minister did on this file. They felt as though it had a detrimental economic impact, in particular on their part of the country, and it was isolating for them. Might the prime minister have a point that a different approach isn't just about results on the environment, but could help with, for example, the national unity crisis we face right now?
That's a valid question. I mean, polarization around these issues existed before I became environment minister, and polarization between some people in Western Canada and their perception of what the federal government is or isn't doing, or Eastern Canada is or isn't doing for them, has been around for many decades, really. We bought a pipeline in 2018, hoping that it would help to alleviate some of those tensions. That did not help at all. We lost all of our seats in Alberta the following election. We lost our seats in the prairies following that election. It did not help one iota with this issue of those tensions that you're talking about.
Justin Trudeau bought a pipeline, and the right called him a left-wing radical anyway. Mark Carney working with Danielle Smith to potentially build a new pipeline, it's not going to work out for him politically, and more importantly, it's not going to work out for the country and our planet. You have a situation here where, unless Mark Carney is going to rebrand the Liberal Party into the new Conservative Party of Canada, this is simply not going to work out for him. Conservative voters are going to go back to voting Conservative, and more left-leaning voters that voted for Carney to avoid a Pierre Poilievre government are going to go back to supporting the NDP or the Greens. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
And so the other situation is there's people like this. You are a protester who's been out here and you have a dirty mouth, but okay. So that's just what we deal with. So just for people that want to know what it's like to cover these protests, it's constant with this. This is what these people do. They want people who are in this country illegally to be released out onto the streets. DHS says that's what they're gonna not be doing. So we'll see.
Bitch. Nazi bitch, that's what you are.
That is an eloquent argument made against the presence of Alexis McAdams, reporting on what's happening there outside of Newark. Stay safe, Alexis.
As you saw, Fox News propagandists were aghast at the vulgar language that struck their virgin ears, because how dare that uncivilized protester insult the reporter who was only doing her job in downplaying the human rights abuses taking place inside of the ICE concentration camp that people were protesting. We all know that the real injustice, of course, is uncouth behavior and not crimes against humanity being committed by our fascist government. And if you're going to engage with people that you disagree with, that's fine. But all Fox News asks is that you do so in a civilized way, like this.
Quiet. You dumb person. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well.
That is an eloquent argument. Now, say what you will about insults, they don't always accomplish anything aside from making us feel better. But in this instance, that insult actually did accomplish quite a bit, because that protester's insult happened to go viral and drew a lot more attention to a humanitarian crisis taking place at the Delaney Hall concentration camp in Newark, New Jersey, where 900 human beings are being imprisoned. And conditions are so bad that the prisoners staged a hunger strike to draw attention to the abuses that they're being subjected to. An attorney representing some of the victims told NBC News that detainees are being served expired food and meals with worms in them, and they weren't receiving medication for treatment that they needed, such as cancer, diabetes, depression, and other conditions. And rather than addressing their concerns, the concentration camp guards reportedly placed participants of the hunger strike in solitary confinement, or they transferred them to other facilities to dilute the strength of their resistance. But despite their best efforts, the Gestapo has not been able to break the hunger strike. And the executive director of the ACLU for New Jersey says that it's now actually grown to hundreds of detainees who are now participating. And guess what? They've been incredibly successful at drawing attention to the abusive conditions that they're enduring, because protesters have shown up on their behalf to stand in solidarity with the revolt taking place inside of this concentration camp. But DHS is flat out just denying that there's a hunger strike altogether, which basically confirms that it is indeed happening, seeing as how everything that they say is a lie. The opposite of what they say is true. And even though there's apparently no hunger strike, Tom Homan doesn't want us to worry, because if they have to, they'll force feed these people rotten food and end the hunger strike that way. Just listen.
Look, I've done this since 1984. Hunger strikes never work. We're not going to change what we do because someone goes on a hunger strike. As a matter of fact, if it gets bad enough and the physicians feel like they're putting themselves in extreme danger, medical danger, then we'll force feed them. We'll get a court order and force feed them. Hunger strikes do not work. So they can put themselves in a position where they're not eating, but it's not going to cause them to be released.
Spoken like a true Nazi bitch. But of course, there is no hunger strike. So why even bother to say that, Tom Homan? But I mean, it's not just about the demand that they be released, seeing as how ICE is rounding up innocent people with no criminal records now. They're demanding that you treat them with dignity, like human beings while they're in custody. But they refuse to treat them as human beings because they don't even think they're human beings to begin with. They won't even call them human beings when referring to them. Go back to the tweet. They refer to them as aliens. Quote, aliens are being provided comprehensive health care. For many illegal aliens, this is the best health care they have received their entire lives. Even when they're lying, when they're trying to convince us that there's no human rights abuses taking place, they can't help but talk about immigrants as if they're unhuman. It's the same fucking energy Nazis had towards Jewish people during the Holocaust. They would go out of their way to reinforce this idea that they weren't actually humans. They'd portray them as animals and rodents to justify their crimes against humanity because, by their logic, they can't possibly commit crimes against humanity against a population that they don't view as human. And this dehumanization is reinforced institutionally. Hence, the human rights abuses that you see at concentration camps across the entire country. It's not just the Delaney Hall concentration camp or the child concentration camp in Dilley, Texas. It's happening all across the country. As HuffPost reports, ICE detainees are committing suicide at alarming rates, and of the 10 detainees who've died by suicide since Trump took office, 7 of them have no records of violent crimes. So when you're subjected to cruel and unusual punishment in a concentration camp and you feel like your life has been destroyed because you're now going to be sent to a country you have no connection to, I mean, obviously you're going to feel an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and may begin to feel depressed and begin to spiral. And it's not like the guards in the fucking concentration camps are going to be concerned about your mental health. So given the circumstances, some people choose to just check out of life altogether as young as they are. Like, these people who died by suicide are an average age of 32. It's just tragic, but there's only so much human beings can take. And this doesn't even take into account the detainees who've died in concentration camps due to neglect or outright murder. We're talking strangulation. So it's truly a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions and a national fucking embarrassment that our country will never live down. And in response to widespread concern about human rights abuses, this regime, they don't ever respond by addressing people's concerns. They always double and triple down on the cruelty. They've, of course, been brutalizing protesters outside of the Delaney concentration camp and even pepper sprayed a U.S. Senator, Andy Kim, and refused to let even the governor of New Jersey into the facility to inspect it. And Jordan Sheridan of Status Quo caught ICE in the act, hitting protesters with their vans.
Oh, somebody got hit. Somebody got hit. Somebody got hit by the car. Protesters are blocking this car. They're driving a car into protesters while pepper spraying.
And bear in mind, that's less than a minute from a 4-hour-plus stream that Status Quo did that I'm going to link to down below, where they document ICE abusing protesters again and again and again. They knew that journalists were filming them. They knew that eyes were on them. They did not give a shit. And I know that I'm stating the obvious, but if there weren't human rights abuses taking place inside of that facility, they wouldn't deny access to policymakers. But if they're treating people this bad when the cameras are on, imagine how bad they're treating people when the cameras are off, right? But that's why they don't want to let people in the facility, because they are very clearly hiding human rights abuses. If they had nothing to hide, they would address the protesters with respect to assuage their concerns and provide them with reassurances that the prisoners are in fact being treated humanely. But they're not doing that because the cruelty is the point. Terrorism is a political weapon that they're wielding because that's how they believe they are empowered. Maximum antagonism is used as a deterrent, not just against immigrants, but potential protesters as well, and anyone who dares to speak out. And if they have to, they'll burn the whole fucking country down to hunt down every last immigrant. The new DHS secretary, by the way, Markwayne Mullin, is essentially threatening to nuke our entire tourism industry just to punish sanctuary cities.
And we are currently, which we're not initiating yet, but we're currently drawing up plans to say, listen, in these sanctuary cities where the local radical left Democrats aren't allowing us to do our job and enforce federal laws, then we shouldn't be processing international flights into their cities either, because they don't want us to enforce immigration, but they want us to process immigration at their facilities. Nothing about that makes sense to me.
In other words, if Democrats won't allow our armed Nazi thugs into their cities and let us operate our concentration camps within their jurisdictions with zero oversight, we're going to punish them by restricting freedom of movement to their cities. How about that? Well, you know what I say? Go ahead, bitch. Cut off your nose to spite your own face. Because at this point in time, whatever it takes is what needs to be done to stop these human rights abuses. But understand what he's doing. He's trying to tie Democratic lawmakers to the protests, since some lawmakers did show up after concerns about the hunger strike began to grow. But the protesters, they had no love for Democrats either, contrary to what Republicans will have you believe, because Democrats, quite frankly, they have not done enough to prevent these human rights abuses from taking place in the first place. Some protesters heckled Governor Mikey Sherrill for taking so long to show up, and some individuals outright confronted Andy Kim for his performative solidarity, seeing as how he ended up helping ICE with his presence there, even though he got pepper sprayed himself. Like, that's the headline you're going to see. Andy Kim was pepper sprayed. But like, the protesters saw something different that the news isn't necessarily reporting on.
So why did you tell us to move out of the way to allow the ICE criminals to kidnap the strikers and move them to other parts of the Gulag system. We were the ones blocking them from doing that. Why did you scab for ICE?
Look, I was in there. I was there where the transfer section is. I did not see, just 20 minutes ago, movements of people. I did not think that there were.
You didn't think?
I understand what you're trying to do.
How can we trust you to make the right call about ICE when you take thousands and thousands of dollars from AIPAC that funds the same surveillance systems that ICE is using?
I really don't. But look, I get it.
You really
can be
don't
unhappy.
You told us
unhappy.
because you were going to get in there if we moved out. And they used that to crush this strike.
The deal was
You
for me
scabbed.
and another person to be able
What
to do
side
that.
are you on? What side are you
I
on?
understand that you're unhappy. and
You're on the wrong side of this struggle. You're on the wrong side of the genocide in Gaza. Where do you stand?
Senator Andy Kim, will you call for abolishing ICE? ICE just brutalized a U.S. citizen who you're standing next to right now. Will you call for a full abolishment of ICE?
I mean, it just goes to show you that thinly veiled attempts to placate constituents are no longer going to work. There's actual crimes against humanity taking place. And if you're not responding to that with urgency, and if you're not doing enough to stop them and not calling for adequate solutions or outright just continue to be complicit with these crimes against humanity by voting to fund these agencies, your constituents are going to hold that against you forever, rightfully so. But yet Republicans claim that Democrats in blue cities and states are emboldening Antifa when the real contention Republicans have with elected Democrats is that they're not doing enough to crush protesters. That's what they want. They want Democrats to crush protesters in their jurisdictions because they don't want any pushback to be tolerated at all. Republicans saw how some Democratic governors brutalized and subsequently punished anti-genocide protesters on college campuses back in 2024, and they expect the same level of complicity when it comes to ISIS terrorism. But it's harder for corporate Democrats to shut down the speech of their own constituents with the same ferocity that they once did, now that there's a higher political cost for collaborating with human rights abusers. But try as they might, they're not going to stop people from speaking out and protesting because some of us actually did learn from history, believe it or not. We know that human rights abuses are only going to get worse if we're complacent. And even the children of some of the victims are confronting ICE Nazis to their faces and calling them out for the cowards that they are.
Show your face! Show your face! If you want the work, show your face! Show your face! Danny Cat! You want to work here? You want to work here, so show your face! Make show your face, Danny Cat! You need to show his face! Stop being racist!
On one hand, it is badass to see literal children fearlessly stand up to Nazi oppressors. But on the other hand, I mean, they shouldn't have to do this. They're kids, right? But that's the thing about injustice. It robs people of their dignity and humanity and even their childhoods. And it's not going to fight itself, which is why it's so important for regular people to speak out against these human rights abuses, so that way we can give a voice to people without voices. And if you've made it this far in the video, I'm sure that you are sensitive to these kinds of issues of injustice and wrongful convictions. So I just want to take some time to shed light on a different, unrelated story that's not getting the attention that it deserves. So a man named Temujin Kensu has spent nearly 40 years in prison after he was wrongfully convicted for a murder that he did not commit. And my friend Joy, also a leftist activist, is one of the few people trying to shine a light on this miscarriage of justice.
Temujin is accused of shooting the mayor's son 40 years ago, one time in the side. Now, first, the issue is he has 17 witnesses. He was almost 500 miles away. They took him in, didn't read him his rights, wouldn't take a statement, and he has been in prison 40 years this week. His case is truly unbelievable, yet real. This man turned 63 on yesterday. He went in at 23. 4 decades of his life has been stolen from him. He not only is in a cage unjustly, he has a brain tumor and he is being denied treatment. He also has other disabilities and also denied his treatment. He has been shoved in solitary and given no reason. He has been set up by corrections. He deals with a daily fight. And it's our job to spread his story.
Devastating. He's been wrongfully incarcerated since before I was born, and I'm not young. Now, the reason why Joy is trying to raise awareness about this is because Temujin has a state conviction that can technically be overruled by the governor of the state that he's incarcerated in, which happens to be Michigan, and his clemency papers have actually been on the desk of Gretchen Whitmer for years, but she hasn't signed them, presumably because there hasn't been enough public pressure about this case. So raising awareness about this could literally be what sets him free. Now, if you want to learn more, I'm going to link you to the book that Joy wrote about Temujin. It's called The Wrongful Conviction of Temujin Kensu, and it is stacked with information. I haven't finished it. It is stacked. And I'm not getting paid to promote this book, but I just feel like using my platform to raise awareness about this is a small thing that I can do to maybe help somebody's life. But to circle back to the broader topic at hand, which is injustice and crimes against humanity, I just want to emphasize that we never, ever, ever should lose our sense of outrage, as cliche as that sounds, because if we allow ourselves to become numb or unbothered by the evils that we're witnessing, we let the oppressors win. And we shouldn't hand them that victory, because it truly does not have to be this way. And if we tacitly accept that this is humanity's fate forever, nothing really will ever change. So if you're pissed off, that makes you a good person. If you're throwing insults at right-wing propagandists for downplaying the severity of crimes against humanity being perpetrated by our government, that doesn't make you uncivilized or disrespectful. Quite the contrary. They're bothered by profanity and insults. We're bothered by injustice. We are not the same. We're not the unserious ones. They are, and never ever let these fascist fucking scumbags tell you otherwise.
Tofu Tallarico.
He looks prepubescent.
Low T Tallarico.
Believes in 6 genders.
Some people call him 6-gender Jimmy.
They nominated someone more effeminate than Beto.
He takes hits at Jesus Christ.
He looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk.
James Tallarico.
Tallarico.
He's wearing a mask 6 months ago. Anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it.
He's also 37 and not married.
And he's a vegan. He's a vegan in Texas. And you can't get elected as a vegan in Texas.
Yes, a gay vegan is definitely going to win in Texas.
You just got a tiny little taste of the Republican Party's strategy to sink James Tallarico's campaign for the U.S. Senate in Texas, and I promise you, we are barely scratching the surface. The official Republican Party account on Twitter insinuated that James Tallarico is a pedophile, which is incredibly ironic coming from them, and especially rich given who their candidate is. And Ted Cruz called him a remarkably strange individual, which is weird because he's Ted Cruz, so I feel like he doesn't get to say that. But he also got in some other digs, saying, "What the hell is he eating? It's not BBQ because Tallarico is passionately anti-meat. Is that a tofu log?" That truly is a gutbuster, Ted. Now, Paratrooper Brady, a prominent MAGA account on Twitter, actually took the time to generate a photo of James Tallarico biting down on a thick, veiny penis, and he made sure to add his watermark, I guess to show pride in his work, while adding the caption, "gross." Because I guess telling AI to generate a man putting his mouth on a girthy, erect penis just so you can pretend to be disgusted by it obviously makes Tallarico look like the homo and not you. Phenomenal work, Paratrooper Brady. But the gay rumors didn't stop there, because Jesse Waters also accused him of making up his girlfriend, because how could you have a girlfriend if you're a big giant homo?
He says just recently that he has a girlfriend and they've been together for 4 years, and he called her his best friend and she was his rock, and he's not revealing her identity because he wants to respect her privacy and keep her safe during the campaign.
Does she live in Canada?
Now, if the campaign has only been going on for less than a year and they've been dating for 4 years, why haven't we ever seen this woman before? Basically, what I'm saying is this: she exists. We're going to find out, because if he wins, Are they going to have a coming out party? Or is she still going to stay the secret girlfriend? And is this totally not fake girlfriend also a vegan?
I just want to point out how fucking weird it is that Fox News is essentially demanding that a candidate prove he's not gay by showing us who his girlfriend is. First of all, it doesn't matter if he's gay or not. It's 2026, not 1992. And this is not normal behavior. You do not have a right to know who this man's girlfriend is. You know what would happen if he did say, hey, everybody, this is my girlfriend Sally or whatever. Like, she would be bombarded with harassment from right-wing weirdos, and it wouldn't prove to them that he's straight anyway because they just transvestigate her and call her a man and use it as further evidence to prove that he's gay. And in the event his girlfriend did somehow meet their criteria for femininity, they just claim that he's a biological woman and thus a lesbian, so still gay. So no matter what he does, they're going to call him gay because they think that their emotionally stunted boomer base will trip over themselves to vote against the icky homo. But hilariously enough, the pool of Republicans engaging in this dumbass, childish, schoolyard bullying campaign, they are very easy targets themselves. I say this because it's very quickly blowing up in some of their faces, and rather than coming up with clever retorts, they're crying foul. For example, Chief White House Nazi Stephen Miller tried to get in on the dunking by calling James Tallarico transgender, as if that's some sort of an insult. So he shared a picture of him with the caption, "He's transitioning," and another where he says the Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate. Okay. Now, the official Democratic Party account of all accounts hit back with one of the most brutal ratios of all time, simply saying, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." Now, I just want to pause and point out that if you are so repulsive and unlikable that you're susceptible to getting roasted by the official Democratic Party Twitter account, that really says something about you. But do you want to take a guess how Republicans responded after getting a small little taste of their own medicine? Well, of course, they clutched their pearls and puckered their assholes like the snowflakes that they are. Libs of TikTok responded saying, "This is the official Democratic Party." Like, girl, this is what you do all the time. Riley Gaines implied that they're hypocrites since they're supposed to be the party of love and kindness. Isn't that supposed to be your party since you're the ones who purport to be Christian? Closeted Homosexual also joined in, pointing out how this is the party that spent years lecturing America about civility, unity, and healing. Yeah, and this is the climate that you dickheads cultivated. But my favorite comes from Katie Miller, who rushed in to defend her husband, sharing a picture of the staffer who posted that comment to Stephen Miller, writing, "Paula Mangubat is who runs the Democrats account. She's 30, unmarried with no kids. Put your name on it next time. This is what a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. It's why Pew reports that 50% of them have been diagnosed with a mental condition." Oh, so Republicans believe in polls again? Okay, interesting. Noted. Now, first of all, I just want to point out how brave it is for Katie Miller to post a picture of a woman that could easily fucking mug her. Second of all, I find it weird. You're assuming she's unhappy because she's unmarried because you literally married Stephen Miller. You had sexual intercourse with Stephen fucking Miller, a fate worse than death to 99.99% of the female population. If that's happiness to you, I sincerely don't want to know what the fuck misery looks like. And people were quick to point this out in response. One person said, "Saying she's unmarried with no kids as if you're somehow superior for fucking that gremlin you call a husband and rocketing his progeny out of your box is pathetic, you raggedy bitch." And that's like one of many comments just like that. I won't share more, but that was the sentiment. And, I guess according to Katie Miller, the pinnacle of happiness is being married to Stephen Miller. And it genuinely makes me feel sad for her. I mean, I don't have any sympathy for her because she's a demon who married a Nazi. But then when I think about her actually having to live with Stephen Miller every single day, I can't help but feel so sad for her because that is a life that I wouldn't wish on anybody. Like, I have to think, like, no, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Now, the ugly comment about Stephen Miller very clearly hit a fucking nerve because, quite frankly, the truth hurts. She knows her husband is hideous. So Katie Miller then went on Fox News to defend her hideous husband even more, and she claimed that, I shit you not, it is violent to call her husband ugly. Listen.
This is the same violent political rhetoric that is leading people to shooting up, whether it be the White House Correspondents' Dinner or President Trump and Butler. But what it remains to be seen is this is an anonymous account, and it is run actually by a sad liberal woman named Paulina, which is why Pew says 50% of liberal women at some time have identified that they have a mental health disorder, and she is certainly one of them. What a sad state for the pathetic Democrat Party.
Oh, Pauline, poor Pauline.
I know that they usually say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I actually think that if you polled Americans and asked them whether or not you find Stephen Miller attractive, I think that 100% of them would say, no, I don't. I think you can objectively say with a high degree of certainty that Stephen Miller is indeed ugly. Okay, beauty is subjective to most people, but Stephen Miller is as ugly on the outside as he is on the inside. But I mean, I just love the argument that they're making. How could you resort to such a low blow? Because when we viciously attack Democrats, that's called politics. When Democrats attack Republicans, that's called violence. When you do it to us, that's violence. Shut the fuck up, you insufferable crybabies. It is so insufferable to me that they can dish it, but they don't want to take it themselves. They immediately cry on social media about how they're the victims once you give them a fraction of the taste of their own medicine. Like, this is why everybody fucking hates you guys. You're the fuck your feelings people, and guess what? That sentiment goes both ways. Now we're also saying fuck your feelings, and you hate it. You want us to respect your feelings. You want a safe space for your feelings because you don't think that your Nazi hideous-ass husband should be called ugly. Well, maybe if he doesn't want people to call him ugly, he shouldn't attack people, especially attack them for being trans, because that's not even an insult. Somebody on Twitter called me gay, and I'm like, bro, that's just an objective descriptor of me. I am literally a homosexual. So I don't even know how that qualifies as an insult. It only qualifies as an insult if you think that being gay is icky. But if somebody isn't opposed to trans people or gay people, it's literally not an insult. But since people know that you're trying to insult them, they give it back to you, and you can't fucking take it. It's fucking embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. But I want to go back to how this all started in the first place. They decided to sling mud at James Tallarico because they very clearly think that name-calling and schoolyard bullying is the only tactic that's going to work, because they really don't want to have a conversation about the policy substance, and they sure as shit don't want to talk about Ken Paxton's character, which is why they're trying to do everything that they can to talk about James Tallarico's character and put him on the defensive so they don't have to defend their pedophile protector candidate. But I mean, through all of the schoolyard bullying and the bluster, they're actually scared shitless because James Tallarico, believe it or not, is leading in aggregate polls, and data indicates that Cornyn would have been the stronger opponent, but Trump endorsed Paxton and he won, so now they're stuck with him, and they don't want to campaign for Ken Paxton because even Republicans don't like him, so they're just trying to campaign against James Tallarico. And I would love to be a fly on the wall during these strategy sessions because I don't know how you would polish that turd. They all are deleting the negative shit that they said about Ken Paxton on social media. We're talking about Republicans, by the way. They're deleting the shit they said because they don't like this guy, but now they have to try to get him across the finish line, and they don't know what to do. So they're just like, I guess, like, what if we called James Tallarico a gay dork or something? Like, call him a nerd. I guess that's going to work. I mean, I don't know. Listen, it's Texas, okay? I'm just going to say it's Texas. So I am not sure if it's going to finally turn blue, but the mere fact that they know they're going to have to at least work for this win does speak to how bad of a candidate Ken Paxton is, even by Republican standards. And I think that their theory is that if they can get some line of attack to stick to Tallarico first, that's going to maybe insulate Ken Paxton from the more persuasive attacks that he will inevitably face. And thankfully, it does seem like Tallarico's team is hammering him for being one of the most corrupt politicians of all time, but I think he really needs to do more to adopt the Republican tactics to weaponize their own strategy against them, because it works. And by that I mean he needs to get way more fucking petty. So the Barbed Wire has a pretty lengthy timeline detailing all of Paxton's corruption. I mean, it is an endless list. He failed to disclose investments, alleged theft, as well as security fraud charges, not to mention bribery and abuse of power allegations. And on and on and on. And I don't think it's enough to simply point out these individual instances of corruption because there's so much that it's going to overwhelm voters and none of it will stick. So if I were James Tallarico, I would come up with some sort of information shortcut, perhaps give Paxton a catchy nickname that conjures up all of the scandals in voters' heads, call him Crooked Ken. Right? Say that over and over and over again. Put that shit on t-shirts, on billboards, along with a picture of his mugshot until it sticks, because that is exactly what Republicans do to malign their opponents. They say something again and again and again, and it works. But there's more. Ken Paxton's office is actually soft on pedophiles. He gave Epstein-style plea deals to literal child molesters, and he absolutely needs to be hammered for this. And thankfully, James Tallarico is doing that. His team shared a tweet detailing how he gave a plea deal to an admitted child rapist and let him get away with a day in jail, and he didn't have to register as a sex offender. But I mean, you've got to do more than that. Call him pedophile protector Paxton again and again and again, and turn that shit into a fucking jingle if you have to make it stick. Force people to look into why so many people are calling this guy a pedophile protector. Although, I will admit there is a bit of a risk that you actually make him more popular among Republicans, seeing as how they seem to support pedophilia now, since Trump has been directly implicated in the Epstein files. But I do think that that attack is going to land still with independents. But the most important thing for James Tallarico to do, and I cannot stress this enough, is let their attacks roll off his shoulders. And I think he is doing that. He's doing a good job of not getting defensive. He's selling t-shirts, for example, that say James Tallarico on it. That is a sign of strength and a sign of confidence, in my opinion. And listen, James Tallarico, he does seem like a really nice person. I have my policy disagreements with him for sure. I'm way to his left. But I get the sense that he's a nice person individually and interpersonally, and he wants to be perceived that way. But that's no longer viable in 2026. We are dealing with fascist fucking barbarians who are insane. So James Tallarico needs to make it clear that even though he's a nice guy, he will rip off their heads and shit down their necks, metaphorically speaking, if he needs to, right? Because if Republicans think that he's too nice and they expect there to be lines that he won't cross, that they will cross, that's going to give them the advantage. Republicans need to know that if they go low, you're going to go lower. If they want to imply that Tallarico is a pedophile, then Tallarico needs to respond by launching a fucking $1 million ad blitz calling Paxton a pedophile protector again and again and again. If you want to go there, let's go there. But I mean, throughout all of the vitriol and the mudslinging, I do hope that Tallarico also is cognizant of the fact that they might want to argue in this territory and make it about mudslinging because they're more comfortable competing on those terms, given Donald Trump's record. And part of me thinks that, you know, they might be trying to center the entire campaign and the election on character because Republicans are so unpopular on economic issues and on foreign policy. And that might even be easier, even for Ken Paxton, to compete on those terms, given, you know, the hyper-partisan climate that we're in. So you've got to take that into account. But I don't know. And again, like, it's Texas, so I'm skeptical about Tallarico's chances. But the fact that Republicans are so desperate does tell me that Tallarico may actually have a chance. Like, you know, I'm doubtful, but he does have a chance, right? But if Paxton really does end up winning, then that kind of confirms once and for all that the state might just be too far gone. They already elected Ted Cruz multiple times. And if they elect Ken fucking Paxton, a pedophile protector, it kind of signals that the dream of Texas turning blue is a lot more distant than any of us hoped. But I'm crossing my fingers and my toes for Tallarico either way. I know that if he's elected, he's probably going to disappoint me because ideologically we are not on the same page. But listen, I'll take disappointment over a fucking demon any day of the week.
New Jersey, we have made history.
So by the time that I post this video, it's going to be the middle of the night. For some of you, it's very late. But I have some breaking news that I couldn't wait to share, so I had to post this ASAP because we had some elections that were, quite frankly, pretty shocking to me. One in particular that I did not expect to turn out the way it turned out. So in the 12th Congressional District of New Jersey, Dr. Adam Hamawi prevailed with 28% of the vote, which might not seem like a lot, but this field was very, very crowded. There was approximately 12,247 people running in this one district, and he prevailed. And that is a really big deal. So this is a very blue district. He's going to be replacing Bonnie Watson-Coleman. So since he won the Democratic Party primary, he is essentially going to go to Congress. That is significant because this individual is an incredible candidate with a personal story that is truly gut-wrenching. So if you go to his website, he says, I rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army and served as a combat trauma surgeon in Iraq at the height of the war. One of my patients later became a United States Senator, Tammy Duckworth. She ended up endorsing him, by the way. Since completing my service, I have worked in New Jersey emergency rooms and built my own practice in Princeton. Over the last 30 years, I have volunteered to treat patients in war and disaster zones, including Bosnia, Haiti, Sudan, Colombia, Belize, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Turkey, and Jordan. In 2024 and 2025, I went on medical missions to Gaza, where I was trapped with my colleagues when Israel seized the Rafah crossing. I refused to leave until all of my colleagues, including U.S. green card holders and other nationals, were guaranteed safe passage alongside the American citizens in the group. I was honored to be Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman's State of the Union guest in 2025. So he was an ER doctor, which is significant for anyone who has watched The Pit. But this man risked his life to go to Gaza, where a genocide was taking place, to assist Palestinians who were being murdered by Israel. And when you listen to him talk about what he saw there, you can tell it really affected him because what he witnessed was truly, truly horrific. And I want to play a portion from his interview with Sateo, where he shares his experience, because I think that like this perspective is going to be in Congress, and that truly is something that is so encouraging to see. But just watch.
What is something that you wish you could put into words to someone who hasn't been able to see Palestine before for their own eyes?
I would say is whatever you are watching, about what's happening there on social media, and you see horrible photos about, the killing and the destruction. And it is much worse than that. I mean, it is to be in there, like physically, to have the smells, the full senses, the hearing, to have the crying children, the families outside with them, and to see this every single day. You just can't even describe it well enough. Think about whatever picture you take with your iPhone, trying to get that sunset, and that little, that shadow that you get, and you say, well, that's much more, beautiful. It's the contrast. It's whatever you're seeing on your camera. It's much more horrible in person. And one thing I've learned over many years is that you really don't know what's happening until you are on the ground and you are there. Because whatever news that you are going to get, I don't care who it is from, you're getting only one perspective. And until you are physically there and can see with your own eyes and hear with your own ears, you really don't understand what's happening. And, we see that, it just, it's continuing. Right now, what's been happening in Gaza has not stopped despite the ceasefire. The killing continues until today. We've had an expansion of it, even though we really don't talk about it. We have the Gazification of the whole region. What we've been doing to Gaza over the last 3 years is now expanded into Lebanon. And we have whole villages now that are being bombed, and we are supporting it. We have ethnic cleansing that is happening at another level, and we are silent about it. And so this can't continue.
Yeah. So it's really nice to have somebody in Congress with that experience, as traumatizing as it may be, because that is somebody that's going to hold firm. He saw the horrors firsthand. The talking points aren't going to persuade him. The lobbyists aren't going to persuade him. He saw the genocide with his own two eyes. That is somebody who will be a powerful advocate for human rights. And another encouraging thing that might seem insignificant to a lot of people is that he is presumably a fan of One Piece, as am I. I have the manga behind me. But One Piece is a show that a lot of leftists like because it is essentially about liberating oppressed people. It is about anti-racism, anti-colonialism. It is in opposition to oligarchy and wealth hoarding and the destruction of resources and interference from government agencies like the CIA. I mean, if he likes this show, then that tells me that he really is somebody who he cares about the leftist cause broadly. And it's not just that like he is good on the issue of Israel-Palestine, on Gaza. He is a medical doctor and he supports Medicare for all. I think that is very, very important. That is one of the strongest advocates that you can get for Medicare for all. He's an ER doctor. He knows how important healthcare is. Now, on top of that, he's also really strong on LGBTQ plus rights. And, you know, if you look at these platforms from Democratic Party politicians, they will all reference LGBTQ plus rights, but a lot of them conspicuously are leaving out trans people these days. They'll say LGBTQ plus rights, but they won't mention trans. I've been seeing this trend, and I'm increasingly characterizing that as a red flag. But Adam is above and beyond the rest of the Democrats with regard to trans rights. He doesn't just name trans people in his priorities. He literally supports a transgender Bill of Rights and specific pieces of legislation to guarantee health care to trans people, to ensure protections are codified for trans people. And that is really encouraging because you can tell this guy is the real deal. And it is so encouraging to know that this guy is going to be a member of Congress. It's almost certain that that's going to be the case. And I'm like honestly shocked because you couldn't really ask for a better candidate. This is somebody who is a trauma surgeon, a combat trauma surgeon. He's an ER doctor. He served in Gaza. I mean, this is going to be the standard bearer for the left. I mean, this guy is as good as it gets in terms of candidates. And he's so good that he has endorsements from everyone. Like Tammy Duckworth doesn't really share the same politics as he does, obviously, but she endorsed him because this man saved her life. So I am thrilled that this man is going to be a member of Congress. My mind is blown, honestly. I'm so encouraged by this news because, you know, after seeing the shit he saw, like anything in Congress, it's going to pale in comparison. How are they going to break his soul when he's seen firsthand children get slaughtered by Israel, when he was trapped in Gaza? I mean, he's got to be Teflon, right? So, like, I mean, look, that's really good news. Now, here's where we get to the not so positive news, and that is the state of California. I'm noticing this trend with these West Coast blue states, Oregon the same, is, you know, the Democratic Party has had a stronghold here, and since they feel safe, you know, they just don't feel the need to improve. And whenever somebody comes along saying, hey, I want to change things for the better, they get rejected or drowned out by all the corporate Democrats. It's just really frustrating. And although the votes aren't all in yet, it doesn't look good across the board in California. I'm just going to keep it real with you. It doesn't look good. Now, there's only like 50% of the votes that have been tallied thus far. So this is all, you know, take it with a grain of salt. I'm going to share the results that I have now with you so that way I can go to bed. And then I'll have a pinned comment tomorrow with all of the results that are finalized. But I just wanted to like give you my take on these races because I haven't really weighed in yet on these races, at least too much. So let's talk about some races that are standing out to me. Of course, the governor race is really important. And as it stands now with 49% of precincts reporting, it does look like Steve Hilton, the former Fox News host and Republican, and Javier Becerra are going to be advancing to the general with Tom Steyer several 100,000 votes behind. Now, as I said, it is still early, so that can change. My hope is that Tom Steyer advances to the general. And I was really torn on Tom Steyer because, you know, when he ran for president in 2020, he was more of a milquetoast center-left candidate. He didn't support Medicare for all. Since then, he's changed. But there's one thing that makes it really difficult to support, for me to support Tom Steyer in particular, and that is he is a billionaire. And I fucking hate billionaires. And I don't like that, you know, the billionaire is the most progressive because, I mean, objectively speaking, he's the most progressive. He has the best platform. And it's hard for me because it causes me some cognitive dissonance, you know, because I am an individual who has argued there's no such thing as a good billionaire. So this actually forces me to challenge my own perspective and question, is Tom Steyer a class traitor like he says he is? I don't know. because, there's still questions, right? If you have all this money, why are you spending it to try to buy yourself a governor's seat? Why not use that to end homelessness in your state? You have enough money to do that, right? So with all of those caveats aside, I understand he's a billionaire, but I can't help but root for him given who he was up against. I mean, the juxtaposition between Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer is crazy, because it's like, okay, you've got a billionaire who is saying he's progressive, and then you've got Javier Becerra, who is basically a puppet of billionaires, who's saying, I'm not going to change shit, basically. Like, I'm being uncharitable, right? But he is a fucking joke. And there's even an article about former Biden administration officials shocked that this incompetent buffoon is able to do so well in this race. I mean, Eric Swalwell was the favorite before he was accused of rape, and Javier Becerra kind of took up the mantle. And it's crazy because, like, California just lived through Gavin Newsom, and they're like, you know what? We need somebody worse than Gavin Newsom in Javier Becerra. And if he advances to the general with the Republican Steve Hilton, I mean, it's a blue state. Javier Becerra is going to become the next governor of California, and I just find that so tragic because California can do so much better. It is a state with tens of millions of people, and they keep picking the worst fucking people to be their governors. And yeah, so it's like, it's not ideal that Tom Steyer is the best candidate in this race, but like, given the choice between him and a corporate Democrat who is taking money from fossil fuel companies and is like, I don't support Medicare for all, I don't support dick that anybody left of center wants. It's a sad outcome. And, there were interviews with voters in some news publications. I can't remember who interviewed this girl that was like, yeah, I voted for Javier Becerra because I don't support Tom Steyer because he's a billionaire. And I understand that. But I mean, Javier Becerra has the support of so many billionaires and large multinational corporations. So functionally speaking, I think that supporting a corporate Democrat who's bankrolled by multiple billionaires is much more harmful than one billionaire who's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to try to be progressive. He could be lying. He could be pulling our leg, but at least there's a chance that he might do more than the guy who's like, I'm not going to do jack fucking shit. It's crazy. And again, like, that's an oversimplification. Javier Becerra is running on some things. What are they? Goodies for large multinational corporations, nothing for you. It's just crazy. Now, I want to talk about the LA mayor race because this race is agonizing to watch. It is agonizing. It is killing me. So with the results, currently there's only 47% of the vote in, and it looks like Karen Bass and reality TV show dickhead Spencer Pratt are going to be advancing to the general election. Again, it's not a foregone conclusion, but Nithya Raman, the Mamdani-style progressive, is in a distant third, and she has a lot of ground to make up, but it's possible, since at the time that I record this, at least, they haven't called it yet. But for me, obviously, it's a no-brainer. I would vote for Nithya Raman in this particular race. She's not perfect, but I think that she very clearly is the best out of these candidates. Karen Bass is just a standard corporate Democrat, uninspiring. She's the Javier Becerra in this race. But then you have Spencer Pratt, and if you look online, you almost see a Trump-like cult of personality forming around this guy, and I was hoping he wouldn't advance because I want to snuff this fucking campaign out in the crib, because if he goes on, even if he loses, this guy, I hate to say it, has potential to have a national platform, potentially run for Congress. I mean, if he loses, he says he's going to go back to like doing healing crystals because that's his thing. I don't know what the fuck he does. But I just feel like Republicans, they like what they see. And it pains me to know that there's already another reality TV show dickhead to fill the vacuum that Trump leaves when he dies or leaves office. And this guy could be that based on what you see. And it's kind of a substanceless campaign that he's running, but he knows, like Trump, how to get eyeballs on him, right? He knows how to play on grievances and look at the failures of corporate Democrats and say, hey, they fucking suck. My house burned down because of the Palisades fires. And I don't know, like, I guess he's blaming Karen Bass, but it's just, I see this individual as dangerous because right-wing pseudo-populism, it does play well, and it just sucks that, like, in a very blue city, so many people are falling for him. But again, you know, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with Karen Bass, and I see the same stuff in Oregon. The Oregon Democratic Party is so unpopular. I don't know any Democrats in Oregon that like this party, and every election I'm clenching my butt cheeks wondering if a Republican is going to finally win. You know, they haven't yet, but it's like there's so much dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party that you wonder, are people just going to vote Republican out of spite because they're not really doing anything to fix the state? And it's like a train wreck, right? So I was hoping that Spencer Pratt would go away so I would stop having to hear about this fucking dickhead who's an obvious con man, but he's at least going to be around until November. And, you know, judging how well he does, he could have a national political career ahead of him. If he wants to run for Congress, I don't know, man. It's not something you want to see. Now, I want to talk about a more obscure district, Congressional District 22 in California. It does look like Randy Villegas is going to be advancing to the general. I don't know too much about him. He is the progressive who supports Medicare for All. I believe he's endorsed by Bernie Sanders as well. So just keep that in mind. I don't think he is, you know, rocking anyone's world, but he is somebody who could be a part of the Progressive Caucus. We'll have to wait and see. Again, I'm not too sure. But that's what the preliminary results so far. Again, things could change. But the one that really hurts, Congressional District 11. This is Nancy Pelosi's old district, and there's a lot to talk about here. So let's get to the results first and foremost. Just 43% of precincts are reporting. But as it stands now, Scott Wiener, the liberal Zionist candidate, is going to be advancing to the general with a very strong plurality. And Connie Chan, the Pelosi-endorsed AIPAC-backed candidate, is the second candidate who is looking like she's going to advance, at least as it stands now. And she has double the votes ahead of Choikat Chakrabarti, which is painful to see because Choikat is the former chief of staff of AOC. He is obviously the progressive, anti-genocide, pro-Medicare for all, and he is a shit stirrer in Congress. And it's not looking good, man. And part of me feels a little bit angry that he wasn't embraced by the progressive left. You know, criticisms of him that you may have aside. You know, AOC refused to endorse him inexplicably, wouldn't say why. I don't know if Bernie Sanders endorsed him, so I kind of feel like the left shit the bed here and we didn't do more to support Choikat, which is really disappointing because he is somebody who the Democratic Party establishment hated when he was AOC's chief of staff. Maybe that's why she didn't want to endorse him, because he would always press them to do better, which is exactly what we need right now. So it's going to be between a liberal Zionist and an AIPAC-backed genocide supporter. Man, that's a really dismal result here. It's like you're getting new boss, same as the old boss. You're trading Nancy Pelosi for Nancy Pelosi 2.0. Either way, really disappointing. I will say that Scott Wiener at least supports Medicare for all, so there's that. You know, but I mean, this is a corporate Democrat, so he could be lying. There's a lot of corporate Democrats that sign on to Medicare for all, that join the Congressional Progressive Caucus, but they don't do jack fucking shit to advance progressive goals. So you could have had a real sure bet here in this district with Choikat, and it doesn't look like it's heading in that way. Again, if I wake up in the morning and the results change and he is pulling in second place, I will be pleasantly surprised. But as it stands right now, there's just one spot left in that general, and Choikat has a lot of ground to make up. Now, there's one other thing that I want to talk about in this particular district, and it is a train wreck that took place that a lot of people didn't notice, but I did because I am terminally online. And so there was a Democrat who was running an openly transphobic campaign. I'm not joking about that. So this is an actual ad from Democratic candidate Marie Hirabel that she put out in Nancy Pelosi's old district, which probably has one of the largest LGBTQ plus populations in the country. This is the ad she actually released.
Hey, I'm Marie Raviel. I'm running for Congress. I don't believe that boys should be playing in girls' sports. 65% of Democrats agree with me, but are too afraid to say so. I am never afraid to speak up for what's right. I'm running for Congress as the only moderate in this race to bring common sense to Washington, D.C., and bring the Democratic Party back to the American people.
Now, when I stumbled across that, I actually thought that it was satirical. I was waiting for the punchline for her to be like, this is not a real issue. Republicans are distracting you with this issue. But no, she's like, I'm actually a moderate and I don't like trans people. She also, I think she's a TERF, unironically, because she is sharing videos of people talking about how Scott Wiener abandoned the LGB community, conspicuously leaving out trans people. And, that's why I'm supporting Marie Hirabel. So this person is running an anti-trans campaign in 2026. It's fucking crazy. Like, when there are fascists in power, she's focusing on trans people. And I actually called her out on Twitter. And I'm like, congratulations, you're going after the 5 trans kids that exist at the K through 12 level across the country. Good job. And she responded to that. And she's like, it's actually more than that, but I think you knew that. Like, she was trying to pretend like I was disingenuous. And then I hit back with the article citing a study from a researcher who said there are just 5 known trans athletes across the country. It was from 2023, but I mean, there's just not a lot. There's around 100 at the collegiate level, but for the most part, we're talking about a tiny fucking handful of people. And when she saw that I came back with facts, what she did, she withered away. She didn't respond because, of course. Now, the good news is that, this was a test run and it did not go well for her. She got fucking smoked. She got blown the fuck out because running as a moderate in 2026, running as a transphobe in 2026 in the Democratic Party, it's just a baffling strategy. I don't know that a Republican could be successful running on transphobia in 2026. It's arguable that they were before, right? Because this is not an issue at the front of people's minds. A lot of folks don't know trans people in real life. They might not like trans people because they've been tuned into the culture war, but it's not going to galvanize them to come out and vote. But it does galvanize people to vote against transphobes if you're attacking their fucking family. So I don't know what this person was thinking, but it's hilarious that she thought this would be successful. So, to back out, this is already a long-ass video and it's already late. Let me just say that I'm disappointed in what I'm seeing in California. I'm crossing my fingers that things are going to change. Look for that pinned comment if you're watching this. And but aside from that, I don't want to focus on the negative because I think that Dr. Adam is a miracle candidate. I can't believe that he won and he's going to be in Congress. So that's really good news. So I will leave you with that. Take this win because we're going to have some really solid members in Congress in this next session, and I can't wait. I can't wait to see what Chris Rabb and Dr. Adam do. It's just perfect. So I'm really excited about this.
What's core MAGA now?
I have no idea.
I think I know. Trump has said from the beginning,
pedophile supporting Israeli lobby. Well, I mean.
You just heard from Sean Ryan, a pro-Trump podcaster who's become increasingly disillusioned with the MAGA movement because, as he put it, it stands for nothing but pedophilia and the Israel lobby at this point. And he's one of many MAGA pundits that has hopped off the Trump train recently. And even though Trump still holds a lot of influence over the GOP electorate, his cultural relevance has completely collapsed at this point, which is significant because at the start of his second term, it really felt like fascists had conquered us politically and culturally. Multinational corporations rolled back their diversity initiatives to align with Trump's new fascist values. Social media sites announced the Twitterification of their platforms. Mark Zuckerberg, for example, greenlit hate speech towards LGBTQ plus people on Meta platforms again. Not to mention, Trump's popularity among the bro podcast sphere in conjunction with the rise of the manosphere genre really made it seem like the brains of an entire generation of young men would be lost to the fascist mind virus for a very long time, but polls show that they've generally soured on the MAGA movement, and that's significant because at the start of Trump 2.0, right-wing degenerates like Glenn Beck, they expressed that for the first time ever, it really felt like the conservatives were the cool kids, and even though I hate to admit that, I would agree, yes, they were very culturally dominant at the start of 2025.
There's been a sea change. We're at the very beginning of it, but it's strange. I was just talking to Donald Trump. I was doing a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago a couple of days ago, and I said, I think like we're like the cool kids now. I've never been at the cool kids table.
This is wild.
But just 2 years later, we're already reverting back to homeostasis. All of the vibes-driven, wave-riding grifters are already jumping ship. Losers like Anna Kasparian in that video, who were trying to ingratiate herself with MAGA, was forced to eat shit and admit that she was wrong about Donald Trump. Painfully so. She had to recalibrate in order to align with conservatives who also turned on Donald Trump like Candace Owens, because she quickly realized that the MAGA trajectory she was on was a dead end. Right-wing ideologues who were titans of the online right like Ben Shapiro are fading into obscurity faster than anyone thought was possible. People whose political ideologies and entire identities were based purely on the Trump cult of personality are now left in this weird state of limbo, wondering what to think now that their entire worldview and theory of change has fallen apart before their very eyes. And you're seeing former MAGA diehards like Sean Ryan grapple with that reality in real time and try to learn how to think for himself, perhaps for the first time ever.
I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't even trust my own intuition when it comes to politics, because I thought things were going to be so different, and I got fucking duped.
Nobody knows anything about anything.
That's projection. You don't know anything about anything, Megyn Kelly. But as someone who initially opposed Donald Trump back in 2016, she was forced to embrace him in order to have any relevance online whatsoever. But less than 2 years into the second Trump term, she's already off the Trump train once again, because she senses that Trumpism is reaching its endpoint, at least in its current iteration, and she knows that she has no choice but to bail now unless she wants to have Trump stink on her permanently, which is what a lot of them are worried about right now. It's why there's speculation about J.D. Vance and whether or not he might wait to run for president until 2032, because he knows his association with Donald Trump is going to be an albatross around his neck in 2028. It's just too soon. It's why MAGA darlings have been reduced to laughingstocks even by their own movements. Just last year, think about this. Sydney Sweeney starred in a jeans commercial that was applauded by Nazis due to its eugenics dog whistle. And less than a year later, she's already the subject of viral transvestigations along with Erica Kirk, the new standard bearer for Turning Point USA, which has all but become irrelevant. Even libs of TikTok is pointing out how corporations once too afraid to even acknowledge the existence of queer people are back to virtue signaling to LGBTQ plus people again, because the fear of MAGA backlash is obviously waning. In fact, the opposite is starting to happen. To show you what I mean, Republican fascist Andy Ogles tweeted, "Homosexuality has no place in America," and the backlash was so severe, he actually deleted that tweet and blamed it on a staffer. And I just want to emphasize how rare it is to see a Republican, any Republican, back away from anything ever, especially a bigoted tweet in the Trump era. That is significant, because a year ago, we all know he would have doubled and tripled down. And the fact that he didn't indicates that politicians know Americans are fed up with the Trump-style shenanigans. There's just no appetite for it at this point. This behavior that we've been subjected to by Donald Trump, it's not cute. Nobody finds it funny or endearing in a weird way. We're just fucking tired of it, and they know that we're tired of it. And on the subject of pride, formerly pro-LGBTQ plus Republicans like Nancy Mace, which was a rarity, decided to hitch her wagon to MAGA by monopolizing discourse when it comes to the trans bathroom panic issue in order to elevate herself among MAGA diehards. But fast forward to today, and she's having a mental breakdown because she's polling in 5th place in South Carolina's gubernatorial race, and she resorted to pretending that Trump endorsed her when he didn't. He endorsed her opponent, and you could see the crash out in real time. And we've reached the point where some of the biggest names in the MAGA movement have publicly distanced themselves from Donald Trump or outright turned on him altogether, like Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. Or if they haven't done that, they've just kind of faded into obscurity altogether. And then there's also the portion of MAGA burnouts like Nancy Mace, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, and others, and soon to be more, I would imagine, who were left high and dry after they hitched their wagons to him. It was career suicide in the end. And the optics of Trumpism, the Epstein files, and pedophilia support, as well as support for the genocidal country of Israel, has just destroyed the temporary cultural cachet that Trump had at the start of his second term. Anyone who rode that wave is already running away from it as fast as they can, because in 2026, MAGA is synonymous with losers. and pedophiles and corruption and war crimes because its figurehead is a dying old racist slob with dementia, bruised hands, and a fucking neck pussy. But it was always going to end this way because these people are too fucking weird and too insular to monopolize culture for an extended period of time. And even though the cultural death of MAGA doesn't necessarily signal that its political death is also imminent, it's nevertheless a key domino that had to fall for the Trump era to end. I mean, the cultural component to MAGA could have technically outlived Donald Trump. This reality-denying, hyper-masculine energy could have remained the Republican Party's brand for generations to come. I mean, it's popular around the world. But the fact that everyone's already sick and tired of it is a sign that the Trump era will, in fact, end with Donald Trump's political career or life. And it's important for us to acknowledge that because it gives us a reason to actually be hopeful again. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything is going to go back to normal, whatever that means. We might remain a de facto authoritarian regime for quite some time. Right-wing extremism is probably going to continue to be a threat for the foreseeable future. But the death of Trumpism specifically as a cultural phenomenon does give us more favorable conditions to work with. Having said that, we've still got a very, very long way to go before we get back to basic reality and common sense in this country. And while it's important to encourage MAGA conversion, it's also incumbent on us to never, ever let these shitheads live this down. A lot of them knew better, and for the ones that didn't know better, they at least need to know that there is a cultural cost to embracing racism, bigotry, and open fascism. If we let them off easy, there's going to be no disincentive for them to run into the arms of the next fascist demagogue when they inevitably rise. And I'll admit, I am getting ahead of myself because Trump is still in power now, so we're in the thick of it. But I think that we have to talk about this now because we have a responsibility to make sure that the backlash to the Trump era is so severe that every single person who so much has flirted with it, even temporarily, knows they're going to be a social pariah for the rest of their fucking lives. We should never forgive them for the irreparable damage they caused to this country by empowering an obvious criminal con man fascist. They should feel our scorn and judgment and lack of respect until the day they fucking die. And quite frankly, I don't care if people think that I'm being too harsh. MAGA cultists never considered the pain and suffering that they caused by going full fascist. So I think that we should show them as much empathy as they showed others, which is none. And really, it's not about them. It's about future generations. It's about protecting them. We are stuck with the current political climate because our grandparents and great-grandparents, they never adequately punished racist, Confederate, fascist fuckwads. Some of them participated in it. Many of them did. And I think that it's time for our generation to break that cycle. We need to commit to full demagnification akin to German denazification in the aftermath of World War II, because it's not good enough to just shame these people for ever being part of this movement. We need to undo their brainwashing so we can reintegrate them back into civilized society so we can actually fucking function. We have to treat them like the feral animals they are and domesticate them before they bite us again. But that project aside, I will say I am pleased to see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but we have an obligation to future generations to do everything in our power to prevent this from ever happening again, which means we don't forgive and we sure as shit don't forget. Last week, House Republicans passed explicitly pro-discrimination legislation that does multiple things. It bans LGBTQ plus clubs from schools, including gay-straight alliances, presumably. It prohibits teachers from even mentioning the existence of trans people, akin to Florida's Don't Say Gay law. And last, but certainly not least, it forces teachers to out trans students to their parents, which of course opens them up to verbal and physical abuse, as well as potential homelessness if their parents reject them. Now, I was outed myself when I was 22 years old, and it was by far and away the most traumatizing thing that has ever happened to me. To this day, I'm still living with a severe panic disorder that I developed because of the mental breakdown I had after I was outed. But as bad as it was for me, it could have been worse. At least I was an adult, so I was able to handle it a little bit better. But if it happened to me when I was a child or a teenager, I genuinely don't know if I would have survived it. So believe me when I say this law potentially subjects young trans people to the cruelest fate that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And it comes at a time when trans people are already being displaced due to fascist policies in red states. The Advocate reports that cities like Seattle are seeing such a large influx of internally displaced trans people that it's becoming a full-blown humanitarian crisis. Some trans refugees have actually ended up in refugee camps on the other side of the globe while they wait for the Netherlands to approve their asylum claims. And the situation has gotten so dire in the U.S. that genocide experts at the Lemkin Institute are sounding the alarm about how the U.S. is in the early stages of a literal trans genocide. Now, I don't expect Republicans to feel any sympathy for the pain and suffering that they've inflicted on trans people because, quite frankly, that's the goal with these policies. I genuinely believe that Republicans want trans people to flee their states and ideally the country altogether. I truly believe that they actually want queer youth to commit suicide, and that when you tell them that that's what could result from their bigoted policies, they take it as affirmation that they're on the right path and don't see it as a warning like the rest of us normal people do, because they are fundamentally evil to their core. But I say all this to say that I expect this from Republicans. In theory, Democrats should know better, yet 8 Democrats joined fascist Republicans to support this legislation to endanger the lives of trans youth. HuffPost reports Democratic Representatives Henry Cuellar, Donald Davis, Cleo Fields, Laura Gillen, Vincent Gonzalez, Marcy Kaptur, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, and Eugene Vindman all voted for this bill. What's more, 3 of those Democrats, Gillen, Gluesenkamp-Perez, and Vindman, are members of the Congressional Equality Caucus, which advocates for LGBTQ+ rights. What a fucking joke. Quote, as a dad to 2 public school kids, I believe parents must be included in their children's decisions in school, Vindman said in a statement. Whether it's what they put on their school forums, their academic performance, or athletics, parents need to be at the center because that is the key to every child's success, he said. There are other policies in the bill I don't agree with and will work to change, but I voted today to make sure parents like me can continue to support their kids at school. And I believe to my core that this is what our kids need. What a load of horse shit. After this story was published, Gluesenkamp-Perez told HuffPost she voted for the bill because, as the parent of a young child, she doesn't believe parents should be cut out of the loop. My heart breaks for children who don't feel safe letting their parents into their world. But divorcing a young child's school life from their home life doesn't resolve the underlying problem of an unsupportive family, she said in a statement. It can leave that child more alone. I voted for this bill because I believe the answer is to bring families in, and I'll keep working so every kid in Southwest Washington has support both at school and at home. Representative Mark Takano, chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus and a 24-year educator, said the bill puts transgender youth at serious risk. He noted that 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ+, and it's largely because they've been rejected by their families. Yeah, no fucking shit. But apparently these dumbass Democrats are assuming that Republicans have the best intent in the world and would never purposely harm at-risk youth because their bill is titled Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act. That's actually what it's called. So I guess that they think that means it's altruistic. They actually want to protect kids. They apparently don't think it's suspicious at all that the party literally protecting elite pedophiles is purporting to want to protect kids. No red flags there. Nope. Except these Democrats know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Vindman is literally part of the Congressional Equality Caucus. Yet he's feigning ignorance and pretending as if outing a child to a potentially abusive parent is no different than letting kids know that their kids didn't turn in their homework. Not the same fucking thing. But the worst is Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who makes it clear that she actually knows this bill could harm trans youth. In fact, her heart breaks for them. But unfortunately for those kids, she's choosing for them to let their parents know because divorcing a young child's school life from their home life doesn't resolve the underlying problem of an unsupportive family, according to her. Sure. But you know what it does do? It does buy them some time. It gives them the ability to come out when they're ready to, when it's safe, at a time when perhaps they're older and can financially support themselves in the event their parents toss them out of the home. It spares them abuse from conservative parents drunk on right-wing propaganda who would call them degenerates and force them to have humiliating conversations with their church's pastor and send them to conversion therapy or even beat them. But it's okay, though, because Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez has decided that all of this abuse is necessary because she thinks it's the best thing that we can do to bring families together, bring them in, and even if they're hostile towards their trans children and abuse them, well, fuck those kids. And she is a member of the Congressional Equality Caucus. It's like it's a sick joke. And it makes no sense from a political standpoint because not being bigoted, or at least not being as bigoted as Republicans, is the one selling point that Democrats have. Why else would anyone vote for a vapid, uninspiring conservative like Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez? To win the right to peel bananas in daycare? Because that's actually the kind of shit that she's focused on, as opposed to the real issues affecting voters in her district. And I promise you, dear viewer, I'm not making this up.
I want to tell a quick story about a bill I'm working on called the Banana Act. I was talking to a constituent who works in a daycare, and they told me they are not legally allowed to peel bananas or oranges for the kids. She said peeling fruit is considered food prep. But they can open a bag of chips. This seemed like a problem to me, so I started looking into it. For months, licensing officials and regulators told me, no. She just doesn't understand the rules. She must have misinterpreted the law. Her manager is lying to her. But I kept pushing, and eventually confirmed that, yeah, she was right. They would have needed to install like 6 more sinks before they could legally serve fresh fruit. Even a simple bad policy like this can have huge ripple effects. So you guys know about my banana bill.
Hey, Congress lady, why can I legally open a bag of chips for the toddlers, but I can't peel a banana? And I kept hearing that either this childcare worker was stupid, lying to me, their boss was lying to her, and they just no credence given at all.
And after digging and digging, I found out that it's considered food preparation.
They are being treated as if they are preparing sushi when they are trying to peel a banana. This is not an issue just in my state. This is across the country.
I'm sure that hundreds of her constituents have come to her asking her for relief when it comes to medical debt and healthcare and the cost of living. But the one thing that caught her attention that she chose to hyperfixate on was the fucking banana claim. Why? Because it gives her a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, right? She can make it look like she's doing something even though she's doing nothing for her constituents. And when I say she's doing nothing, I want to emphasize she is quite literally not accomplishing anything with this banana bullshit. Come to find out, she was in fact wrong because Nathan J. Robinson looked into her claim and found absolutely no evidence to verify it as hard as he tried. He reached out to the relevant health department in Washington state and they emphatically stated that they do not have restrictions on peeling bananas, just basic common sense regulations you would expect pertaining to food prep, such as glove use, because of course you don't want to make the children sick. You want to make sure that they're at least washing their hands and wearing gloves to prepare food. But Nathan then asked her team for the specific regulation banning bananas, and the one that they provided did not actually do the thing they said that it did. It was more boilerplate expectations regarding food prep. In fact, Robinson says, quote, "There is nothing here about bags of chips being legal to serve, but the peeling of fruit being prohibited." And Nathan then asked her team how they interpreted that particular regulation to mean that daycare workers couldn't peel bananas. And they gave him this word salad response that didn't even address the substance of his question. And when Nathan spoke to a health official in Washington state, they confirmed that the opposite of what she's claiming is actually true. And the regulations supposedly restricting bananas in daycare actually require daycare providers to provide fresh fruits to children and prioritize that over processed foods. In other words, her entire pet project is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of a state regulation. But it hasn't stopped her from doubling and tripling down because the point is not to allow daycare workers to peel bananas. They can already do that. The point is to demonize bureaucracy and state regulations at the behest of her corporate donors who also don't like regulations because they'd much prefer to dump their toxic waste in our rivers and cut corners to save money. And her entire political project has been to reinforce the idea that big government is bad because she is essentially a fucking Republican for all intents and purposes. And this anti-trans vote confirms that. And it is a betrayal. And if you want to be a Republican and do Republican things, you have to leave the Democratic Party. And if you're as pissed off about this as I am, here's the numbers to call their offices and let them know that this is not okay. Give them a call and politely tell them to either resign from Congress or switch parties. Because if they're going to team up with fascists to attack Republicans, then they have no business representing a party whose base depends on them not fucking oppressing trans people at the very minimum. Now, I'm going to call myself at the end of the video, but first, I just want to emphasize how important it is that we punish all of these traitors for this transphobic behavior. This shouldn't just get them kicked out of the Congressional Equality Caucus. It really should get them kicked out of the Democratic Party altogether, because if you can't even agree to the bare minimum, you have no business being in this party. Henry Cuellar, who also voted for this, is one of the last anti-abortion Democrats in the party, who was endorsed by Nancy Pelosi when she was the leader over his progressive primary challenger, Jessica Cisneros. So, I mean, it begs the question, if you're a Democrat and you're conservative on social issues and also you're fiscally conservative, not to mention militaristic and pro-genocide, what are you? Because you're not a fucking Democrat, you're a Republican. And as much as I despise Donald Trump, I will say the one thing that he does that serves him well is he punishes traitors who get out of line. And Democrats really need to start doing that, at least a little bit. Because if they're going to allow this to continue, these centrists are going to drag the party down with them. If John Fetterman is going to endlessly critique the Democratic Party's base and glaze our fascist president, you need to strip him of his Democratic title. If Debbie Wasserman Schultz is going to attack Trump from the right for being too soft on Iran, you need to strip her of her Democratic title. If presidential hopefuls like Josh Shapiro say it's, quote, cynical to oppose AIPAC spending in Democratic primaries because I guess we don't actually care that they fund insurrectionist Republicans and support genocide, it's really because we're anti-Semitic. Like, if you are a Democrat who says this about the base you need to support you, then you need to strip him of his Democratic title. If you don't like the Democratic Party's base, you shouldn't be part of the Democratic Party. You're nothing without us. And if you can't do the bare minimum and oppose fascism and genocide, you need to get the fuck out of the party, because a tent that's too big will eventually collapse in on itself. We have no room for Republicans. We have no room for Diet MAGA. Now, that's not to say that ideological diversity is a negative. I'm not saying that. But the Democratic Party's umbrella has become too big. And the party has lost ideological coherence. It's become a refuge for fucking neocon rejects and anti-Trump Republicans when we shouldn't be forced to accept the Republican Party's sloppy seconds. They should stay in the Republican Party and force them to moderate, and these dipshit Democrats should join them, because for too long, the Democratic Party has been moderating to accommodate Republican rejects as the party grows more and more extreme. You know, Republicans, they're just the party of Trump, so conservatives join Democrats in response. But that comes at a cost. The more the Democratic Party collectively shifts to the right to broaden their appeal to right-wingers, the more support they lose from the left. Conservative Democrats are watering down our party's ideology when they should be watering down the Republican Party's ideology and getting them to moderate, right? But at a minimum, all I'm fucking asking for is basic standards. We're not talking litmus tests. We're talking basic standards. Actually draw lines and punish Democrats for crossing those lines. Colorado State Democratic Party is doing that as we speak. After their Democratic governor, Jared Polis, decided to commute the 9-year sentence of Trump ally Tina Peters, who's a literal election denier that tampered with voting machines. I'm not joking about that. The state Democratic Party decided to punish him by voting to censure him. And commuting the sentence of an insurrectionist was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. He also vetoed multiple bills from his party. He endorsed RFK Jr. to be HHS secretary, seriously. And he's going above and beyond to collaborate with ICE even against the advice of his own judges. And Democratic voters were basically like, what the fuck? Did we vote for a Democrat or a Republican? Because what even is this? And even though censoring him isn't going to do much aside from piss him off, it was necessary because the state Democratic Party in Colorado needed to show voters that they don't condone this behavior. And that goes a long way because you're only as strong as your weakest member. And if you don't distance yourself from that traitor behavior, you're going to damage the brand. But for too long, establishment Democrats have tried to distance themselves from the left and progressives, even though we're the ones who've actually captured the heart and soul of the Democratic Party's base. And if a progressive ever wins a presidential primary in this country and takes control of the Democratic Party apparatus, they need to fucking clean house. Because there's a significant portion of Democrats who are holding the party back because they benefit from the status quo. And when I say they're holding the party back, I mean they're holding the party back on purpose because they benefit from the status quo. They stand nothing to gain and everything to lose if we change the status quo for the better. And that's an uncomfortable fact that a lot of people haven't really come to terms with. But I want to share a TikTok from Imani Barbarin who explains it perfectly.
If the oppression that the Republican Party inflicted upon the American people did not exist, neither would the Democratic Party. As it stands right now, the oppression, the racism, and the hatred that Republicans utilize in office is the greatest asset that the Democratic Party has into regaining power and their placement in higher offices. That's no joke. You can literally hear people saying that. Very rarely will you actually hear anybody talking about the things that they're excited about the Democratic Party doing. Or at the very least, because I know, oh my God, they don't have the majority, they can't do anything, da da da. Whatever. Let's talk about proposals. Very rarely can you hear anybody talking about anything that they're excited about the Democratic Party proposing to even do. You don't need to actually have power or be in office to be excited about policy ideas that are integrated into your platform. Those are promises to begin with. We don't expect them right now. But very rarely do you hear that at all regardless. Oppression is the greatest lever that they can use to gain power. And it is also why this DNC report, this autopsy of the 2024 election, they weren't expecting to have so many people up in arms wanting to actually see it. Because if oppression is your reason for wanting to get into office, then when you lose, oppression is just the default of why you lost. Because by any other metric, it doesn't make sense for a party whose entire base is made up of people who have experienced 400 years of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, all of these isms. It makes no sense to then task those people with being the ones and the representatives of the ones to undo those systems of bias for an election every 4 years. And if they actually cared about that, they would actually propose more economic policies that undergirded the cultural changes they actually want to see stick. It's not just that they're hoping to win by default. They're hoping to win according to the oppression that the Republicans can inflict.
And to be clear, I don't think this is true for all Democrats. I think some genuinely do want to change the country for the better. But is it true for most Democrats? Yeah, I think it is. What else would these Democrats who stand for nothing do without the Republicans oppressing us? Nobody votes for Democrats because they're excited about their policy platform. I don't even know what they stand for. People vote for Democrats because they're not as cruel to marginalized people. They're less likely to throw marginalized people into blenders, like Republicans, or so we thought, right? But I, for one, am sick of this bullshit. I am so fucking sick of this. The reason why Republicans have to kowtow to Donald Trump, Republican lawmakers, that is because they know that that's what the base wants. And it's time for us to flex our political muscles as well. It's time for us to drive these blue dog dinos out of the fucking party by making them feel unwelcome. And on that note, I am going to call one of these 8 Democrats. I've decided on Marie glue-sniffing internment camp Perez because, we talked about her the most in this video, so why not? Her number is 202 225 3536. This is her DC office number.
Hi, you've reached the office of Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. We're sorry to have missed your call. Our Washington, D.C. office
It didn't even ring.
from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time while in session, and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time during district work periods. Our Vancouver, Washington office is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Please leave your name, contact information, home address, and a brief message, and we will get back to you.
Hi, this message is for Congresswoman Gluesenkamp-Perez. I just wanted to call and urge her to resign from the Congressional Equality Caucus after she voted with fascist Republicans to endanger the lives of trans youth. Because if you're not going to do the bare minimum and protect trans youth, then I don't know why you're in the caucus that is supposed to be protecting LGBTQ plus people. And quite frankly, I don't know why you're a Democrat if you are trying to demonize big government with fake regulations like banana ban peels or whatever. Like, I don't know why you don't just join the Republican Party. What is the point if you get in office and you don't listen to your constituents, you don't listen to the Democratic base, you spit in their faces by voting with fascist Republicans to out trans kids to their parents? That subjects them to abuse and homelessness, and you voted for that as a Democrat. What is wrong with you? That is disgraceful. You should resign from the Equality Caucus, and quite frankly, we don't need you in Congress. Just go become a lobbyist already. We know that that's what you're going to do. There's no point to you keeping that seat warm for nothing. You might as well let somebody who actually wants to represent the constituents of that district in. So, yeah, thanks for nothing. Resign. Embarrassing. Shame on you. I had to stop myself because sometimes I'll keep going. But yeah, you don't have to say exactly what I said. Just don't be rude. If they pick up, you're going to talk to a staffer. They're not responsible for what the idiot that they represent does. But just tell them that what they're doing is unacceptable. Be polite, but direct, because this is not okay. So I think that the quicker we all reinforce this idea that you have to kowtow to the Democratic Party base, the better off we will all be. Because like it or not, we are their bosses. And it's time that we actually start to crack down and be shitty bosses, because we've let them get away with so much shit for too long. And it's time we start to really draw some hard lines in the sand and let it be known that this isn't okay.
Mom.
Well, folks, we're going to be talking with Progressive Victory today to talk about how to get organized, how to contribute to specific campaigns. Because for a long time, I've been telling you guys, hey, get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA. Some of you don't feel comfortable doing that for different reasons, but all of you can get involved with a campaign that has a candidate with a face, presumably, who is willing to go to bat for the little guy, which is all of you. You're all little guys, all right? Who are those guys? Never heard of them. I've worked a lot with Progressive Victory in the past, and you know what? We're gonna jump on in here, and I'm gonna pull them into the voice chat, and then hopefully we'll get video working. Let's do that. Here we go. Boop. Boop.
Oh, it's not.
We're doing it live. Hello, you're in.
Hi.
Hello. Let me get this show on the road here.
I have no idea what's going on with my camera, so
oh,
I guess you're just gonna have to get a whole look at Jenny, and then Benjamin's just gonna be out there on his own, unfortunately.
Let me see here.
Also, thank you, Sake. I got one of the subscriptions. Thank you.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Fuck you, Sake. Use Super Chat.
Yeah, Jack, you're one of the few people who manages to, or one of the few streamers who manages to say my name right the first time. When Hassan read it out a couple of years ago, like last year, he straight up butchered it and said Jenny Wordlerferson.
She always sells the story. She's like obsessed or something.
I think it's funny.
Yeah, that's the reason. Anyway, it's good getting a chance to talk to you again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's PV? I've never heard of PV before. Benjamin?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of this thing called Progressive Victory before?
Yeah, what is this thing?
Yeah. It's a slush fund for Destiny.
It's very true.
No, but for real, we have actually been working together for quite some time. I go back with Progressive Victory back to when the original founder was like just kind of testing out these ideas in like the streaming space. We did like I think you can still find it on my channel, like a very small like Medicare for all type rally way back in like 2022 maybe.
That sounds about right.
Ooh, one of the OG streamers.
One of the OGs, yeah.
Yeah, and then we worked together on, what was it? We did a trans group kind of for political organizing.
I believe it was called the Transel Culture Squad or something like that.
It was like Transel Culture or something like that. The name probably could have workshopped it a little bit more. But you know what?
I think you should have called it Transgender for Everybody, personally.
Well, it was before Transgender for Everybody.
You could have been ahead of the game.
I know.
Pioneer.
Really. We could have been the ones that they're talking about. The branding opportunities. But we then worked together over the years to like organize people for midterms and for the general election around
2024.
Yeah, 2024-ish. And worked a little bit together during like the ICE siege of Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're here gearing up for the midterms. And can you guys just tell people what's up this time? What are we cooking?
If anybody has seen PV's Twitter page, you'll know that we have far too many endorsements. We've scoured the entire political landscape and found only the most progressive and interesting and sometimes deranged candidates that we can find, and we say, hey, we think you should be in office. That's what we've been getting up to. But in all seriousness, we've been doing a lot of stuff. By the way, for people in chat who don't know who we are, we didn't really introduce ourselves.
Yeah, please do.
I'm Jenny. In chat, I'm Jenny Wilferson. I am the community manager for PV. I regularly run our candidate AMAs, where we bring in political candidates from all over the spectrum. We've had Abdul Al-Sayed, we've had Katie Banzel, we've had Analilia Mejia on our stream several times.
Hell yeah.
And then this blue form to my left, I guess, I don't know, there's mirrored screens everywhere, is Benjamin. Some of you may know him. I know some of you know him because you're in frequenters of Vosh chat.
Yeah, hey, I'm Benjamin. If you watch Vosh chat, you know me as the Benjamin that Vosh is always yelling at, or BGL.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the deputy executive director for Progressive Victory, and I joined in around 2024, like many others in the org, Alpha Whim after Vosh pitched it.
Yeah, I was one of the first that joined PV, but I didn't really get that involved until like summer of last year, where I finally had the personal capacity to get a little bit more directly into the whole thing. And now I'm here.
Well, and what exactly, like, Progressive Victory, as I've seen it, has historically been an org that works broadly along left-leaning lines to get people out to vote, to get people phone banking, text banking, door knocking, kind of operating as like a way to mobilize people online to take real-world action that isn't necessarily confined in the same way to, going to your local Democratic meetings or going to your local DSA meetings. This is kind of like a third, I don't want to say a third way. That's not exactly.
A third space, if you will.
A third space might be a much more accurate way of putting it. Essentially.
In a very real way.
In a very real way. We are trying to create PV into like an actual like digital third space for people that they can go out and like you say, like not this like one or the other, like going to your DSA or going to your Dems, where it's like this kind of like very like we're doing stuff, we're this, we're that, we're the other. But no, we're trying to create like an actual community that is politically minded, politically oriented, and willing most often to go out and do a lot of work for people, or do a lot of work for like volunteering for candidates and volunteering for various causes.
Yeah, I guess the best way to sort of explain it is sort of to just do like a 1 minute run through of sort of the history of PV. I think that sort of illustrates it the best. It started out as a sort of experiment by our founder Sam Drzmala as
or Dr. Zamalis, as we sometimes call him.
Still obsessed with that Hassan moment.
I think it's funny.
As a sort of way to say, hey, there is real power to these content creators and their audiences. How can we get them to engage with the political process? and it took off in a way that I don't think Sam saw coming or could have predicted, especially considering it launched as PV22, something that was supposed to end at the end of the year, and the community that built up just wouldn't let it die, despite the best efforts of people there to make mistakes. So because of that, it sort of naturally leaned into a more organizing mindset. But in reality, PV is meant to be something a little bit bigger. It's meant to be sort of, I guess, I don't know, X the everything org. What it's really trying to do is take a very broad approach to sort of push the party and the country left by focusing on many different fronts, but by having a grounded social community at the center pulling these things together. So it means having a media department that's focused on trying to recreate the magic of the Vox YouTube channel from back when it was like good a few years ago. There's a tech department that's trying to rebuild things like NGP Van, or right now Jira, or in the future, hopefully our own little OBS fork. There's our organizing department, which does do get out the vote organizing. It does work with candidates. There's our political department, which embeds in campaigns, and is focusing on a little project we call Operation DNC. And then there's our operations department, which makes sure the org doesn't run out of money. So it's meant to sort of be, there's a lot of different wings. And then the biggest and most important is that community department, is that community, because trying to create a digital third space is the thing that pulls all of this together. It's a place where people can find friends and then accidentally volunteer if they feel like it or not.
Okay. Yeah, like it has grown in ways, because I haven't been like directly involved with PV since canvassing for Jamal Bowman, and also a brief blip for Minneapolis under assault by ICE. Mm-hmm. And so it seems like the org has changed quite a bit.
Dramatically.
It's almost we like to describe it as like from both like a foundational level and from a couple of other places. It is like a different org since summer of 2025. Like it is literally like almost a complete refresh, just with a lot of like.
It's basically like we had to start from the beginning. A lot of stuff had to, it's sort of been the intention and the aspiration for PV to always be this always on sort of organization where campaigns, like one of the motivators for Sam was that like he worked on so many campaigns, and then when they finished, their entire apparatus just disappeared.
Yeah.
And one of the really big motivations for him was creating something where you could loan out an apparatus for candidates so that it doesn't have to disappear, and so that it can still be useful, and so that it can stay activated and stay motivated and diligent and disciplined. But we sort of, just because of the nature of the dynamics, the system, the incentive structures, fell into the same trap of like, hey, election's over, get fucked. So it sort of left us in a place where we had to rebuild many times over. In a way, it's a real return to form, back to more of that 2022 model that is a lot more community focused. And in a lot of ways, it's also a pretty massive reinvention and step forward. And
it's actually
there's more steps to go because we're reinventing the organizing department again this month.
Yeah. One of the strangest things that we've actually experienced as we've shifted towards like more of a community mindset is that we see more activity almost in the off season when there aren't a ton of elections happening. Like we helped we had back in like fall and winter of 2025, we did this thing called the 5 initiatives, where we had a whole bunch of candidates that we were supporting, and then we in the postmortem for that, we took a look at like various kinds of metrics and various kinds of like how did we do, and we found that community activity flatlined. It didn't really go up, it didn't really go down, but over the course of like 2.5, 3 months, we didn't experience any growth whatsoever. And then the moment that ended, we started focusing again on like the actual community space of things. Activity started to go up, and our organizing has been better for it since.
Yeah, we call this organizer brain. When you sort of
Yeah.
lock into this, like, we need to get everybody in a phone bank. We can't let them relax. And it's like, no, you don't want to try and get people to volunteer. You want people to accidentally volunteer.
Yeah.
I sort of try to, I make the joke that a lot of the issues with some chapters of the DSA is that they do a book club and call it socialism and volunteering and organizing. But we make a book club and we call it a book club, and then they
read The Hobbit.
later.
Then you read The Hobbit and you become radicalized.
Yeah.
To the conservative side, right? They are planting their flag on
true and
Tolkien
real
these days.
No, we are radical liberals. Actually, we are. I am a certified lover of Brianna Wu. That's a joke, by the way.
God,
Omni-liberal.
don't even. But speaking of, there is like that association still. Like I worked at PV with Brianna Wu, and it was not the best experience, I will say. How
for you and many others.
Yeah, how has the org changed politically, especially since she's no longer affiliated in any form with it?
Well, what's interesting is that I don't think it's accurate to say that it's changed if you take it from the start. But it has changed relative to that moment. So the org started with Vosh's community and then pretty much very quickly picked up like you and Dylan and a few other people. So it was always a very socialist project, a very like, fairly dark woke, extremely trans.
Very trans, very autistic, very terminally online streamer watchers.
But as there was this idea of, hey, let's unite the audiences of the big three, Vosh, Destiny, and Hassan, that fundamentally sort of came with the, well, if we're going to be a big tent, that's fundamentally a concession. And I don't think that that was necessarily a bad idea. Certainly a bad execution. But I don't necessarily think that it was a bad idea. But it's not where we're going anymore, and it's not, I think, where what the movement and the moment is demanding. If it was, maybe that'd be a different story, but we're a pretty explicitly socialist org now. We're pushing. I would say that in order to be progressive right now, you have to at least flirt with socialism, because, progressive is sort of relative to the center.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, internally we have. I mean, not even internally. We have like a what we call the PV pledge, which is the thing that we want our closest associated political candidates to like sign on to. It's a list of 10 policies, all of which are like pretty on the left leaning side. And internally, we understand that it is not where we are aspiring to.
Yeah, it's pretty right wing of what we actually want. It's not what we believe in. It's what we think candidates should believe in.
Yes. And we want to move past it.
I just put it in the group chat if you want to share it.
We want to move past it, of course. And we actually encourage candidates who are further to the left of it to publicly blast us for not making it left enough so we can be like, I know, we're sorry.
Yeah. And I would say the big change is sort of, before we were very afraid to like say what we believe and to be very explicit about it because of who we might alienate or who we might choose to volunteer for and who it would upset or push away or alienate. And now we just kind of don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know. There's a certain level of harassment and brigading that once you get enough of it, you're sort of just like, okay, you want to kill me? I want to kill you too. Whatever. Let's go. Let's throw.
By the way, you can tell that we're a very autistic-friendly org because one of the big points on our PV pledge is make trains now, please, and thank you.
It's true. It's true. We love a good transit. Now, there is a good question coming from one of my mods. What is the plan to keep PV from just becoming a clubhouse that does work sometimes instead of fun and organizing?
That's a great question. So
Very
that's
good
actually what
we've been talking about that a lot over the last couple of months.
Yeah, he works as an operations manager, so like he's genuinely very interested.
So a lot of what we spent the last year and a half not year and a half, just year concepting is our new structure for organizing that we call it community first digital organizing. And the reason we say community first is because our model relies on having a thriving digital and national online community and then in-person local communities, and utilizing those to create safe, politics-free friend groups that are adjacent to volunteering and are associated with the internet personalities that they relate to in order to keep them informed about the politics in a way that is a little bit separate from the org itself. But what we've done is we've sort of created this separation between our state teams, where before it was just sort of like a single organizing team, which would end up taking from the community and sort of harming activity because of, organizer brain. But now we structure the teams to have a political wing, a organizer wing, and a community wing.
Mm-hmm. With like kind of the foundational base being like a community focus that gets people to like enjoy themselves in like person. Sorry, that came out a little bit weird.
Yeah. So
don't enjoy yourselves publicly in that way. Just enjoy each other's company,
I like enjoying myself both in public and in private. But
I'm surprised you've not been arrested. Holy shit. I mean, you do live in Florida, so it does make sense.
But it kind of sounds like a systematized. You have people
it's about
come
incentive
in.
structures.
Yeah,
it's that you'll have organizers who are super attached to organizing, and you'll have political people who are super attached to interacting and engaging with candidates, and then you'll have people who are extremely attached to not being anywhere the fuck near that. And the tension and balance between those three things creates a really healthy dynamic that keeps a really healthy social space, a really healthy organizing space, and a really healthy fleet of political operatives.
So
or at least
that
that's
tension,
theory.
Just to really hammer home this is by and for autists. It sounds like you've just recreated like the Fire Emblem weapon triangle, but for political organizing.
We've recreated rock, paper, scissors, but for organizing.
So it's funny that you mentioned
more
that
accessible.
Because one of the first things that I implemented when I joined leadership was something called this triangular structure. And it's that every team or group of volunteers had to be led by either one person with two deputies or two people with a shared deputy. And the idea for that being just the incentive structures and balances. And I get made fun of for this a lot, despite it being objectively correct.
You don't get made fun of by anybody in PV anymore. It obviously works.
You'd be surprised.
I have no idea who'd do it. It's been very helpful for me.
She says while pretending not to be one of the people who does it.
I don't make fun of you for it. He's literally fucking losing his mind.
Okay.
So what?
I make fun of you for other stuff, just not that.
What, like, we're kind of talking in like some broad strokes about a lot of the elements of this. What does it actually look like when someone like comes into PV and wants to get involved? Maybe we can go down like the pipeline. What does that look
like? What the fuck are all these channels? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. There's a lot of channels.
We're working on that, but ideally, what it works on is you join the org and you see sort of activity in a VC or activity in a channel, and you think to yourself, wow, that's interesting. And if you're like a lot of the people in PV, that's also, well, that's really intimidating. I hope there's a place to join that doesn't have that many people. And right around that moment, you'll get a message from someone on our welcome team basically saying, hey, welcome to PV. What are you interested in? And then you'll go through this welcome pipeline where you have a person who will communicate with you and sort of give you a soft onboarding. into PV and then direct you to your state team in order to learn more about the org and build some relationships that can help figure out exactly where you are most interested in either volunteering or just hanging out.
Yeah, because you also mentioned like this connects people to like people in their states so that they can form both an online and an offline kind of camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yes. Like
That is
what does the offline, what do offline activities look like? Because I'm trying to like paint a picture for folks who have no point of reference here.
Going to an arcade and spending like $20 and having fun with people.
Like it's just
doing
hanging
an
out.
MTG drafts game, and you just happen to all be people from PV that you just met. It's so there are obviously like canvas events that we do and local canvassing. But what we're really trying to do is make it so that we have these things called state initiatives. But there's something that is something that the whole team agrees on to do the initiative for, and it's something that is the state's big organizing priority. And like, sure, there's canvassing for that, there's phone banking, but that's not you can only canvass where you need to canvass. So most of what we want the IRL activities to be is just building friend groups that can be resilient in a time where community is needed and important because every institution is about to blow up and die. And hopefully those friend groups are also activatable for a cause.
Yeah.
Part of the reason that we are investing in this is like some people may be thinking, but like, why aren't you're a political org? Why aren't you doing like political organizing and activism? We do, but here's the big thing that we've really noticed, or one of the things that we can really notice. It's easy to just kind of describe. If we are a big political org, who's one of the things that we do is we take live stream and like live audiences and like gamer brained people. And then we say, hey, here's a volunteering opportunity. And then we serve as kind of a conduit for that. If we primarily say like a bunch of people in state X, if they're all kind of focused really hard on this campaign, and that's kind of why they're all there, when the campaign loses, or even if they win and the campaign like dissolves, what are they going to do? And what often happens is they get quiet. They fall away, or they become disillusioned, or they start like falling into other things. The rare one, some of the rare kinds of people, they will stick around and like find a couple other leadership positions or find some other stuff, but there's no like long-term resilience for the team. There's no long-term resilience for the structure, and it just kind of dissolves itself.
Yeah.
It was
so what we want to do is we want to create
it part of your life.
We want to create friend groups that are themselves more resilient to each other than they are to the like the campaigns that they get associated with. So that way, when the campaigns win or lose, we still have a community and we still have people there who can do work or like have a good time regardless.
Yeah. Also, we know who we're recruiting from. It's content creator audiences. Like you have to have a certain healthiness before you can start getting involved with candidates and talking to them. So we need people to have friends and maybe learn a few social skills first.
Yeah, I mean, politics and relationships are inextricably linked. Like they have to be linked, and it's actually really brilliant to then view kind of forming these friend groups that are real as vehicles that then carry forward political action, not just for one campaign, but for a longer term movement. Like I think that's actually a really, I think that's a great idea.
It's actually we've seen parts of this play out with and I'll just say it here, our California team. That's
not going to cause any issues later.
No, I don't think it will, and here's why. Because what happened is that the California team, we had Shoykat Chakrabarti. Have you heard of Shoykat?
Yeah.
Okay, he's great.
Yeah.
The Shoykat Chakrabarti, very well-run campaign, very structured, and it's very easy to volunteer for them. So what people in California, kind of everywhere, but especially in California, they realized, oh shit, we're becoming a Shoykat Chakrabarti team inside of PV as opposed to PV. And so they have deliberately taken steps to pull back a little bit from the campaign so they don't all get lost to it, and also pull into their own friend groups so that way when the campaign wins or loses, they have they have each other and they have the broader PV community to kind of fall back on. Like that process is still kind of ongoing, and the election is tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that, like, seeing that happen and seeing all of them be a lot more committed
Phone
to
bank
a
for him
long
tomorrow
term.
too. Come join.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Seeing them be committed to like the more long-term goals of sustainability of the project and also of like their own friends, seeing those kind of come together has been very, very fascinating.
Yeah, and it's been one of the things that's been, also a fun fact, I was in a VC earlier today and somebody hopped in and said, does anyone know where the Psy Cock campaign is? And I just think that's delightful. But one of the things that I think has just been really interesting about this is that, like, when people think of the community as just a vehicle to get people to trick them into organizing, it doesn't work. But when you actually value the community for the purpose of community building, it starts to become really effective to get people to organize.
Mm-hmm.
And also, as long as no one in the community tricks themselves into believing that their knitting group is organizing, then we're okay. We're good.
Yeah. It sounds. I also wanted to know how do the different state PVs decide who they are going to support?
That's really interesting. So
that is really interesting. Right now, it is kind of it slides from, this is a person who reached out to us who is relatively progressive, and we think that giving them like a slightly wider base might help, to this person's actually a genuinely incredible candidate who's very viable and we should work with them.
Sometimes sometimes leadership makes the contact and we hand it down on a stone tablet. Sometimes the teams vote on it and are like, hey, leadership, make this a priority. We've flirted with making it very democratic. It has not worked just because there's not enough scale for PV's member base in each of these states. For their, democracy requires a certain scale. So it's something I want to turn back to when there's a bit more growth. Yeah. But what we're moving towards right now, this is the model that we're currently rolling out, is national initiatives, our national team decides it. But for our state initiatives, we have something called state ranks. It's literally a league ladder from bronze to diamond. And depending
we're very gamer-brained people.
Yeah.
And depending on what rank you have, which is based on the capacity of your state, how your community strength, your organizing strength, your political strength, it depends what rank you're in. And that will determine how many different state initiatives you can have, how many slots you have to do initiatives at a time. And if your team's small enough, you will have 0 and you'll be like, well, I guess I need to focus on hitting some targets and actually having a volunteer or two. But if you have a slot, the way it would be decided is you write up a proposal using our proposal form, which we're working on, and you'll submit it to our mobilization team. And the deference will be, it's approved unless we find a already defined, a already laid out for everybody to see rule or condition. And the mobilization team will then review it, do the approval, and then it will go back to the team and basically say, okay, now you need to assemble your strike team to actually coordinate this event. And the idea being there that the limitation of having a set amount of slots that they can do gives the team the ability and the flexibility and also the incentive structure to make sure that the proposal they come to us with is something that everyone's invested in. Because if the team gets something approved that the rest of the state doesn't want to do, that state team is going to get cooed. And leftists love infighting. I don't know if you know this.
I'm somewhat familiar, yeah.
So it's sort of the artificial scarcity. It's not artificial scarcity. The structured scarcity of not having infinite capacity forces everybody to sort of make the most optimal decisions and most inclusive decisions about who they actually want to use their capacity on and how. And sometimes a team might say, fuck it, we just want to do a research team. And we don't want to organize at all. And we might laugh at them, but sure, go for it. Let's see if it works. And sometimes people will be like, I want to maintain a bus stop in New Mexico.
Our New Mexico team decided to do it. They made posters. The posters look rad.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love
but
it.
Normally it looks like, okay, let's do a state initiative for a candidate and let's do some phone banking and canvassing.
Okay. Can I ask, like, because I know people are going to wonder about this. Where does the funding for PV come from? Like, whoa, especially given that there's a bunch of like questions about, like folks on the right are taking Russian money. Like, where does the money come from?
So there's a lot of jokes made about PV being a slush fund for Destiny. We don't do that.
Okay, good. That's good.
Here's the thing. Half of PV's revenue is community funded. So we have a dues paying membership program. Show the membership card, Jenny. We need to show.
I literally thought before getting on stream to go grab my membership card, and it's on the ground or it's in my wallet, which is on the ground next to my chair, and I don't want to go get it because I'm lazy.
Incredible. Worth every penny. So half of it is through our community fundraising program, our membership cards, our merch. We started our membership program in January. It really took off in January 2025. It started in mid 2024. And we went at the beginning of January from less than $2,000 a month to now we are making almost $20,000 a month just from our dues paying membership.
Damn.
Our operating cost is about $35,000 a month. The rest of that money comes from me. So I joined PV as a community donor. If anyone here has watched Vosh, I give a lot of super chats to people. So I have had inheritance from my family. If people find that interesting, I'm happy to talk about it. So right now I give about $15,000 a month to PV, with the idea being that as the dues paying membership grows, the amount that I will give to PV decreases, so that way I don't have to use my own personal wealth to fund the org, because it leads to some pretty... Luckily, I like to think I'm a pretty decent person and don't weaponize power against my political enemies. But I could, and that's not a good thing. And the fact that I'm donating to PV instead of being paid by them is probably not a good thing.
You're my favorite class trader, Benjamin.
As for how PV was funded before we did this, there were donors. Some were community donors like me. I know I donated about $100,000 to PV for the Wisconsin event we did. We did the big fundraisers with Vosh and Destiny and a few other creators. But there's also obviously been other orgs that have given PV money, other PACs that have given PV money. Obviously, we've never taken like corporate money, but like there were pretty, honestly, in a lot of cases, pretty progressive donors who were just giving money to PV as part of their broader, like, I'm just giving money now. We've moved away from that, and frankly, probably shouldn't have been doing it in the first place, but I think it's quite reasonable when trying to start something this ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
So,
by the way, speaking of memberships, Benjamin, we should get Riverboat a card.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we should.
We should do that.
If she becomes a dues paying member, we should totally do that.
Yes, I will. Hello.
It's $5 a month.
So, another question from the chat. Is this org affiliated with Destiny? People are asking that.
No.
No.
Like, is that a meme?
It is. So PV.
We used to have ties. We cut those ties very deliberately.
So PV in 2023, as part of that strategy I mentioned before of let's unite the audiences of the big three, we had Vosh, we wanted to get Destiny, and we wanted to get Hassan. And that's actually why we brought in Brianna Wu, because at the time, just red flags aside, she was quite well liked in the space, and had a lot of connections that Sam just did not have. And especially for Destiny, she was able to set up those connections. And what it led to is the burgeoning and developing Destiny canvassing program sort of integrated into PV. It has since extricated itself from PV and has become its own org, which a lot of people there who I absolutely love and respect. And if you're a DGGer, please go organize there and not PV. But that
or maybe do organize PV. We'll fix you.
That's true. So no, we don't work with Destiny anymore. We beef regularly. We don't represent really that political project.
We are not liberals. We do not want to be thought of as liberals. We want to be thought of as like socialists who are politically effective.
We want to be thought of as people who actually can accomplish something instead of smugly pretending that we're the people who can accomplish something.
Fair. Another question, and I'm not entirely sure how to. I'm just going to read it verbatim since I'm not entirely sure exactly the question. Why transit to state capitals? Many states, the most important cities are not the capital.
There's a really good reason why. There's a really good reason why.
So the reason for this is because we need transit no, fuck you. I'm the autistic train boy here, okay? I take this one. The reason for that is because if we're going to get mass high-speed rail infrastructure, if we fund the capitals, they're obviously going to do the big cities. But if we don't mandate the big cities, they will never get it. Or just the capitals, they will never get it.
Yeah. Because it's basically like the idea is that if we're building like amazing amounts of high speed, if we manage to start building amazing amounts of high speed rail everywhere in the United States, hopefully economy of scale would dictate that the more of it you do, the cheaper it is going to get per like mile of track laid. So if you mandate for everything the same way, you can then, bonus effect, you get your bigger cities that are not capitals linked up as well. And you get your capital cities linked up to the network as well, which means that maybe your bigger capital city or your capital cities can maybe actually become cities.
And also civic participation and engagement becomes easier.
Yeah, you can get on the train and go protest outside the state capitol, or maybe not protest outside the state capitol. You just get on the train and go testify for a bill that you think is good, or testify against a bill you think is bad.
And that in turn also makes it easier to create additional routes from the state capitol to wherever you need to go.
Yeah,
exactly.
I love that is on the. That's on the agenda, because honestly, it genuinely makes sense.
No, you go. Sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just saying it makes sense. Like the need for high speed rail is real and there, and it's just so damn efficient.
Yeah, it's a big country.
Yeah,
it's a big country. It's I hear one of the biggest, and
supposedly
like sea to shining sea or some shit like that.
It's not just that Europe is like so much more connected. It's also just so much smaller. Like if we are going to have a functioning United States, we really need a way to travel between them. It's sort of like a civic democracy problem in a very real way. Although the one that we do get shit for on the PV pledge is number 9, where it's like, make React streaming better. And it's like, okay, well, we also need our content creators to be able to have an audience. Thank you.
I mean, I would settle for like basic data protection, universal data protection at this point. Like, God,
we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get it.
So actually, it's not represented here because the PV pledge actually has 2 sections. There's what we call the tenets, which are sort of mandatory philosophical statements, like don't take corporate money, or be willing to collaborate with other people who take the pledge. If you go to progress.win/pledge, you can actually see all of it.
The kind of collaboration that we were talking about is, I mean, a lot of kinds of collaboration, but one of it is like, talk to other campaigns, please, God.
Yes,
talk to other campaigns, talk to other candidates. Don't like one of the biggest problems that we see in not one of the biggest problems, but a large problem that we see amongst hopefuls and candidates running for office is that they are terrified to talk to any other candidate for like a bunch of very strange reasons. When in fact, what we've seen is that as we start to network some of these candidates together, they all get stronger as a group.
That's actually why I really love working with Shoykot, because he was like the only person who just like intuitively got this, probably because, Justice Dems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when it comes to data protection, one of the things we put as like the mandatory in like the tenets, it kind of sticks out because it's like the only policy in there is that, hey, be like a zealous advocate for keeping Section 230 and for and for like not wanting pictures of everyone's genitals just to log into Facebook.
Yeah.
Like,
we may have said some choice words about Discord.
we may have said it was the Israelification of Discord.
Yeah. Speaking of, where does PV stand when it comes to Gaza, for example? I know that's going to be one that like a lot of people are going to ask just as like a prerequisite for even like clicking on any links or engaging with this any further.
River to the sea, baby.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I was born Jewish, so I obviously believe that every Arabic person is the enemy. No, we are. It's a genocide. It's evil, and it's worse than it being a genocide. It really is inconvenient to have to keep talking about politically when we're trying to fight fascism. So from like the cynical liberal perspective, if there are any of those listening, you should be against a fascist, theoretically allied country influencing and manipulating our own democracy. And from a moral perspective, you should be against blowing up babies. Just trying to create this
bad.
This insane delusion that the thing that makes people like Jews like me safe is for Israel to go out there and piss off all of the people who already don't like us and be an ethno-state. It's stupid. So we're in favor of a one-state secular democracy.
Fair. Another question from the chat. What is PV's overall stance on AI slop?
Also don't like it. Our media department has gone out of its way to avoid using any AI in anything they do. Our tech team, by and large, has done the same thing. There were actually in previous.
We're pretty ban happy on people who are pro AI in New York.
We do enjoy it when people post an AI slop and then everybody in the community fucking dogpiles them and then they get mad and get banned about it. It's a very fun time when it happens.
We kind of have one rule when it comes to AI, and if it's not something that Kyle Kalinske posted, it's gonna get you in trouble.
Kyle needs to cut that shit out.
It's really funny sometimes, though, to see the conservatives get pissed off.
Sometimes it hits, but not as often as I think he thinks it does. But
yeah, I don't know. I'm a MS Paint pre AI slop kind of gal. Like I want my memes. If you can't draw it in basic bitch MS Paint, I don't want that meme at all.
But what about the accessibility needs of people who can't draw? Have you thought about that?
They should make friends who can draw.
Well, I guess they'll have to just join PV.
Exactly, where people can draw.
Making friends is for wokies. I'm sorry.
It's true. It's true. Only the woke make friends.
Mm-hmm.
So also here, I think that there are a few other questions, but I missed them. So I am also just going to ask, when it comes to folks who would be interested in like doing the volunteer work of Progressive Victory, because like it's basically almost entirely volunteer run and maintained, right?
Yes,
as far
vast
as
majority of it is volunteer run and maintained.
We just got our first employees because of the growth of the Deuce Peg membership.
Mm-hmm.
So Jenny is one. Right now it's just our director class and then one.
Not even all of them either.
Not even all of them. With the goal that we're trying to raise our revenue, so that way the people who are currently being volunteer leadership, doing like full-time work to help run these teams and to help manage these things, can make a living at PV. And we kind of want to expand that as much as we can and see how big we can go. But I kind of forgot what the question was. Fuck me. Okay.
Like
the question.
like PV is largely volunteer organized and made up of like volunteers. So like if somebody were interested in like getting directly into that organizing structure, like is it basically they join the Discord and then just say that's what they're interested in and then they're tried out?
Yeah,
you join the Discord and you either go to
it's very I'm going to speak over a man now. I'm sorry. It's very
How dare
dependent on like what a person wants to get involved in. Like if they want to get involved in like various phone banking efforts, they can absolutely do so. If they want to get involved in like research efforts where we're like, hey, there's a candidate that we want to look into. Let's see if we can dig up everything about them that we can, their policies, their stances, their history, so that way we can have like various things on them. That's also a thing. If they have any media savvy skills, AV skills, design skills, music. Like we have a team working on preparing like a lot more content in that space. Just hosting events. Like if you're like a personality and you like presenting stuff, we have an entire team whose job is to coordinate events throughout the org because we have a lot of them.
And
like
obviously
it's really whatever people want to contribute. We almost certainly have a spot that you can contribute.
Yeah, just when you join, just look for the channel that either is the skill team name, so like programming or audio video or researching, or just look for your state chat and be like, this is what I'm fucking interested in. And trust me, there will be a lot of people who are like, we could use you.
Yep. There's a lot of and if you get into the big server and you feel a little intimidated, that is okay. There is after some amount of time, you'll receive like a ping in the server from like a welcome post where there's someone on the welcome team whose job is to like have a semi-private conversation in a forum post to give you like directions on where you can go.
Yeah.
So
and
question,
we will always have continue.
I was just gonna ask how, because we all exist on the internet. We all know like there are bad actors out there, either intentionally or otherwise. And like, how does PV kind of prevent bad actors from like going deep, I guess, into the org and like fucking shit up?
Gonna be honest, there's a lot of people who come in and try to fuck up things. A lot of the time, the community deals with it for us. And
yeah,
they
like
leave. But for the people who are truly malicious and want to do like a psyop, I'm not sure if we're gonna catch it right now. I'm gonna be
if you're a bad actor, don't use that as an excuse to fuck us over. Don't do it. Don't join our org. Say a bunch of sweet
do not do it.
We have a good moderation team. It's really strong. We catch a lot of shit. I like to think that we're prepared, but to be completely honest, it's sort of like I want my Second Amendment rights so that the government can steamroll me with a drone. I don't know what we're going to deal with. Yeah. So for people who are really, really paranoid, I'll just be honest. Like, I think you're fine. And I think genuinely, having been one of the moderators of like the autism subreddit, like having been moderators of a ton of different communities, I think we're one of the best when it comes to this.
Okay. I also wanted to ask,
because
this is kind of maybe a very basic question I should have asked earlier. How big is PV? Like, what is the like how big is like the base?
Membership is around like 10,000 people in the server,
and about 20,000 people in general.
Yeah, and in terms of our active volunteer base, because PV's been around for a while and has changed a couple of times, we're kind of in the process of, as you can tell, probably rebuilding and building up a lot of our systems to like handle a lot of volunteers and just start reaching out to people who were previously involved in PV or who joined and got intimidated and kind of sank back into the distance. We're reaching back out to a lot of these people to re-engage them, and we've had a lot of success in doing so.
Yeah, but I can give the exact number because we have StatBot. I can just open it and see what the the exact number of active unique server members is each week. It's about
with Otra in your chat is saying those sound like good numbers. The numbers are good enough that when all the PV directors went to the Democratic National Convention meeting in New Orleans 2 months ago, everyone knew who we were.
Yeah, I had time to talk to Ken Martin, which, by the way, Boy, was that a fun convo. About 631 unique people who participated in at least 30 minutes in the VC,
That's wild.
in the last week.
And that's at least 30 minutes, 600 unique people in voice
And
chats.
that-
That's one of the higher bars of interaction.
That's also within a relatively closed ecosystem. Like I remember maybe like a year ago, I took a look at what the main Democrats were doing on their YouTube channel. And that's just on the open internet. And like I get better numbers and I'm not a big content creator. And like the fact that you have that level of participation in a closed ecosystem is incredibly impressive, especially when it comes to the fact that these are all people who are the most primed to get involved in like different political campaigns. Because
and also you have to give quite a lot of info. You're basically registering to a political party to join. You're giving basically all but your address. You're giving your like name and phone number and email and zip code just to be able to join that server. So
the zip code is so that if weird shit happens, we can and we suspect that people are in danger, we can maybe get
it's for a few things. It's for wellness checks. It's so we can, if we need to. It's for moderation. But most importantly, it's so that way you can be assigned your state role and so that you can be engaged. And it's also a way that we can anonymize it and then create like a heat map of that you see on the website of how many people per state.
This actually brings up another question to me. What does PV do with that data? Because I know a lot of political orgs will like sell that or share it around.
We will not sell it.
Like I sign up for one petition and suddenly I get, text messages from 50 different candidates in the Democratic Party that I have no idea who they are and do not give a fuck.
We will never farm out information of our volunteers. Under any circumstances.
In not any circumstances. There will be specific circumstances where we ask each individual, hey, a candidate wants list of volunteers in their area, would you like your name to be sent? And you will have to opt in on a specific basis, but we're not even fucking there yet. Yeah. What we do with the data is we've put a lot of work to make sure it is as secure and air gapped as possible. The main thing that it is that for a very small number of people with access, it can be seen. What it's going to open up a little bit because we want state leads to be able to see some of it. So for example, the ability to just make lists of who's there, but depending on what permissions you have in the database we're making, you'll only be able to see some information about some people. We have a lot of really, really passionate and really, really knowledgeable volunteers and security people on our engineering team that have done quite an amazing.
Shocking. It is shocking how many of them have cybersecurity backgrounds. It is shocking.
Yeah. So, and they are very, very passionate about keeping people's data secure, especially in an environment where lists like these are being fucking shared all the time.
So, question from the audience related to that. What if someone wants to join, but they don't have like a real phone number? They only have like a Google number or something like that.
That presents an issue right now. Part of the way the answer is you probably won't be able to join unless you email us specifically and we find a way to, and like we manually enter you. So it's really laborious and we'll do it when it comes up. But right now, because of our security concerns, our system is so specific that if you didn't, like to be able to include Google Voice numbers, which is something we've looked into, it would open up such a can of worms in our current state that we couldn't trust that we could keep everything safe. I will admit that I do not know what I'm talking about here when it comes to this. I'm just relaying what I've been told.
What's the email that if people are interested and they don't have a valid phone number, what's the email that they can send that to? Is that at hello?
Hello at Progress, community at Progress. There's a million. It'll be on the intake form.
Yeah.
When you go to the volunteer page. But also we're going to be reworking it in the future as well, so that you don't need to give a phone number to have an account on the website and to show up to different events in person. You'll always need a phone number to get into the server in some way. We need to have people's phone number. It's both just because as political parties, you have to give information to register, but also specifically in that, like, if PV were operating like a political party, we would need that information for registering because we need to be able to reach out to people to inform them of stuff. But also just like we need it as a security gap. Like if you are willing to give your number, you are significantly less likely to like rabble rouse and be a shithead. And if you're looking to try and break into our system and leak it, then at the very least you're going to be leaking yourself too.
Yeah, it's also partially a way of preventing
management system.
It's getting all that information is also partially a way of preventing like brigading and raids.
Yeah.
Because why would 1,000 people give us their phone number when they're just all going to get banned?
So additionally, I was just kind of wondering, like, what kind of numbers have you seen PV be able to turn out for, in particular, in the lead up to, I don't know whether PV is actually like engaged in door knocking yet, or if it's still too far out, or...
Oh no, we do it all the time.
Yeah, so like what kind of numbers for different candidates have you kind of been seeing? Like just a few examples. Because I'm curious, right? Because when I first started getting involved with PV, like it was kind of like, oh, like 20 people working together can like change like state level politics in some cases.
We have some phone banks that have gone up to 40 or 50 people for a 1 hour shift. For Mamdani, we did about 70,000
phone calls,
phone bank dials. Deja Fox, we did about 20.
I think it's like 20,
I think
30.
we did 50 for Afton Bain. For Enelilia Mejia, I think we're going to hit the 70,000 number as well. We're if it's a national initiative, we're usually getting at least 50,000 like phone bank dials and usually around 5,000 doors knocked.
And like
canvassing.
Just so that other people can kind of have a point of comparison, how does that stack up to other organizing groups and methods out there?
This is great. I love this stat. So we have been able to get as low as $1 per door knock when we do canvassing. Elon Musk's America PAC in 2024 did $166 per door knock, with industry average being $8 per door knock. I once said that $1 per door knock number to Van Jones, and his jaw fucking dropped. In an airport bathroom, mind you. Which
why were you talking to Van Jones in an airport bathroom?
I ran into him at the airport, and he was literally at the entrance of the bathroom, facing a corner on his phone, and I'm just like, that motherfucking Van Jones? I just went up to him and I pitched PV. and now we talk.
Oh, that's impressive. To give people an idea, just having a baseline of a community of like 30,000 people-ish that is willing to get politically engaged and then willing to volunteer time and effort on the scale of PV is genuinely...
20,000 people.
Yeah, it's like 20.
Oh, 20,000 people? Is genuinely like game-changing on even like I would say even on like a national scale.
Yeah, it's massive. It makes us, at the very least, one of the 5 biggest socialist orgs in the country. I think it makes us the 2nd biggest socialist org in the country, behind the DSA.
Yeah.
And it definitely makes us one of the 10 biggest Democratic, like, political orgs that is not literally in the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm. We have swung. We have like made the kind of margins that could theoretically have swung a couple of elections. The one that
we've swung a few.
The 2 that immediately come to mind are Katie Wilson out in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Like the amount of doors that we knocked could theoretically, like that on its own, could have swung in her direction. One that we're a little bit more firm on is Enelilia Mejia out in New Jersey. We basically, like the amount of votes that were contributed, that is almost certainly within PV's phone banking margins.
Both were. I'm actually more convinced about the Katie Wilson one being than Mejia, but that's not to say that I don't think there was we were one of 2 national orgs that did that race, the other one being WFP, which is where Mejia's from. had any of the 19 orgs, any one of us, the 2 national, one us and WFP, and then the other 17 like state-specific orgs, if any one of us had not participated in that race, she would have lost. It was the fact that we all got together and we were like, okay, this seems like an opportunity, but we all have to commit here. And it was a real like beautiful moment of working together on the left.
Plus, AIPAC completely sabotaged her opponent, which is very funny.
Extremely funny.
Yeah,
extremely funny.
And then she got and then she almost pissed everyone off accepting the J Street endorsement, but then it turned out that
J Street
reverse
somehow
double
is
Uno,
J
she
Street
got J Street to concede to her.
It was very
J
weird.
Street is somehow more progressive on Gaza than the Democratic Party as a whole. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't
don't
see that one
understand how they
coming.
did it.
Well, I think in a large
Not
part
that I like them, but still.
I don't like them either. Like
in,
it's
in large
blows
part,
my mind.
in large part, they're seeing what's happening to AIPAC, and they want to like preserve a lot of these connections. And I think that they view it as they view their maneuver as a way to continue to have that influence, but without the deadly baggage politically, the political poison.
Yeah, they're still trying to keep the Zionist project alive.
Yeah,
but in the meantime, if we make them concede more, then that's part of momentum.
We got at the very least a moral victory where we got the J Street and AIPAC Twitter accounts to fight over us.
Yeah. So I just want people to understand what PV is doing is unique. It's very successful, and also it's
very fun.
It's also very fun, but it's also a vehicle where I know that there are a lot of people in my community in particular who are fed up with Democrats, and also who might be alienated for whatever reason from their local DSA, or they might be in a deep red state and they don't really have a vehicle to change things in their immediate area. But PV is everywhere, and wherever you are in this country, you can volunteer for campaigns elsewhere, to go door knock, to go phone bank, to get involved, and you can build up local community as well. Like you can do a whole bunch of things that DSA and your local Democrats might not have the machinery to do. This is like an additional way, an additional option available to you that I want you guys to be aware of. It's why I invited you guys onto the stream tonight. It's why I want to talk more about PV going forward, especially as we go towards the midterms and like these big electoral targets that are going to require all of us getting as organized as we possibly can. So I want you guys in the audience to have all of the tools available to you. All right?
Like one of the reasons why I have been so interested in PV is because and I think many people in the audience might be able to sympathize
it wasn't
with
my loving charm.
No, absolutely not. One of the things about PV is that like I grew up in like a lot of like isolated suburban areas, which I imagine that a lot of people in this audience can kind of sympathize with. Like you're not really in any city centers, you're not really around any actual like infrastructure, you're not really around any community areas. It requires like 5 minutes of driving just to get out of the subdivision. Like I know that's not everybody, that's a lot of people. That was me. It made it extremely difficult, and there was a lot of roadblocks and barriers to getting involved with any political action whatsoever, because you'd have to drive halfway across town to get to a thing, or you have to drive to like a different town to get involved with the thing. PV allows you to like, at the very least, experience that national community. And even if there aren't a ton of people in your area, you can still get involved nationally. We have a ton of national stuff that's going on everywhere all the time, even if it's not directly electoral. Even like you can get involved kind of anywhere. We like to think of it as a digital third space because it's not at work and it's not at home. It's a digital place to hang out.
This is really recent. Like all of 2025, it was like one initiative per month. But now we are at a point where we are so connected with campaigns and have such capacity that every day of the week, there are 2 national initiative phone banks that each last 3 hours from 5 p.m. from the 5 to 8 p.m. slot locally for that race. So every day, pretty much every day, there's always 2 big phone banks that can be happening. And if there's a race in your area, then there's local canvassing. If there's shit, there's shit. Another thing we're rolling out is something called advocacy banking, which is just calling voters and then picking anything on the PV pledge you like and autistically ranting about it to them, and then logging how amenable they were to that policy. Nobody else would ever waste their time doing this because it is horribly inefficient. But at our scale, what we hope to do is build up a really sophisticated list of candidates that are amenable to certain policies, and then maybe make the world's voters that are amenable to certain policies, and then make the world's best phone banking and canvassing lists for candidates. Because we just have that scale, and we might accidentally just convince random voters to be in favor of a specific policy, regardless of the R or D associated with it.
Do you find annoying that it takes an hour to drive from the town that you're in to the better town that's next to you, but it's still expensive to live there? You should
Do you want your
rail.
streamer to be able to watch React content without being...
They don't care.
Do you think that
they live to see me
cap
suffer?
The total interest paid at 100% of the principal.
There you go. But I do. You told me about this when we had our meeting last week, and I just think that that's such a great idea to basically build up a cache of information about what people in different geographic areas actually do give a damn about, what they care about, how they react to different things, because typically you don't get that if you're a local or hyper local campaign. And that is some really valuable intel.
I'm so sorry to completely derail. How did you say that word?
Cache.
Huh. I've heard it pronounced a couple different ways. That's the first time I've ever heard it pronounced cache. I've heard it pronounced cache and cache. I pronounce it cache, but
I'm from the Midwest. It has quiche vibes. It has quiche vibes. I don't know what to tell you. I have an English degree. What I say makes it more valid somehow.
What's really funny about
it's
the
cash.
idea...
I agree, whoever in chat said that. It's cash.
What's really funny about the advocacy banking is when we started trying to come up with it, we were like, we need some low level... I don't give a fuck. I don't care about your linguistic battle over here. We were looking for some low level, entry level task that would be really easy for somebody, that would just always exist for people to just 24/7 volunteer, some easy task. And we genuinely did not care if it had any impact whatsoever. Like, we were like, as long as it feels like people are volunteering, that's okay. We just need something to get... And then we accidentally stumbled into probably one of the most valuable things that we were going to end up doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
In addition to all the technology that we want to make for making organizing easier.
So thank you both for coming on. We got to move on to our other topics, but I do want to...
Oh shit, we've been here for over an hour. Oh my god.
But folks, if you want to get more involved with PV, go to progress.win. If you want to join up, you can go to progress.win/join. And I'm sure we'll see more of one or both of you in the future as we
hopefully
tackle different campaigns and get involved and put this community to work in the upcoming electoral battles. And I'm sure I will get absolutely roasted for the next 30 minutes to an hour over pronouncing cache
incorrectly.
It's almost certainly incorrect, but I am going to get roasted for it. I love that Uncle Simric tried to help by saying it's pronounced and then typing exactly the word that I am saying incorrectly. It's pronounced cache. Oh, it makes so much sense. Cache, yeah.
I mean, you know, I just got a tier 1 subscription from Sake Tanuki. I might as well be annoying in your chat on occasion.
Hell yeah.
True.
And folks, just in the community, we'll have different members of PV kind of progressive victory mods in our Discord. And if you have questions about PV or anything like that, you can always hit them up and ask about what is going on. So there you go.
Yeah.
We'll be doing more cool stuff, but I just wanted to introduce you guys to PV and give you guys an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us on. And if you're in tomorrow or today, based on if this is
we have a big push for a couple of really big candidates.
Yeah. We have Hamaway phone banks tomorrow, Shoykot phone banks tomorrow. I think there's a Katie Banzel phone bank or Canvas tomorrow or something. New Jersey, California, South Dakota, a bunch of other fucking states. If you live in any of those states, please go vote tomorrow. And if you don't live in those states and you want to volunteer, there is so many ways to volunteer. We're starting our volunteering tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we are going all day. And then me and Jenny are going to be on camera fucking around while watching the polls.
And if none of you in chat are like, I don't care about Adam Hamawi, legendary doctor that saved people's lives in Gaza, or Shoykot Chakrabarti, organizing royalty, who's like one of the most interesting candidates to run this cycle.
Yeah, and he's running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, right?
He is in fact running for Nancy Pelosi's seat.
Yeah.
It looks like a dead heat. It's going to be an interesting time tomorrow watching those polls roll in. But if any of you are like that with the Riverboat Jack, have you ever met an individual by the name of Josie Caballero?
I have. We co-host the Transatlantic Call-In show together.
That's crazy. It's almost like I knew that beforehand, and I was using this as an opportunity to bring her up.
Wow.
If you want to see Riverboat Jack's one of Riverboat Jack's co-hosts talk about or run for office and maybe win elections, we're going to be doing phone banks for her in early to mid-June after these big initiatives are over, because she is running for county council in Maryland.
Yep.
We want to fucking get her to win, because she's been around in PV for a long time as well.
Yeah, for sure. She was
and also
on
become a dues-paying member.
Yeah,
true.
The more people become dues-paying members, the more cool shit PV can do. So
the more people who become dues-paying members, the less money I get to take
the
from
directors.
Benjamin. Yeah, the less
you can steal power away from Benjamin by becoming a dues-paying member.
And trust me, if 2025 was indicated any way, that is one of the most popular activities that happen in New York.
Chat, I don't think many people or anybody here knows this. Benjamin eats nothing but Chick-fil-A, or not Chick-fil-A, but Chipotle, and drinks nothing but like Mexican Coke from Chipotle.
Chipotle. Okay, wait. Chipotle is an excellent source of all the vital nutrients you need to live, and Mexican Coke is objectively superior to normal Coke.
Boom!
I'm getting mugged. I can't do this.
Get the fuck out of here.
His money is stained. I wish to have it clean from dues-paying members. Okay.
Shake my damn head. Someone wants to know: if you're not a dues-paying member, do you still get to access the Discord?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely,
yeah, no, it's optional.
It's optional. To be a dues-paying member, being a dues-paying member gives you a couple like benefits within the Discord, including access to our dues-paying members only Minecraft server.
Fuck you. Okay.
But it is in order to just kind of like hang out and even volunteer on teams, you do not need to be a dues-paying member if you want to volunteer, or even just be involved.
Sick. Well, thank you to both of you for coming on. Appreciate you immensely, and thank you for all of the hard work both of you have been doing. It means a lot. So thank you for putting together one of the most effective organizing tools available to folks like us who are relatively considered relatively far left as socialists.
Leftoids ourselves, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just us, but there's a lot of people who have contributed to making this work. So
another great question before you go, last one I'm going to say.
The Midwestern goodbye, it claims us all eventually.
I know. Do people have to be American to join?
No. You do need to be American to contribute financially. You do not need to be American to join or even volunteer.
There you go.
Well, legally, that is the case. However, right now, if you are not a U.S. citizen living abroad or a U.S. resident, you will have a little bit of difficulty joining the Discord server because you need a North American phone number. So,
okay, send emails to wherever the onboarding form says to send emails to.
Yeah, but it is possible.
It is possible.
They'll try and get you sorted.
Mm-hmm.
We'll figure it out.
Jenny and Benjamin from PV, thank you both for coming on tonight. You both have an excellent evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
Yep. Have a great night, everybody.
Farewell. Whew. That was fun. I like talking about organizing. And I dislike being roasted for the way I pronounce certain words. But you know what? We can have a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think you guys enjoy when you get to roast me for saying things wrong. It's look, I know it's pronounced cash. I know that. But also, it looks, when you have cash, and cachet all next to each other, I just read them all the same. Cash. I got some cold hard cash. I say it like that because I don't deal with cash that often. But when I do, I say it silly. Anyway, folks, get involved with PV. Okay, we're going to be doing a lot more cool stuff. We're going to be doing a lot of like fun organizing, etc., etc., etc. All right? What's next? Will we have some Quiche Patel? There we go. This is the kind of roasting that I knew was coming and I crave. You're all just giving me what I want. Excellent. Well done. Well done, everybody. Anyway, folks, progress.win. Go check it out. Go get involved. Or progress.win/join to join up. Do the things. Yeah, I'll throw the links down in my video description. You can find it there. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA, obviously, and also do cool shit. You know, like the video. You know, the cool shit for the channel.
Did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Also, excellent reminder from Uncle Simric. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1
Getting
subs.
roasted for pronunciation seems a bit gauche.
Oh, text-to-speech read that wrong. Obviously, it's gauche.
Riverboat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is switching streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics.
We watch the satellites explode. It must be bad news overload. Then we salute eternity and pay our final bill. This is the end of the world. 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 You should do what's right. And stay on the fight for as long as you can. This is just the beginning, 'cause nothing ever really ends. This is the end of the world. This is the end of the world.
All right. Good evening. I played the long intro and I hope you enjoyed it. I have a big show tonight, but the first thing I want to do is wish our moderator, my friend, my longtime friend, she's been with me since the beginning, Kim, a happy birthday. And I realized I did not bring my drink in the room. I was worried about the cats. So we do have an intermission. I'll get it then because usually I can't go. I get such dry mouth, but it's great to see you. I have, again, a busy show, but happy birthday, Kim. I didn't get the happy birthday set up to say happy birthday, but everybody's saying it to you, so that's good. And I want to thank you for being with us for so long, and every wonderful day that you're with us is great. So it's terrific to see all of you. Welcome if there are new people. Welcome. I have a packed show tonight, and we're going to start out with, I want to do my overview. And the overview is really, well, I'm going to talk about the RCP 8.5 controversy. That's the IPCC scenarios. We're going to talk about what that is. I'm going to talk about Solastasia. I'm going to talk about the COPE, not HOPE framework. So it's different. And it's not just about climate, and it's not just about politics, but it really is about, well, what do we feel like living inside this civilization that really knows what it's doing, especially the oligarchs, the billionaire class. And they keep doing it anyway. And we go along with it anyway. Not always that we want to. It's kicking and screaming. But the last month, we have watched this crazy barrage of environmental decisions coming out of the Trump administration and the allied fossil fuel interests that feel they want to. It's almost intentionally destabilizing. And I've got I wrote my notes about everything just from the last month of this administration. They, expanding the drilling, the opening more federal lands, they weaken the methane rules, delay regulations, attack renewable energy, push LNG expansion, reduce protections for wildlife. We're going to talk about something that is just horrible to hear. Allow more industrial extraction because it's rare earths. Normalize ecological destruction as an economic policy. And for you all watching me on this channel tonight, I don't have a guest because I can handle this. I've been doing this kind of information for a long time. It's more, it's deeper. It's not just political frustration. It is the grief we feel because every single one of you in this audience feels a grief for overshoot and for the environment. It's not future, it's here, it's now, it's present. But we're going to talk about that because I talk about collapse acceptance a lot lately because I need to. And I think we need to be on the same page. When people say, well, collapse acceptance, what's collapse? Well, we're going to talk about it. Collapse is what we've just witnessed over the last couple of years in Gaza. Collapse is what we're seeing happening in the droughts and in the different ecological and environmental things that are negative and horrible going on around the world. And I want to talk about this honestly, about what us, because I can't talk about for everyone, but I certainly can talk about who we are and us in this audience, you that follow us here. And it is, sometimes it makes us sick. And I know that there are the days that I experience, and I know others do. I'm not alone. Everything I talk about that I mention in here that might happen to me is to have someone else feel the camaraderie or understand that I know if I'm feeling pain or something is in my neck, even worse than it is, it might be an emotional response. And so we have to talk about that. Because if we don't, it's like pretending. And it can make us sicker. And a lot of us are dealing with what psychologists call solastalgia. And I have a video I created for, a little bit later about solastalgia that I can go get my seltzer. And it's the distress that people feel when the home they love changes around them in ways that feel irreversible. Take that for what it is. The home, planet, your house, terrible things happen, fires, floods, droughts, destruction, the things that we see because of social media. It's right there in front of our faces. It's like a homesickness while being at home. I mean, we watch it, we see it. Social media brings it right to our door, right here, right to the phone. We see it every day, right there. We watch the forest burn. We talk about this, we hear about it. Bird populations collapsing and streams drying up, and in some places, winter disappearing. Not here this year, but... And then, of course, the coral reefs and animals. Animals vanish, like the vaquita. The vaquita. The vaquita is leaving. There are maybe 7 to 10 left. The sweet vaquita porpoise, because of illegal gill netting in Mexico, in the Baja California. Ecologists, biologists are watching it. But there's 7 to 10 of these left. And if you don't think that I cry over this, sorry, I do. I cry over these things because they didn't have to happen. And what's going to happen with the heat intensity, So you feel this. You feel like this emotional architecture of your whole world starts dissolving, and we're still physically here. But no matter what, you know psychologically that the world we knew, I knew growing up, whatever you feel is already gone. Now, I'm not saying this to make everybody want to go cry and feel terrible, because we're going to bring it up. I think millions of people are experiencing this right now. And I don't think they even knew about that word. And it's so funny because Jennifer and I did that show, I think, in 2022 about solastalgia. Definitely. And you know, we went to school and we were taught this environmental optimism that assumed, well, if science became all the science we hear would become undeniable, society would respond rationally. Well, what have we seen? It's not what happened. I mean, we know the different sciences have become undeniable. They have. But industrial civilization has accelerated and percolated and just, it's not giving up. I mean, it's going, going, going. So let me be clear to you guys. When I say collapse acceptance, you know what I say. It's not giving up. We are not being nihilistic. It's not nihilism. And it's not that nothing matters. It's like a psychological shift that happens when you stop bargaining with reality. And so when I read and I started really understanding what was going on with the RCP 8.5 controversy, which people that are in the know, it pushed many people closer, to that. It was a worst case scenario that is now being called implausible. And there are different people talking about this in different ways. So the climate discourse through the IPCC talked about this. These RPCs are representative concentration pathways. These are emission scenarios. I mean, we've talked about this for 10 years on this channel, but the most famous was the 8.5 because it was the worst case scenario, the highest emissions trajectory. And you could see why people would think that when this was developed. There are scientists that are controversial, like Roger Pielke Jr., who I read his essay, and he was saying that it was never plausible. It's always been implausible because of coal, because it assumed the worst case scenario in coal use, and he likes to try to minimize the gains that have been made in renewables. But he writes for What's Up With That, even though he's in Colorado. His father was a scientist too, but there's controversy, between him. I think there was even, I didn't take the video of it for tonight, but there's a discussion between him and Hosfather and a couple of other climate scientists, which is pretty interesting, and I'll make sure the links are in the show notes. But this worst case or high emissions trajectory, and people say, well, maybe it's because of that humanity started pushing through the Paris Agreement. Of course, the United States is so backwards and stupid. Well, not everyone, obviously. But the critics of it said, okay, it's just too central. And like I said, Pielke said it overstated likely coal usage, that wasn't going to exacerbate. Although when you listen to Donald Trump say, oh, beautiful, clean coal, and all the bullshit about China is using so much coal, and then we look and we get this cognitive dissonance. We say, well, look at China. They're making leaps and bounds in using renewables because they have to. And now with a war, this war in Iran, the push is going to be for more renewables because we can't get the fossil fuels because of the Strait of Hormuz. So it is, truthfully, it really was not intended to be a prediction. These aren't really predictions. They're like a stress test. They're like a scenario that could happen. So you prove that one pathway may have been emphasized, somehow means the crisis is less severe. But there's a problem. And the models have changed. And the world didn't. The world didn't. The world is not changing in the positive. I mean, we're seeing this every day. We have El Nino coming, and it's probably going to be worse than maybe the 18, I think it was 18, I don't know, it was the late 1800s. But the oceans are not stopping. You just look at anything Elliot Jacobson does every single day. He's showing the oceans are still heating. The Arctic is still destabilizing. Methane emissions are still rising. Biodiversity is collapsing. The fossil fuel industry is expanding, especially in the United States. And extreme weather, it's still intensifying. So the most important thing, and you think about this, most important, the geopolitical systems, our political system in the world, but I can talk about the US, I live here. They're still structurally incapable of responding to this whole thing at the scale required. And I don't know if any country ever will be. Although, again, I like to quote China, and so does Antonio. He studies quite a bit about China and what they're doing. You know, China, the bad guys. We might not like their political system, but China has gone leaps and bounds in the arena of changing, making changes. So it's the real story, you know? So it's like RCP 8.5 could it have been an excuse for delay? Because if it's like, oh, the worst case scenario is going to happen anyway, why should we do anything? So what is that? You know, we get that. Okay, more extraction. Let's give permission for more extraction. And then another talking point for the billionaire class, the Epstein class, the oligarchs, you know, there's so many things you want to call them, and the fossil fuel interests behind them. They desperately need people to believe, well, things are not that bad. They're really not that bad. But people can understand. They feel reality because they see it. Today, I responded to a comment on Secular Talk. Kyle made a video about a climate change topic, which doesn't happen very often. But it was, the person and I went back and forth. It was a good thing because of Tornado Alley. And this person was saying that they live in Illinois, in Chicago, and there's every month now they have tornado warnings and tornadoes. And here in where I live, we had one in 2017. We are getting warnings every storm. In fact, this whole weekend is going to rain. It's going to be a terrible weekend. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I literally have a tornado area in my house, which I've talked about. So that's the people feeling the reality, you know. And most people don't understand any of this. They don't understand the climate models. They don't know the acronyms. But yet, a lot of people feel the instability. Think about those people in the Midwest who have these homes on places that were farms, and that's overshoot. Out building, so the damage is worse. They're losing their homes. They might be underinsured. But they feel it. They feel that unraveling around them. So maybe this is where some of the climate communicators made a mistake. You know, the motivation was hope. Let's hope for the best. Well, hope's useful, right? Hope's useful because it kind of becomes psychologically dangerous when it turns into denial management, you know. It's tough. And people notice the contradiction between reassuring narratives and the lived reality we are all in. So when those narratives collapse, people collapse with them emotionally. And I like to think that a lot of us are beyond this, but that doesn't mean sometimes I feel like I'm collapsing every week. That's why I take a break. But when I come back, it's still the outrage of the day is even worse. So maybe we need that different framework, of course, not hope, cope. And it's not optimism at all costs, but it's adaptation, psychologically and emotionally, socially, spiritually. Because the truth is, people, at least in the United States, cannot stay in a permanent state of panic. That's not good. And the human nervous system, our nervous systems, mine, yours, can't function that way. And that's why a lot of us on this channel are exhausted. We're not weak. We're exhausted. That's a difference, friends. You're trying to emotionally process all of this ecological collapse while also surviving capitalism and all the political chaos and the media overload and the economic instability that's so apparent now, and a social system that increasingly feels engineered to keep people dysregulated, to keep the chaos going. This is enormous. It's an enormous burden. So what does what does it really mean? What does it really mean? What does it mean inside of collapse acceptance? Well, it is separating the awareness from constant emotional self-destruction. I mean, it's very easy. And I know when I start hurting in certain places that I'm emotionally self-destructing. And none of us can do this. We cannot emotionally bleed every hour of every day to prove we care about what's going on. That's critical. Self-care is so important. And, a lot of empaths and empathetic people unconsciously believe or subconsciously believe that if I stop hurting, it means I stop caring, and that's not true. A burned out activist, and I've been there and I am probably, but you become politically neutralized. But think about this. Then collapse acceptance kind of means shifting from, the savior thinking, but to stewardship thinking. We're not going to save industrialized civilization. Do we want to really in the long run? But you can still protect these pieces of life, these community. You can defend the habitats. And I say this all the time, you help animals. I do, little by bits. My daughter rescues the pit bulls in Buffalo. Or she walks them. I take overflow kittens. And you're building community, which is something when Carolyn Baker was here last time we talked about grow food. And I did a video on the Victory Garden, which I'm trying to get mine started. But you can grow a Victory Garden on your deck in pots. My daughter's doing just that. And then teach people. What I'm doing here on the channel, you do with your friends. You take all this and you say, okay, I'm going to teach you something. And you assess the person you're talking to. I know there's a lot of maggots and MAGA people and people that are very angry and ugly and so stuck. They're so stuck in their media ecosphere. But you could try. You tell them the truth. Try to reduce harm. And what we do here and what I'm doing here and what I really want to try to do a little bit more with the work here is an emotional refuge so that when you leave here, it's not always leaving here feeling like shit about all the stuff I talk about because it's heavy. It's really heavy. And it doesn't mean that the meaning of all this disappears, if you get me. Because outcomes can worsen. So, in many ways, the meaning becomes precisely because things are unstable. And so, when I say cope, not hope, it means really grounding yourself in tangible reality instead of doom abstraction. Now, oh, it's easy to doom scroll, and we are in the doomosphere and all, but sometimes it is very abstract. And the human brain was absolutely not. And I have a psychology undergraduate, and I have, my master's was in behavior, human resources. I studied a lot about behavior. And the human brain was not designed to process planetary catastrophe 24 hours a day through screens. It's just not. You need sunlight. We need to move. We need to converse with people. We need animals. We need music. The other night, I had my headphones on, and I listened to 4 hours of everything. Moody Blues, all the music I loved. Some of the music made me sad. I did have some tears, I have to say, because you get melancholy or you think about the past. But it's okay. It was cathartic. And gardens, like I said, gardening. Just don't push yourself like I am, or feel guilty, or feel late, or whatever, because that's not helping me at all, and that doesn't help anybody. The weather, you can't help that it's going to rain all weekend, that I can't help that the soil needs, I need someone to lift it, and the kid that helps me, the young man that helps me, is at his girlfriend's in Canada all week. But you have friends. Yesterday, I went out with my friend Debbie, and we went out from 10 a.m., and we went up to a couple of different landscape nurseries, and we had lunch. You try to do things like that. I do it. I try to do things once a month when I get I get paid. I stay home a lot, but that's okay. And you just find those moments of beauty because they exist. I just look, I can look, even though this room is like a studio, there's still some beauty in here. I'm seeing beauty because I know you're all here in the chat. So none of these things are actually denial. We have to, it's our nervous system survival. And that's where solastalgia becomes important again, because the cure, this is, the cure for it is not pretending environmental destruction isn't happening. You can't lie. And you can't pretend the war isn't happening. And you can't pretend that we just aren't witnessing a genocide and that we're not disgusted and sick and overwhelmed over it. You can't hide from the fact that the beautiful people that were on the flotilla to go bring supplies to people in Gaza were intercepted by Israel and treated like shit. You can't deny those things. So we have to accept them and work within it. But a single bird, single bird. And we have to keep that relationship with the living world, with the natural world. Even if you live in a city, there's parks in every city. Even damaged nature, it still matters. It still matters. A stream, little stream, which could become a flood this weekend for me again, I don't know. But it still matters. And of course, the pollinators. I'm starting all my flowers, and I was a little late, but I started flats for that yesterday, even though I'm like weeks late because I was feeling stuck. And with that recent back pain exacerbation, I just could not get motivated to plant the flats. I had them all ready. All it took was sitting and doing the seeds. But I wasn't in a place, or wasn't in a good place. So even local woods, it all matters. And the system we're in, this fossil fuel system, they want people to be psychologically detached from nature. Because they want to take it. And they want you to, consume and not see the connection between the natural world and what we are doing to it by all this consumption. And I'm guilty, so I can never sit there and say I'm not guilty. I'm never going to say I'm not guilty because I do it. I mean, I don't buy plastic bags and I use shit over and over and over, but I still do it. But connecting with the natural world in any way you can, that is still resistance. If you're not out there marching and being politically active and doing all that, that doesn't mean you're not resisting. Resistance comes in many ways. And finally, I think that we definitely need to release ourselves from any fantasy that awareness automatically creates political action. It doesn't. History doesn't work that way. Power, what we see in the political systems, especially in the United States, is just what I can talk about because this is where I live and I'm an American. Ashamed of my country, but I'm American. Power will resist change until systems physically constrain it. So activism, it doesn't mean it's pointless at all. It means that there's different kinds and it matures emotionally. If your particular activism believes entirely that you have to be, victory is imminent, you'll fall apart. You can't do that. It has to be like this expression of values rather than guaranteed outcomes. It just does. Then you continue. You continue because it reflects who you are, not because you were promised success. I always say, if you do not expect anything, you'll never get disappointed. I guess I live my life like that. I have no expectations. I don't get disappointed. I don't know. Maybe this is our deepest form of climate adulthood. I found that on the web when I was putting all this together. So it's not optimism, not despair, although I'm going to be honest, I fall into it with certain things I read on the outrage machine. But we have clarity. And again, the models have changed. The world didn't. Our grief is absolutely real. The solastalgia is real. But our humanity, those of us that still have morals and values and understanding and are on the correct side of history, can remain real. And so maybe in the next phase of history, that's the most radical act of all. And that is my beginning of the show. I have a whole list of things that it's very easy when you realize that this administration has formally repealed the Bureau of Land Management Public Lands Rule. And there's all kinds of people that are out there fighting these things. These are really out there activists, just like the people fighting data centers. The administration moved to dramatically expand cattle grazing across as much as 24 million acres of federal land, including sensitive habitat areas near parks and wilderness regions. Environmental activists warn that this could increase habitat destruction, stream pollution, predator killings, pressure on already threatened species like wolves, grizzlies, and salmon. Be strong. Be strong. These people want to weaken the Endangered Species Act and enforcement tied to oil and gas development. But there are a lot of environmental organizations that say these proposed changes would allow more industrial activity with fewer wildlife protections and less mandatory review. These are the things that we have to strengthen ourselves to handle, because if I'm going to talk about one article after I just look at this this whole awful the rules that could allow energy companies operating in Alaska to incidentally kill endangered polar bears and Pacific walruses during drilling and seismic operations without facing persecution. I mean, we know all of this is wrong. Federal agencies continued opening Arctic and Alaskan lands to expand fossil fuel extraction. So he was right when he said drill, baby, drill, right? Drill, baby, drill. And then there's the continued efforts to increase logging on federal lands under emergency authorities, which is bullshit. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, she expanded the fast-track logging provisions across 113 million acres of national forest land and reduced the environmental review, limiting public input, which seems to be a new thing now. Yep. So we have all this stuff. I made the notes here. The Interior Department expanded hunting access and reduced restrictions inside national parks, wildlife refuges, and wilderness areas. What else did they do? This is just the last month. They also continued large staffing reductions and institutional weakening inside agencies responsible for protecting wildlife and public lands, including the National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Bureau of Land Management. Well, some environmental groups are saying that this administration is increasingly using emergency declarations to bypass normal environmental review processes under the laws like NEPA and the Endangered Species Act. So for logging and drilling and grazing and mining. So in they're wanting to be energy independent. They're just going to collapse everything. Everything, right? We don't want that. I don't want that. Okay. I'm going to take the break.